Good day, lovely viewers. Welcome to Revenger What If. We have an exciting story lined up for you today. What if Harry found a secret will at age 6 that made him the legal owner of the Ministry of Magic? Your engagement means the world to us. Like, comment, and subscribe to help us grow and bring you more amazing content. Without wasting any time, let's start. Chapter 1, The Will Awakens. The cupboard under the stairs was stifling in July. Harry Potter wiped sweat from his forehead, careful not to disturb the spider web in the corner where his only companions resided. 6 years old and small for his age, Harry had learned to make himself even smaller within the confines of his bedroom. A thundering set of footsteps overhead announced Uncle Vernon's awakening. Dust sifted down through the slats above Harry's head. "Boy! Up! Breakfast!" Harry sighed, slipping his taped-together glasses onto his nose. Another day at number 4, Privet Drive. Another day of cooking bacon he wouldn't eat, enduring Dudley's taunts, and trying to be invisible. The lock clicked open. Harry emerged, blinking in the morning light streaming through the windows. Aunt Petunia stood at the stove, her horse-like face pinched as she gestured impatiently toward the refrigerator. "Eggs and bacon," she said. "Don't burn anything. Vernon has an important meeting." Harry nodded, pulling a stool to the stove. He worked methodically, cracking eggs with practiced precision. At 6, he could prepare a full English breakfast better than most adults, though he'd never be praised for it. Uncle Vernon waddled in, his massive frame straining his suit buttons. He rustled his newspaper importantly, ignoring Harry completely. "Where's my dudders?" Vernon asked, eyes never leaving the financial section. "Still sleeping, dear," Petunia cooed. "Growing boys need their rest." Harry bit his tongue to prevent an eye roll. Dudley, who was already the size of a small walrus, needed many things. More sleep to grow larger wasn't one of them. The mail slot clicked. Letters fluttered onto the welcome mat. "Get the mail, boy," Vernon ordered, still not looking up. Harry slid the perfectly cooked eggs onto a plate and turned the heat down on the bacon before scurrying to the front hall. Bills, a postcard from Aunt Marge, picturing a bulldog, naturally, and something unusual. A parchment envelope, heavy and cream-colored. Harry turned it over in his hands. There was no stamp, no return address, just his name written in emerald green ink, Mr. H. Potter. The cupboard under the stairs 4, Privet Drive. Little whinging Surrey. The paper felt strange against his fingers, alive somehow. A tingling sensation ran up his arms as he stared at it, entranced. This wasn't ordinary paper. And how did they know about his cupboard? "What's taking so long, boy?" Vernon bellowed. Harry quickly tucked the strange envelope into the waistband of his oversized pants, covering it with Dudley's hand-me-down shirt. Something told him Uncle Vernon wouldn't let him keep it. "Coming, Uncle Vernon," he called, gathering the other mail. Throughout breakfast, Harry felt the envelope pressing against his skin. It seemed to grow warmer as the meal progressed, almost pulsing in time with his heartbeat. He ate mechanically, stealing glances at the clock, waiting for his chance to examine his letter privately. "Wash up and start on the garden," Aunt Petunia instructed after breakfast. "Those weeds won't pull themselves." Harry nodded, grateful for the outdoor assignment. Once outside, he made a beeline for the far corner of the garden, concealed by a large hydrangea bush. Hands trembling with excitement, he pulled out the envelope. No one had ever written to him before. Who could it be from? He turned it over, noticing a wax seal bearing a coat of arms, a lion, an eagle, a badger, and a snake surrounding a large letter H. Carefully, he broke the seal and removed several pages of thick parchment. The first page contained some sort of legal document, the language formal and old-fashioned. His eyes widened as he read, "Last Will and Testament of Hardwin Potter, Ministry of Magic, Founding Charter and Ownership Decree." Harry frowned. Ministry of Magic? What was that? Was this some elaborate joke from Dudley? But no, his cousin wasn't clever enough for something like this. As Harry's fingers traced the flowing script, the parchment began to glow. A soft golden light emanated from the document, growing brighter until it encompassed his small frame. The air around him seemed to vibrate with energy. Words on the parchment rearranged themselves before his eyes. Blood has called to blood. The heir is found. The ministry returns to Potter hands. A sudden gust of wind swirled around Harry, lifting the pages and surrounding him in a vortex of golden light. The ground beneath him trembled. In the house, he could hear the sound of breaking glass and Aunt Petunia's startled scream. Then, as quickly as it began, the phenomenon subsided. The parchment settled back into his hands, but it was different now. The ink glistened as though freshly written, and a golden thread seemed to connect it to Harry's chest, visible for a moment before fading from sight. Harry stood frozen, clutching the documents, unsure what had just happened. Before he could gather his thoughts, a series of loud cracks shattered the morning quiet. Suddenly, the Dursleys' immaculate garden was filled with people wearing the strangest assortment of clothes Harry had ever seen, robes in various colors, pointed hats, and one elderly man in what appeared to be a pinstriped suit with bright purple galoshes. "There he is," shouted a tall, balding man with red hair. "Merlin's beard, the magical signature is off the charts." Aunt Petunia appeared at the back door, her face draining of color as she took in the scene. "You," she shrieked, pointing a trembling finger at the newcomers. "I told your lot we wanted nothing to do with your freakishness. Get out of my garden." The man in the pinstriped suit stepped forward, twirling a lime green bowler hat in his hands. "Mrs. Dursley, I presume?" "Cornelius Fudge, Minister for Magic. There's been a situation involving your nephew that requires our immediate attention." Vernon appeared behind Petunia, his face purpling dangerously. "Who the devil do you think you are? Breaking into decent people's homes in broad daylight. I'll have the police on you." Harry remained rooted to the spot as a stern-looking woman with a monocle approached him. Unlike the others, she wore practical robes and carried herself with unmistakable authority. "Harry Potter?" she asked, her voice gentle but firm. "I'm Amelia Bones, head of the Department of Magical Law Enforcement. May I see what you're holding?" Harry hesitated, clutching the parchment tighter. "It has my name on it," he said quietly. "It came in the post." Amelia Bones knelt to his level. "I understand. That document has activated some very powerful magic, Harry. We need to understand what's happening. Would you allow me to look at it? I promise to return it to you." Something in her direct gaze reassured Harry. Slowly, he extended the parchment toward her. As Amelia reached for it, however, a golden barrier flickered between them, preventing her from touching it. "Extraordinary," she murmured. "The document has bonded to you. It won't allow anyone else to handle it." The man called Fudge pushed his way through the gathering crowd of robed individuals. "What's going on, Bones? Why can't you take it from him? He's just a child." "It seems," Amelia said carefully, "that whatever magic is contained in this document recognizes Harry Potter as its sole owner and executor." "Impossible!" Fudge spluttered. "Let me see." When Fudge attempted to snatch the parchment, the golden barrier flared brightly, sending him stumbling backward with a yelp. Meanwhile, Vernon Dursley had reached his breaking point. "I will not have this unnaturalness in my home," he roared, charging toward Harry with face contorted in rage. "I'll put a stop to this madness right now." Before Vernon could reach Harry, Amelia Bones flicked a wooden stick, a wand, Harry realized with astonishment, and Vernon froze mid-stride, his expression locked in furious disbelief. "Mr. Dursley," she said coldly, "I've just prevented you from assaulting a child in front of 24 magical law enforcement witnesses. I suggest you reconsider your actions carefully." Petunia's wail cut through the tense silence. "What have you done to my husband?" "He's perfectly fine," Amelia assured her. "Just temporarily immobilized. Now, given the circumstances, I believe it would be best if Harry comes with us to the ministry to sort this matter out. Take him, Petunia hissed, her face contorted with fear and loathing. Take the boy and his freakishness. We never wanted him anyway. The words struck Harry like physical blows, though they merely confirmed what he'd always known. He looked down at the glowing parchment in his hands, then up at Amelia Bones. What's happening to me? He asked quietly. Her expression softened slightly. I'm not entirely certain, Mr. Potter, but it appears you've come into some sort of magical inheritance. We need to go to the Ministry of Magic to determine exactly what that entails. The Ministry of Magic, Harry repeated, the words from the document suddenly feeling more real. That's what it says here. That I own it? A ripple of shocked murmurs swept through the gathered wizards and witches. Cornelius Fudge laughed nervously. Preposterous. The ministry cannot be owned by an individual, least of all a child. This is clearly some sort of prank or forgery. Nevertheless, Amelia said firmly, we need to investigate this properly. Harry, would you be willing to come with us? I promise you'll be kept safe. Harry looked back at the house where he'd known nothing but misery, then at the strange adults in their peculiar clothes. Whatever was happening, it had to be better than the cupboard under the stairs. Yes, he said simply. I'll come. Excellent, Amelia said. She turned to a young witch with bright pink hair. Order Tonks, please prepare Mr. Potter for side-along apparition. Yes, ma'am. The pink-haired witch approached Harry with a friendly smile. Watch her, Harry. I'm Tonks. Ever traveled by magic before? No. Well, it feels a bit strange the first time, like being squeezed through a very tight tube. Just hold on to my arm and try not to be sick. Harry tentatively placed his hand on her offered arm, still clutching the parchment with his other hand. What about my things? He asked suddenly. What things do you want to bring, Harry? Tonks asked kindly. Harry thought of his few broken toys hidden beneath the loose floorboard in his cupboard, the threadbare blanket, the oversized clothes. Nothing, he said finally. There's nothing here I want. The statement hung in the air, its implication clear to the adult witches and wizards present. Amelia Bones' expression hardened as she glanced back at the Dursleys. We'll be discussing your care of Mr. Potter at a later date, she told them coldly. For now, Mr. Dursley will unfreeze in approximately 10 minutes. I suggest you use that time to reflect on your treatment of your nephew. With that, she nodded to Tonks, who gripped Harry's arm firmly. Deep breath, Tonks advised. And, here we go. The world compressed around Harry. Colors swirled, pressure squeezed him from all sides, and then, they stood in an enormous atrium with peacock blue ceiling and polished dark wood floors. Wizards and witches hurried about, some emerging from fireplaces in bursts of green flame, others disappearing into golden elevators. At the center stood a magnificent fountain featuring golden statues of various magical beings. Harry staggered, feeling slightly nauseated from the magical transportation, but his discomfort was immediately forgotten as he took in the spectacular sight before him. Welcome to the Ministry of Magic, Harry, Amelia said, materializing beside them with a soft pop. More wizards appeared around them, those from the Dursleys' garden, Harry assumed. Cornelius Fudge emerged looking distinctly ruffled, his lime-green bowler hat askew. Straight to the Department of Mysteries, Fudge ordered. We need the unspeakables to examine this document immediately. Minister, Amelia countered firmly, protocol dictates that all magical artifacts of unknown origin first be assessed by a curse-breaking team before, this is hardly the time for protocols, Bones. Fudge interrupted. We have a child claiming ownership of the ministry itself. Do you have any idea what panic that could cause if word got out? As they argued, Harry noticed something strange. The golden thread that had connected him to the parchment was visible again, but now it extended beyond the document, branching out in countless filaments that spread across the atrium floor, up walls, and into corridors. The building itself seemed to be responding to his presence. Beneath his feet, Harry felt a subtle vibration, like the purr of an enormous cat. The fountain at the center of the atrium bubbled higher, its water sparkling more brilliantly. Around them, witches and wizards paused in their activities, looking around in confusion as magical memo airplanes circling overhead suddenly changed course, forming an elaborate aerial dance. "What's happening?" someone shouted. The parchment in Harry's hand grew warmer, the golden light intensifying until it enveloped him completely. The words rearranged themselves again, this time floating off the page and expanding into the air around him in letters 3 feet tall. The Ministry of Magic recognizes its rightful owner and heir Harry James Potter by right of blood, magic, and covenant. The golden filaments connecting Harry to the building pulsed with light, traveling throughout the ministry in a wave of magic. Gasps and cries of astonishment filled the atrium as everyone witnessed the proclamation. "Impossible," Fudge whispered, his face ashen. But the magic continued. The statue in the fountain animated, the golden wizard bowing deeply toward Harry. Portraits hanging on the walls turned in their frames to stare and whisper among themselves. Even the security desk's magical instruments spun and whirred in apparent excitement. "The building recognizes him," a gray-robed wizard said in awe. "The ministry itself acknowledges his claim." Harry stood at the center of the phenomenon, overwhelmed but strangely unafraid. The magic felt right. As though something long dormant within him had finally awakened. "Mr. Potter," Amelia Bones said carefully, "it seems we have much more to discuss than I initially thought." The following hours passed in a blur for Harry. He was escorted to a secure conference room where teams of wizards examined the document without touching it, using their wands to cast various revealing spells over the parchment that still wouldn't leave Harry's possession. Unspeakables in grey robes muttered among themselves, occasionally casting wide-eyed glances at Harry. Historians brought ancient texts for comparison. Goblins were summoned from Gringotts, their clever eyes narrowing with interest as they verified the magical signatures. Through it all, Harry sat quietly, watching and listening. No one seemed to remember he was only 6 years old. They spoke around him, over him, about him, but rarely to him. It reminded him uncomfortably of life with the Dursleys, except here he was the cause of excitement rather than disgust. Finally, after what seemed like hours, the room quieted as an ancient goblin with spectacles perched on his long nose cleared his throat. "Our findings are conclusive," the goblin announced. "This document is the original Ministry of Magic founding charter and ownership decree, created by Harwin Potter in 1707. It established the modern ministry on land owned by the Potter family, with specific magical covenants that maintained Potter ownership in perpetuity, regardless of who operated the governmental functions." "But that's absurd!" Fudge exploded. "The ministry has been independent for centuries. There are no records of any Potter ownership." The goblin fixed Fudge with a disdainful stare. "The records were deliberately obscured in 1784, Minister. Quite illegally, I might add. The magical covenant, however, could not be broken, merely hidden. It seems the magic was designed to resurface when the proper heir reached magical maturity or was in dire need." All eyes turned to Harry, who shifted uncomfortably under the scrutiny. "He's just a boy," someone muttered. "What could he possibly do with ownership of the ministry?" Harry's patience finally broke. "I'm sitting right here," he said clearly, his young voice somehow carrying across the room. "I can hear everything you're saying." The room fell silent, many looking embarrassed at being called out by a child. Amelia Bones approached and took a seat beside him. "You're absolutely right, Mr. Potter. We've been terribly rude. Would you like something to eat or drink while we continue?" Harry nodded, suddenly realizing he was famished. "Yes, please. And, could someone explain what all this actually means? In words I can understand." Amelia smiled slightly. "A reasonable request. Simply put, it appears your ancestor, Harwin Potter, owned the land and buildings that became the Ministry of Magic. When the ministry was formally established, he created a magical agreement that allowed the government to operate here but maintained Potter family ownership of the physical ministry and certain fundamental authorities. Over time, added the goblin, this arrangement was deliberately forgotten or concealed. But magic remembers, and magical contracts cannot be undone by mere negligence or deception. When you touched the document, the magic recognized you as the last Potter and transferred ownership to you. So I own this building? Harry asked, trying to grasp the concept. Not just the building, Mr. Potter, the goblin said, showing teeth in what might have been a smile or a grimace. You own the very foundation of magical Britain's government. The ministry exists at your sufferance. Cornelius Fudge, who had been listening with increasing agitation, stepped forward. Now see here, he blustered, addressing the room rather than Harry. This is clearly a matter that requires extensive legal review. The boy cannot possibly be allowed to interfere with governmental operations. He's 6 years old, for Merlin's sake. Undoubtedly, guardianship arrangements must be made immediately, and this document secured until Mr. Potter reaches maturity. Harry noticed how Fudge spoke as though he weren't present, just as Uncle Vernon always did. A familiar anger sparked within him. Minister Fudge, Harry said, his voice small but steady. The document came to me. It has my name on it. Fudge turned to Harry with an artificial smile. Yes, my boy. And it's all very exciting, I'm sure. But these are matters for adults to handle. Perhaps Madam Bones could find you a nice place to wait while we sort everything out. Before Amelia could respond, the building itself seemed to react. The lights dimmed momentarily, and the door to the conference room slammed shut with a decisive bang. The parchment in Harry's hands glowed again, new words appearing, the air speaks with the ministry's voice. Let all hear and obey. Harry stared at the words, not fully comprehending their meaning, but sensing their importance. He looked up at Fudge, who had gone pale. I think, Harry said quietly, that you should talk to me, not about me, Minister. The goblin chuckled, a gravelly sound. Well said, young Potter. It seems the ministry itself agrees with you. Fudge's artificial smile became fixed. Of course, Mr. Potter. I meant no disrespect. It's simply that these matters are extraordinarily complex and, they don't seem that complex to me, Harry interrupted, surprising himself with his boldness. My ancestor owned this place. He made rules that say I own it now. And the magic agrees. He gestured around at the still-dimmed lights. What's complex about that? Several wizards around the table poorly disguised their amusement as Fudge struggled for words. Amelia Bones intervened. Perhaps what the minister is trying to express, Mr. Potter, is that while your ownership is now established, the practical implications require careful consideration. You are still quite young to manage such responsibilities. Harry nodded thoughtfully. I understand that. I can't even reach the sink properly without a stool. But... He paused, organizing his thoughts. This is mine. The magic says so. And I don't want anyone taking it away from me or pretending it isn't mine. Not again. Something in his tone, the quiet determination of a child who had had everything taken from him before, silenced the room. No one is suggesting taking anything from you, Mr. Potter, Amelia assured him, though her glance at Fudge suggested otherwise. But we do need to establish proper arrangements for your care and the administration of your property, until you're older. Where will I live now? Harry asked, the practical question of a child who had just been told he could never return to the Dursleys. Amelia hesitated. Well, that's one of the matters we need to resolve. Normally, magical children's services would, he could stay here, interrupted a thin wizard with spectacles who had been examining architectural diagrams of the ministry. There are residential quarters built into the ministry's original design, the minister's suite and the founder's apartments. They haven't been used in centuries, but they're still there, magically preserved. Out of the question. Fudge exclaimed. The boy cannot live in the ministry itself. It's completely inappropriate. The building rumbled slightly, papers on the table ruffling as though in a breeze. I believe, the goblin said dryly, that the ministry disagrees with you, minister. Again. I'd like to see these apartments, Harry said suddenly, feeling an inexplicable certainty that this was the right course of action. The thin wizard nodded eagerly. They're on the uppermost level, directly above the minister's office. According to these plans, they can only be accessed by the ministry's owner or those granted specific permission. This is highly irregular, Fudge protested. The boy needs proper guardianship, not a suite of rooms in a government building. Minister, Amelia said firmly, given the extraordinary circumstances, perhaps we should allow Mr. Potter to at least see the apartments before making any decisions. After all, if the magic of the ministry itself recognizes his authority, working against that magic could have unpredictable consequences. Harry looked at Amelia gratefully, sensing she was one of the few adults genuinely concerned with his welfare rather than the political implications of his sudden appearance. Very well, Fudge conceded grudgingly. But I insist on being present, along with appropriate security personnel. Harry stood, still clutching the parchment that had changed his life. Lead the way, he said, with more confidence than he felt. The golden elevators carried their unusual party upward, past all the marked floors to a level that, according to the operator, shouldn't exist. Never knew there was anything above level 1, the operator commented as the elevator continued rising beyond its normal stopping point. When the gates finally opened, they revealed a corridor unlike any other in the ministry. Rather than the functional, institutional design of the lower floors, this level featured rich mahogany paneling, plush carpets, and enchanted windows showing panoramic views of London. Magical portraits lined the walls, their subjects watching with great interest as the group emerged from the elevator. "Welcome back, Potter," called one elderly wizard from his frame. "It's been a long while." Harry stared at the portrait in amazement. "You know who I am?" "Of course, my boy. We've been waiting." The portraits of the ministry always know its true owner. The painted figure bowed deeply. "Hector Podmore, Magical Maintenance Director under Minister Archer, at your service." As they proceeded down the corridor, more portraits greeted Harry by name, some bowing, others offering words of welcome or advice. Fudge looked increasingly uncomfortable with each acknowledgement. At the end of the corridor stood massive double doors of aged oak, inlaid with a golden design that matched the Potter family crest on the parchment seal. There was no visible handle or keyhole. "The founder's apartments," the thin wizard announced reverently. According to the records, they should open only to a Potter. Harry approached the doors hesitantly, unsure what to do. As he stood before them, the golden inlay began to glow. A warm sensation traveled from the parchment up his arm, and instinctively, Harry reached out and placed his palm against the wood. The doors swung open silently, revealing a magnificent entrance hall bathed in light from enchanted windows. Despite having been sealed for centuries, the space appeared immaculate, no dust, no decay, just pristine elegance frozen in time. "Impossible," murmured someone behind Harry. "The preservation charms should have failed long ago." Harry stepped inside, drawn forward by an inexplicable sense of belonging. The magic of the place enveloped him like a welcoming embrace. He moved from room to room, a grand study with walls of books, a formal dining room that could seat 20, comfortable sitting rooms, and finally, a master bedroom with a four-poster bed that made Harry's cupboard seem like a particularly bad dream. "This place is bigger than the Dursleys' whole house," Harry whispered in awe. "Magical architecture," explained Amelia, who had followed him while the others examined the apartments with varying degrees of amazement and concern. "The space exists somewhat outside normal dimensions." Harry ran his fingers over the rich fabrics, the polished wood, the magical artifacts that somehow felt familiar though he'd never seen their like before. Everything radiated age and power, yet nothing felt threatening or dangerous. In the study, he discovered a desk with the same golden inlay as the entrance doors. As he approached, a section of the desktop shimmered and revealed a shallow basin filled with swirling silver substance, neither liquid nor gas. "A pensive," Amelia gasped. "And activated by your presence." Before Harry could ask what that meant, a figure rose from the silvery surface, a man with Harry's untidy hair and a kind face, dressed in old-fashioned robes. "Greetings, heir of Potter," the figure said, its voice echoing slightly. "I am Hardwin Potter, founder of this ministry and creator of the covenant you now hold. If you are seeing this message, then magic has judged you worthy of the inheritance, and the ministry has returned to Potter hands." Harry stared, transfixed. This was his ancestor, his family, speaking to him across centuries. "The ministry was built with Potter gold on Potter land," the figure continued. "Our family established it to serve the magical community with fairness and wisdom. But I foresaw that future generations might forget the ministry's purpose and the covenants that bound it. Thus, I created this failsafe, to ensure that when need was greatest, a Potter would return to set things right." The image of Hardwin smiled kindly. "You have much to learn, young heir, but the ministry will guide you. Its magic is bound to yours now, responsive to your will and intent. Use this power wisely. Rule with justice. Remember that authority exists to serve, not to dominate." The figure began to fade. "In my study, you will find journals detailing the ministry's secrets and the true history of its founding. Trust few until you understand many. And remember, the ministry knows its master." With those cryptic words, Hardwin Potter dissolved back into the silver substance, leaving Harry with more questions than answers. Behind him, Cornelius Fudge cleared his throat. "Well, this is all very interesting, but it hardly changes the fundamental reality. Mr. Potter cannot possibly remain here alone. He requires proper guardianship and education." Harry turned, still processing the message from his ancestor. "I think," he said slowly, "I'm supposed to stay here. The ministry wants me here." "Mr. Potter," Fudge said with forced patience, "buildings don't want anything. This is simply ancient magic responding to certain triggers. We cannot allow a child to dictate ministry policy based on magical coincidences and centuries-old messages." Harry felt a flare of frustration. This man reminded him too much of Uncle Vernon, dismissive, condescending, more concerned with appearances than truth. "It's not coincidence," Harry said firmly. "And it's not just a building. Can't you feel it?" He gestured around them. "The ministry is alive, somehow. And it recognized me." Several of the wizards present nodded thoughtfully, but Fudge waved away the notion. "Preposterous. Next you'll be telling us the ministry has opinions on policy matters." He forced a laugh that no one joined. Harry felt the parchment warm in his hands again. Looking down, he saw new words forming. "The first decree is the heir's to make. Speak, and the ministry shall honor your word." Harry looked up, meeting Fudge's gaze directly. Something was building inside him, a certainty, a knowledge that seemed to flow from the very walls around them. "Minister Fudge," Harry said, his young voice steady, "I don't think you're listening to me. Or to the magic. So I'm going to make my first decree." The air in the room seemed to thicken with anticipation. Even Fudge fell silent, perhaps sensing the shift in magical energies. "I, Harry James Potter, rightful owner of the Ministry of Magic," Harry continued, the words coming to him as if from a forgotten memory, "declare that I will reside in the Founder's apartments until I decide otherwise. I will be under the protection and guardianship of the ministry itself, with Madame Amelia Bones as my appointed human guardian." The golden threads connecting Harry to the building flared brilliantly, spreading outward in a wave that passed through everyone present. The very foundations of the ministry seemed to hum with approval. Furthermore, Harry added, surprising even himself with his boldness, "No one may enter these apartments without my explicit permission. Not even the Minister for Magic." The magic surged, sealing his decree. Fudge's face flushed deep red, but before he could protest, the doors to the apartment swung open of their own accord, a clear dismissal of those not welcomed by the new master of the ministry. "This is outrageous," Fudge spluttered. "You cannot simply, I believe he just did, Minister," Amelia interrupted calmly. "And the ministry has confirmed his authority to do so. I suggest we adjourn to discuss the implications with the Wisengamot." Fudge looked as though he might explode, but years of political instinct prevailed. With a tight nod, he strode from the apartment, followed by his entourage of aides and officials. Amelia remained behind, regarding Harry with a mixture of concern and respect. "That was quite impressive, Mr. Potter," she said. "But also potentially problematic. You've made some powerful enemies today." Harry nodded, suddenly exhausted by the day's events. "I know. But I couldn't let him treat me like the Dursleys did, like I don't matter. Like what I think or feel doesn't count." Amelia's expression softened. "I understand. And I'm honored by your trust in naming me your guardian, though I should warn you that my job keeps me very busy." "You're the only one who treated me like a person, not a problem," Harry said simply. "And I think the ministry trusts you too." As if in confirmation, a door opened off the study, revealing a modest but elegant suite of rooms. "Guardian's quarters," Harry guessed. "See? The ministry agrees with me." Amelia laughed softly. "It seems so. Very well, Mr. Potter. I accept the responsibility, at least temporarily. We'll need to sort out many details, your education, security arrangements, the legal implications of your ownership, but those can wait until tomorrow." Harry nodded gratefully, the exhaustion of the extraordinary day finally catching up with him. He was 6 years old, after all, and had just experienced more magic, emotion, and upheaval than most wizards faced in a lifetime. "I think I'd like to rest now," he said quietly. "Of course." Amelia gestured toward the master bedroom. "I'll have proper meals arranged and some suitable clothing brought for you. Is there anything else you need immediately?" Harry thought for a moment, then shook his head. "Just, don't let them take this away from me. Please." The vulnerability in his voice reminded Amelia sharply of his age and circumstances. This wasn't just about magical inheritance or political power, it was about a neglected boy who had finally found something that belonged to him. "I won't," she promised. "Rest now. Things will look clearer in the morning." As Amelia left to make arrangements, Harry wandered back to the master bedroom. The four-poster bed looked impossibly grand, but as he approached, it shimmered and transformed into a smaller, cozier version perfect for a 6-year-old boy. Smiling, Harry whispered, "Thank you," to the room, to the ministry, and climbed into the first real bed he could call his own. As sleep claimed him, the magic of the ministry settled around him like a protective cloak. For the first time in his young life, Harry Potter felt truly safe. And throughout the vast building below, the ancient magic stirred fully awake after centuries of dormancy. The ministry had found its true master at last. Chapter 2, Corridors of Power. Harry woke to sunlight streaming through enchanted windows that somehow knew exactly how much morning brightness a 6-year-old boy would find pleasant. For a disorienting moment, he expected to see the underside of the Dursleys' staircase. Instead, emerald green silk sheets and the ornate canopy of his four-poster bed greeted him. Yesterday hadn't been a dream after all. He sat up, glasses somehow perfectly placed on the nightstand beside him. As his feet touched the plush carpet, he noticed fresh clothes laid out on a nearby chair, not Dudley's oversized hand-me-downs, but garments sized perfectly for him. "Hello," he called tentatively. "Is anyone here?" A soft pop announced the arrival of a creature Harry had never seen before, knee-high with enormous eyes and bat-like ears, wearing what appeared to be a tea towel emblazoned with a stylized M. "Good morning, Master Potter," the creature squeaked, bowing low. "Mitzi is being your personal house elf. The ministry has assigned Mitzi to care for the master's needs." Harry blinked. Hello Mitzi. What's a house elf?" We is magical servants, Master Potter. Mitzi has been sleeping in the ministry for many years, waiting for the true owner to return. The little elf's eyes welled with tears of apparent joy. And now Master Potter is here. Mitzi has prepared breakfast in the dining room when Master is ready. Still processing this new development, Harry nodded. Thank you, Mitzi. And please just call me Harry. The elf looked scandalized. Oh no, sir. That would not be proper. Mitzi could never. She twisted her ears anxiously before brightening. Would Master Harry be acceptable? Harry smiled at the compromise. That works fine, Mitzi. After washing and dressing in clothes that fit properly for the first time in his memory, Harry explored his new home. In daylight, the founder's apartment seemed even more impressive. Entire walls were dedicated to moving portraits of people who introduced themselves as Potter ancestors. Shelves held curious magical objects that hummed with energy. The dining room featured a table that had adjusted itself to a size appropriate for a small boy rather than the grand banquet setting he'd seen yesterday. A proper breakfast awaited, not just the scraps he'd been allowed at the Dursleys, but a full English breakfast with toast, eggs, sausages, and even a small pot of chocolate. Harry ate slowly, savoring each bite, half expecting Vernon to appear and snatch it away. A gentle knock at the main doors interrupted his meal. Mitzi appeared instantly, looking to Harry for instruction. Should Mitzi see who is disturbing Master Harry's breakfast? Harry nodded, suddenly nervous about facing the outside world again. Yesterday's confrontation with Minister Fudge seemed much braver in hindsight than he'd felt at the time. Moments later, Amelia Bones entered, her formal robes replaced by more practical attire, though she maintained the air of authority Harry had found reassuring. Good morning, Mr. Potter. I hope you slept well. Yes, thank you, Harry replied, gesturing to the seat across from him. Would you like some breakfast? There's way too much for just me. Amelia smiled and joined him. Thank you. I've actually been in meetings since dawn, so this is most welcome. She accepted a cup of tea from the eager Mitzi. I see you've met the ministry elves. They've been quite excited since your arrival. Harry nodded. Mitzi says she was waiting for the true owner to return. That's me, I guess, though it still doesn't feel real. Understandable. Your life has changed completely in less than a day. Amelia took a sip of her tea. Which brings me to our agenda for today. There are several matters that require immediate attention. Harry set down his fork, his appetite diminishing at the serious tone. Am I in trouble? Amelia's expression softened. Not at all. But your emergence has created quite a stir in our world. The Prophet, our newspaper, somehow got wind of your arrival, and this morning's headline reads, Boy Who Lived Claims Ownership of Ministry. Minister Fudge is in damage control mode, and several prominent families are demanding audiences with you. The boy who lived? Harry repeated, confused. What does that mean? Amelia's teacup paused halfway to her lips. You don't know. At Harry's blank look, she carefully set her cup down. Mr. Potter, Harry, what exactly do you know about your parents? About how they died? Harry frowned. Aunt Petunia said they died in a car crash. That's how I got this. He pointed to the lightning scar on his forehead. She said my dad was drunk. The temperature in the room seemed to drop several degrees. Amelia's expression hardened in a way that reminded Harry of yesterday when she'd stopped Uncle Vernon from charging at him. That, she said with carefully controlled anger, is a despicable lie. Your parents were heroes, Harry. They died protecting you from one of the most terrible dark wizards in history. Harry's world tilted again. My parents were wizards. Like you. Your father was a wizard, and your mother was one of the most brilliant witches of her generation. They fought against a dark wizard called Voldemort during a terrible magical war. On Halloween night in 1981, Voldemort came to your home in Godric's Hollow and murdered your parents. Harry sat very still, trying to process this information. Why? That's complicated. There was a prophecy involved, according to some sources. What we know for certain is that after killing your parents, Voldemort tried to kill you too. Harry's hand unconsciously moved to his scar. Yes, Amelia confirmed. That's no ordinary scar. When Voldemort cast the killing curse at you, a curse that had never failed to kill, something extraordinary happened. The curse rebounded, destroying Voldemort instead, and leaving you with only that mark. That's why people call you the boy who lived. You're the only person in history to survive that curse. Harry stared at his plate, appetite completely gone now. So I'm famous? For something I can't even remember. I'm afraid so. And now, with this development regarding your ownership of the ministry, your celebrity has only increased. Amelia regarded him with sympathy. I understand this is overwhelming, Harry. But I believe you have the right to know the truth, especially as you'll be facing questions about it. Harry nodded slowly, still processing. Thank you for telling me. The Dursleys never would have. He looked up with sudden intensity. Do you know why I was sent to live with them? If my parents were famous heroes, why did I end up in a cupboard under the stairs with people who hated magic? Amelia's expression darkened further. That is something I intend to investigate thoroughly. The official record states you were placed with your mother's sister as your closest living relative, but the details are sealed by the chief warlock of the Wizengamot, Albus Dumbledore. Dumbledore? I saw that name on my letter from Hogwarts, Harry said, remembering the educational brochures Amelia had provided yesterday. Yes, he's the headmaster of Hogwarts as well. A very powerful and influential wizard. Amelia seemed to choose her next words carefully. I expect we'll be hearing from him soon regarding your new situation. Harry considered this, then straightened his shoulders with determination beyond his years. What do I need to do today? Amelia smiled slightly at his resolve. First, we should continue your wizarding education. You need to understand the basics of our world and government if you're to navigate it effectively. Then, I believe we should address some of the more pressing inquiries about your status. And I'd like to learn more about my family, Harry added. The portrait said they could tell me about the Potters. An excellent idea. Family magic is powerful and could help you understand your connection to the ministry. Amelia checked her watch. I've arranged for a trusted colleague to give you a tour of the ministry this morning. Arthur Weasley heads the Misuse of Muggle Artifacts office. He's an expert on the non-magical world and can explain how our worlds intersect. As if on cue, another knock sounded at the doors. This time, Mitzi announced, a Mr. Weasley is asking to see Master Harry, miss. Upon Harry's nod, a tall, thin man with thinning red hair and patched robes entered. Despite his somewhat shabby appearance, he carried himself with cheerful dignity. Arthur, Amelia greeted him. Thank you for coming. This is Harry Potter. Arthur Weasley's face lit up with genuine warmth. A pleasure to meet you, Mr. Potter. Extraordinary circumstances, aren't they? I must say, you've given old Fudge quite the conniption. He extended his hand to Harry, treating him like a person rather than a curiosity or problem. Harry immediately liked the man. Nice to meet you too, Mr. Weasley. And please call me Harry. Only if you'll call me Arthur, he replied with a wink. I understand I'm to give you the grand tour today. Yes, that would be wonderful, Harry said. I only saw a little bit yesterday. Excellent. The ministry is a fascinating place, been working here 20 years and still discover new corridors occasionally. Arthur turned to Amelia. Any particular restrictions or areas to avoid? Use your judgment, Arthur. Security is on high alert after yesterday's events, but as the recognized owner, Harry technically has access to every department. She turned to Harry. I have meetings until midday, but I'll join you for lunch if that's agreeable. Harry nodded, suddenly excited at the prospect of exploring his new property. Home. Kingdom. He wasn't sure what to call it yet. One more thing, Amelia added, reaching into her robes. This arrived for you this morning. She handed Harry a small, velvet box. It's been verified for magical traps or curses, it's clean. Harry opened the box to reveal a signet ring bearing the same crest he'd seen on the will, the Potter family crest. This was recovered from your family vault, Amelia explained. As the last Potter and now the confirmed heir, it's rightfully yours. It carries certain magical properties that may prove useful. Harry slipped the ring onto his right hand. It was much too large initially, but then shimmered and resized perfectly to fit his small finger. A warm sensation, similar to what he'd felt when touching the parchment, spread up his arm. It recognizes you, Arthur said with quiet awe. Family magic is some of the oldest and most powerful we know. Harry stared at the ring, feeling another connection to the parents he couldn't remember. Thank you, he said softly to Amelia. She nodded. I'll leave you in Arthur's capable hands. Remember, Harry, you're the owner, but you're also still learning. Don't be afraid to ask questions or say you need time to consider matters. With that advice, she departed for her meetings, leaving Harry with his new guide. Well then, Arthur said cheerfully, shall we begin our expedition? The Ministry of Magic, Harry quickly learned, was far larger and more complex than he had imagined. The main atrium, which he'd only glimpsed yesterday, bustled with witches and wizards going about their business. Many stopped and stared as Harry passed, whispers following in his wake. Pay them no mind, Arthur advised. People have been trading rumors since yesterday's excitement. Best to just keep moving. They took the golden elevators down to level 2, where Arthur's office was located. Department of Magical Law Enforcement, he explained. Largest department in the ministry. Handles everything from magical policing to improper use of magic. As they walked the corridors, Arthur introduced Harry to the concept of magical government, the various departments, how laws were passed through the Wizengamot, and the role of the minister. So Minister Fudge is like the Prime Minister? Harry asked, remembering what he'd learned in primary school. Similar, though our system is a bit more medieval in some ways, Arthur admitted. The Wizengamot combines elements of a parliament, a House of Lords, and a High Court. Old families have hereditary seats, while others are appointed based on merit or political connections. As they turned a corner, they nearly collided with a tall black man in deep blue robes who was studying a file while walking. Ah, Kingsley! Arthur exclaimed. Perfect timing. Harry, this is Auror Kingsley Shacklebolt, one of our finest magical law enforcement officers. Kingsley, I'm sure you know who this is. The man called Kingsley regarded Harry with a calm, assessing gaze before offering a polite bow. Mr. Potter. An honor to meet you. Your arrival has caused quite the stir in our department. What's an Auror? Harry asked. We're the elite magical police force, Kingsley explained in a deep, reassuring voice. We handle dark wizards, magical crimes, and security for important officials. He smiled slightly. Including, I suspect, security for you now. Is that necessary? Harry asked, uncomfortable with the thought of bodyguards. Kingsley and Arthur exchanged glances. Given your unique position, it would be prudent, Kingsley said diplomatically. Not everyone is pleased with the current situation. Harry nodded, understanding the implied concern. It's nice to meet you, Mr. Shacklebolt. Likewise, Mr. Potter. Kingsley's gaze flickered to the ring on Harry's hand, then back to his face. If you'll excuse me, I have a meeting with Madam Bones. Perhaps we'll speak more later. As Kingsley continued down the hall, Arthur guided Harry toward the elevators again. Good man, Shacklebolt. Trustworthy, which isn't always a given in these corridors. They descended to level 4, home to the Department for the Regulation and Control of Magical Creatures. My wife's brother works in the Dragon Research Division, Arthur commented as they passed offices with moving photographs of various magical beings. A small commotion near the elevator caught their attention. A wizard was arguing heatedly with a half-human, half-horse being. Centaur Liaison Office, Arthur murmured. Always tense relations there. The centaur noticed Harry and fell silent mid-sentence, eyes widening. He performed an elaborate bow, front legs bending gracefully. The stars spoke true, the centaur said cryptically. The air returns at the turning of the age. Mars is bright in your orbit, young Potter. Before Harry could respond, Arthur gently steered him past. Centaurs are highly skilled at divination, but their pronouncements can be rather obscure, he explained once they were out of earshot. What did he mean about Mars? Harry asked. Mars is the planet of war in many traditions, Arthur said thoughtfully. But centaur astronomy is complicated. They see patterns we humans often miss. They continued their tour, visiting the Department of International Magical Cooperation, bit of a shambles since Crouch's retirement, the Department of Magical Accidents and Catastrophes, busiest at Christmas and New Year's, predictably, and finally arriving at Arthur's own domain, the Misuse of Muggle Artifacts office. Harry was surprised to find it was barely larger than his cupboard had been at Privet Drive. Crammed inside were 2 desks, filing cabinets stuffed to bursting, and shelves lined with confiscated items, everything from toasters to telephones. Not exactly the grand accommodations you might expect, Arthur said with a self-deprecating smile. But we do important work, keeping magical objects from falling into Muggle hands. What's that? Harry asked, pointing to what appeared to be an ordinary rubber duck sitting on Arthur's desk. Arthur's face lit up. Ah! Fascinating Muggle invention. Still trying to determine exactly what function it serves. Do you know? Harry couldn't help but smile. It's a toy for bath time. It just floats in the water. Really? No other purpose? Arthur seemed both disappointed and intrigued. Extraordinary. The ingenuity of Muggles never ceases to amaze me. Harry was about to ask about other items when a ministry memo, folded in the shape of a paper airplane, zoomed into the office and landed on Arthur's desk. He unfolded it, his expression growing serious. Change of plans, Harry. We're needed in the minister's office. He checked his worn watch. Nearly lunchtime anyway. Shall we head up? Harry felt a flutter of anxiety but nodded. His second confrontation with Fudge was inevitable, he supposed. As they made their way back to the elevators, Harry noticed people's reactions to him had intensified. Some wizards openly pointed or whispered behind their hands. Others nodded respectfully or even bowed. A few looked distinctly unhappy to see him. Why is everyone staring so much? Harry asked quietly. Arthur sighed. The morning edition of the Prophet ran quite the story about you. Rita Skeeter, bit of a sensationalist reporter, wrote that you're planning to revolutionize the ministry and reclaim your birthright. Complete rubbish, of course, but people are speculating wildly. The elevator ascended to level 1, the minister's floor. As they exited, Harry immediately sensed the difference in atmosphere. Everything here spoke of power and prestige, rich woods, elegant furnishings, hushed voices, and deferential assistance. Amelia Bones was waiting outside the minister's office, her expression carefully neutral. Ah, Harry, Arthur. Thank you for coming promptly. What's this about? Arthur asked. The minister has called an emergency meeting regarding Mr. Potter's status. Several, interested parties, have requested to be present. She bent slightly to address Harry directly. Remember what I told you this morning. You don't have to make any immediate decisions. Harry nodded, squaring his small shoulders. The signet ring on his finger seemed to warm encouragingly. The minister's office was larger than Harry expected, dominated by an enormous desk and filled with various important-looking witches and wizards. Cornelius Fudge sat behind the desk, looking harried but attempting to project authority. Beside him stood a toad-like woman dressed entirely in pink, whose saccharine smile didn't reach her cold eyes. But what immediately drew Harry's attention was the tall, aristocratic man with long platinum blonde hair and a walking stick topped with a silver snake head. Something about him set off warning signals in Harry's mind. He reminded Harry of the way Uncle Vernon looked when contemplating particularly unpleasant punishments. "Ah, Mr. Potter, so good of you to join us," Fudge said with forced joviality. "I believe you know most of those present, but allow me to introduce Dolores Umbridge, my senior undersecretary, and Lucius Malfoy, one of our most esteemed Wisengamot members and school governors." Harry nodded politely but said nothing, taking the seat Amelia indicated beside her. "We've called this meeting," Fudge continued, "to address the unusual situation regarding Mr. Potter's claim to ministry ownership. After consultation with legal experts, we believe we found a suitable arrangement that honors the historical document while maintaining proper governmental function." Lucius Malfoy stepped forward, his voice smooth and cultured. "Mr. Potter, it's a pleasure to finally meet you. Your sudden appearance has caused quite a sensation." His cold gray eyes assessed Harry like a snake might regard a particularly interesting mouse. "As someone with extensive experience in both wizarding law and the guardianship of magical children, I've offered my services to the minister in this delicate matter." Harry glanced at Amelia, whose slight headshake warned him to be cautious. "Thank you, Mr. Malfoy," Harry said carefully. "But I'm not sure what services you mean." Malfoy smiled thinly. "Naturally, a child of 6 cannot be expected to manage property of this magnitude, let alone make decisions affecting our entire government. What you need is a proper magical guardian to oversee your interests until you reach maturity." "I believe that role has already been filled," Amelia interjected smoothly. "Mr. Potter has named me as his guardian, and the ministry's magic has acknowledged this arrangement." The toad-like woman, Umbridge, gave a little cough. "Hem. While we appreciate your willingness to serve, Madam Bones, your duties as head of the DMLE surely leave you little time for proper guardianship. The minister feels that someone with Mr. Malfoy's resources and standing would be more appropriate." Harry felt a chill run down his spine. Something told him that falling under Malfoy's guardianship would be very bad indeed. "I believe," Harry said quietly but clearly, "that I've already made my choice. The ministry agreed with me." Fudge leaned forward. Yes, about that, my boy. While this magical connection you seem to have established with the building is fascinating, it hardly constitutes legal grounds for guardianship arrangements. The Wisengamot has clear protocols for orphaned magical children of your prominence." Harry felt his temper rising. Once again, adults were talking about him as if he weren't present, making decisions about his life without his input, exactly what the Dursleys had always done. "Minister," he said, more firmly this time, "I'm sitting right here. Please don't talk about me as if I'm not." The room fell silent. Fudge looked taken aback, Umbridge's face tightened with displeasure, and Lucius Malfoy's eyes narrowed dangerously. Arthur Weasley cleared his throat. "The lad has a point, Minister. And legally speaking, given the magical covenant established yesterday, traditional guardianship laws may not apply in this unique case." "Really, Weasley," Lucius drawled, "I wasn't aware that your expertise extended to magical inheritance law. Perhaps you should stick to your rubber ducks and toasting devices." Arthur flushed but maintained his composure. "I may not be a legal expert, Mr. Malfoy, but I do recognize when someone is overreaching their authority." The tension in the room ratcheted higher. Harry felt the ring on his finger grow warmer, and beneath his feet, he sensed a subtle vibration, the ministry itself responding to his emotional state. Amelia placed a calming hand on Harry's shoulder. "Perhaps we should ask Mr. Potter what he thinks about these proposed arrangements." All eyes turned to Harry. He took a deep breath, remembering Hardwin Potter's message from the pensieve, "Trust few until you understand many." "I appreciate everyone's concern," he said carefully, "but I've already made my decision. Madam Bones is my guardian." The ministry acknowledged it. I trust her. He looked directly at Lucius Malfoy. I don't know you, Mr. Malfoy. I don't understand why you want to be my guardian when we've never even met before today. Malfoy's expression hardened momentarily before smoothing into a practiced smile. Merely offering assistance in a difficult situation, Mr. Potter. The wizarding world takes care of its own, particularly its more celebrated members. That's very kind, Harry replied, not believing it for a second, but I'm happy with the current arrangement. Fudge exchanged glances with Umbridge. Well, this is highly irregular, but perhaps a compromise, Minister, Amelia interrupted firmly, the matter is settled. Unless you wish to challenge the magical covenant that has been established, which, I remind you, caused quite the spectacular display yesterday, I suggest we move on to more productive discussions. Fudge's face reddened, but he evidently remembered the magical phenomenon that had recognized Harry's claim. Very well. For now. But the Wizengamot will need to review this situation formally. Of course, Amelia agreed smoothly. Due process should be observed. She stood. Now, if there's nothing else urgent, Mr. Potter has a full schedule of orientation activities today. Sensing dismissal, several of the unnamed officials began gathering their notes. Lucius Malfoy, however, remained in place, his cold gaze fixed on Harry. A word of advice, Mr. Potter, he said softly. Even owners must respect traditions and hierarchies. Our world functions through careful balance of old powers. A wise young wizard would seek allies among the right families. Harry met his gaze steadily. Thank you for the advice, Mr. Malfoy. I'm learning about wizarding traditions as quickly as I can. See that you do, Malfoy replied, a hint of threat underlying his cultured tone. With a slight nod to Fudge, he swept from the room, his expensive robes billowing behind him. Once outside the minister's office, Amelia led Harry and Arthur to a small, private conference room. That, she said when the door closed behind them, was your first lesson in wizarding politics. Lucius Malfoy is dangerous, Harry. He was a follower of Voldemort during the war, though he claimed to be under magical coercion and was never convicted. He wants to control me, Harry stated simply. It wasn't a question. Yes. Your status as both the boy who lived and now the ministry owner makes you tremendously influential, despite your age. Controlling you would give Malfoy unprecedented power. Why does Fudge listen to him? Harry asked. Arthur snorted. Malfoy's generous donations to various causes, including Fudge's campaign fund, by considerable influence. Corruption, Harry said, remembering a word he'd heard on the news. Precisely, Amelia confirmed. Though we'd be hard-pressed to prove it. A knock at the door interrupted them. A young witch entered carrying a tray of sandwiches and pumpkin juice. Lunch, as requested, Madam Bones. Thank you, Susan, Amelia said. After the witch left, she explained to Harry, my niece. She's interning at the ministry this summer, about 5 years older than you. As they ate, Harry reflected on the meeting. Mr. Malfoy won't give up, will he? No, Amelia confirmed. This was merely his opening move. He'll try other approaches. I need to learn more, Harry decided. About the ministry, about magic, about who I can trust. A wise approach, Amelia approved. After lunch, I suggest we visit the ministry archives. If you're to understand what you've inherited, you should know its history, the real history, not just the official version. The ministry archives occupied a vast, cathedral-like space on level 3. Endless shelves of records, scrolls, books, and magical recording devices stretched in all directions. Ancient preservation charms kept the oldest documents intact, while self-updating quills recorded new ministry business in real time. Most ministry employees never visit here, Amelia explained as she led Harry through the stacks. But as head of the DMLE, I have clearance for nearly all sections. The elderly witch managing the archives, Madame Dunthorpe, nearly fell off her stool when Harry entered. After examining his signet ring, however, her demeanor changed dramatically. "The heir of Potter," she whispered reverently. "After all these years. The archive has been waiting for you, young sir." "Waiting for me?" Harry asked, puzzled. "How?" Instead of answering directly, Madame Dunthorpe led them to a section cordoned off by shimmering magical barriers. The Founder's records. Sealed to all but those with direct authorization from the minister or. She eyed Harry meaningfully, the true owner. Harry approached the barrier. Without conscious thought, he raised his hand with the signet ring. The magical barrier recognized him immediately, dissolving to grant him passage. "Remarkable," Amelia murmured. "Those wards have repelled our most skilled curse-breakers for generations." Inside the restricted section, Harry found shelves containing the oldest records of the ministry's creation. Hardbound volumes embossed with the Potter crest stood alongside scrolls bearing the seals of other founding families, Shacklebolt, Abbott, Longbottom, and more. These contain the true history of how the ministry was established, Madame Dunthorpe explained. Not the sanitized version taught at Hogwarts. Harry pulled out a volume titled The Covenant of Governance and opened it carefully. The pages were filled with handwritten notes, diagrams of the ministry's construction, and magical contracts signed in blood. "The ministry was created during a time of great turmoil," Amelia explained, examining the documents over Harry's shoulder. The international statute of secrecy had just been implemented, forcing the magical world into hiding from Muggles. Our community needed centralized governance for the first time. Hardwin Potter donated the land and much of the gold, Madame Dunthorpe added. But he was wise enough to include provisions ensuring his family maintained ultimate authority, in case the government ever became corrupt or strayed from its purpose. Harry nodded slowly, remembering the pensive message. That's what he meant about the failsafe. As they examined more records, a pattern emerged. Over generations, the Potter family's role had been deliberately minimized in official histories. Amendments to governance documents had been made without proper authorization. The magical covenant remained intact, but had been buried under layers of bureaucracy and secrecy. Someone wanted people to forget, Harry said, closing a volume from the early 1800s. They wanted everyone to think the ministry had always been independent. "Knowledge is power," Amelia agreed. "And those in power often prefer to control knowledge." Harry moved deeper into the restricted section, drawn to a cabinet that seemed to hum with magic. Inside, he found files labeled with familiar names: Potter, Black, Longbottom, Malfoy. One file in particular caught his eye: Potter, James and Lily, Incident Report, October 31, 1981. With trembling hands, Harry pulled out the file. It contained the official ministry report on his parents' murder and Voldemort's defeat. As he read, however, he noticed strange inconsistencies, sections blacked out, annotations in different handwriting, and pages clearly removed. "This has been altered," he said, showing Amelia. She examined the file with a frown. "You're right. This isn't how official records should appear." She turned to Madame Dunthorpe. "Who has accessed this file?" The archivist consulted a magical ledger. According to this, the file was last modified by Minister Bagnold and Albus Dumbledore, November 1981. A note indicates national security concerns. What are they hiding? Harry wondered, staring at the redacted sections. The details of why Voldemort had targeted his family specifically were conspicuously absent. "I don't know," Amelia admitted. "But as ministry owner, you likely have the authority to unseal these records." Harry was about to respond when a chime sounded throughout the archives. "Security alert," Amelia explained, instantly alert. "Something's happening upstairs." They hurried back through the stacks toward the exit. As they reached the main desk, a silvery lynx appeared, a translucent, ghost-like animal that spoke with Kingsley Shacklebolt's voice. "Intruder alert on level 1. All Aurors report. Bones, secure the Potter boy immediately." The magical message dissolved. Amelia drew her wand, her expression hardening into that of the professional law enforcement officer Harry had glimpsed yesterday. Stay close to me, Harry. Madam Dunthorpe, secure the archives. No one enters without my personal authorization. They moved swiftly through corridors now flashing with magical warning lights. Ministry employees hurried in the opposite direction, some looking frightened, others merely annoyed by the disruption. What's happening? Harry asked, struggling to keep up with Amelia's longer strides. Unknown, she replied tersely. But any security breach with you in the building is concerning. They reached the elevators, but instead of calling one, Amelia tapped her wand in a complex pattern on a nearby wall panel. A hidden door slid open, revealing a narrow stairwell. Emergency access, she explained. Safer than elevators during a security situation. They climbed rapidly, emerging near the minister's office on level 1. The scene was chaotic. Aurors with wands drawn formed a perimeter around the minister's personal office, while medical personnel attended to someone on the floor. Kingsley spotted them and hurried over. Madam Bones, Mr. Potter. Good, you're safe. Report, Amelia demanded. Minister's assistant attacked Minister Fudge, Kingsley explained in low tones. Attempted the killing curse but missed. Hit a portrait instead. We've subdued the perpetrator. Harry peered around them to see a young wizard in ministry robes being restrained by Aurors. The man's eyes had a strange, glassy quality. Imperious curse, we think, Kingsley continued, noting Harry's gaze. Preliminary questioning suggests he has no memory of the attack. And Fudge? Shaken but unharmed. Umbridge is with him now. Kingsley hesitated. There's something else. The assailant had this in his pocket. He handed Amelia a folded piece of parchment. She opened it, her expression darkening as she read. Without comment, she showed it to Harry. The boy must not gain control. The ministry belongs to the rightful powers. Potter bloodline ends now. Harry felt a chill run down his spine. They meant to kill me, not Fudge. It appears so, Amelia agreed grimly. The assistant likely became confused about his target after being imperiused. Who would do this? Harry asked. Any number of people who'd prefer the status quo, Kingsley said. Old families who benefit from the current power structure, former Death Eaters, Malfoy, Harry interrupted. He was just here, trying to become my guardian. Amelia and Kingsley exchanged looks. It's certainly suspicious timing, Amelia acknowledged. But Lucius is too clever to leave such an obvious trail. We'll need evidence. At that moment, Minister Fudge emerged from his office, supported by Umbridge. His normally florid face was pale, his lime-green bowler crushed in his trembling hands. Bones! There you are. And the Potter boy too. Good, good. Terrible business, this. Terrible. Who would dare attack the minister in his own office? We're investigating, Minister, Amelia assured him. The perpetrator appears to have been under the Imperius curse. Imperius? Here in the ministry. Impossible. Our security has clearly been breached, Amelia finished firmly. I recommend full security protocols, Minister. And perhaps Mr. Potter should return to the Founder's apartments until we've secured the building. Fudge's gaze darted to Harry, then back to Amelia. Yes, quite right. Can't have anything happening to the boy, can we? Bad enough they tried to kill me. Harry noticed how quickly Fudge accepted that he had been the intended target, not Harry. Either the minister was remarkably self-centered, or he wanted to avoid acknowledging the darker implications. As Kingsley escorted them toward the hidden stairway, Harry felt the ring on his finger grow almost uncomfortably hot. The floor beneath them gave a subtle tremor. What was that? Kingsley asked sharply. Harry concentrated on the sensation. It reminded him of yesterday, when the ministry had responded to his claim of ownership. But this felt different, less welcoming, more warning. I think the ministry is trying to tell me something, he said uncertainly. Something about, below. Amelia and Kingsley exchanged alarmed glances. The Department of Mysteries, Kingsley murmured. Level 9. What's down there? Harry asked. Research into the most profound mysteries of magic, Amelia explained. Time, death, thought, love, and prophecies. And it's responding to Harry? Kingsley asked skeptically. Harry closed his eyes, focusing on the strange sensations. Something down there feels connected to me. Like it's pulling on the same magic that links me to the ministry. The unspeakables monitor level 9 continuously, Amelia said thoughtfully. If there's unusual magical activity, they would. She was interrupted by another Patronus messenger, this one in the form of a raven. Urgent, unprecedented magical surge in Hall of Prophecy. All unspeakables report immediately. Security breach suspected. Not a coincidence, Kingsley stated. No, Amelia agreed. But we can't take Harry down there now, not with an assassin still potentially at large. Harry felt torn between curiosity about what was calling to him and the very real fear of another attack. Before he could voice an opinion, however, the decision was made for them. The magical alarm that had been sounding suddenly intensified, and new announcements echoed through the corridors. Security lockdown initiated. All personnel remain at current locations. Intruder containment protocols active. Throughout the ministry, doors began sealing themselves. The hidden stairway entrance slid shut despite Kingsley's attempts to keep it open. We're sealed in, he reported grimly. Standard procedure during a suspected infiltration, prevents perpetrators from escaping, but also limits movement for everyone else. How long will it last? Harry asked. Until the all-clear is given, which requires verification that all intruders have been apprehended. Amelia looked concerned. That could be hours, depending on how thoroughly they sweep the building. So we're stuck on level 1. Harry clarified. For the moment, yes. Harry considered this, then had an idea. What if I could get us out? The ministry responds to me, right? Maybe I can ask it to let us through. Amelia looked skeptical. The security systems are extremely complex magical constructs, Harry. I'm not sure even the owner can override them during lockdown. Worth trying though, isn't it? Harry approached the sealed stairway entrance, placing his hand with the signet ring against the wall. Closing his eyes, he concentrated on communicating his intent. We need safe passage. Please open for us. For a moment, nothing happened. Then the signet ring glowed brightly, and the outline of the door reappeared, glowing with the same golden light that had accompanied his claim yesterday. The door slid open. Extraordinary, Kingsley breathed. The ministry recognizes its master, Amelia said, echoing the magical proclamation from yesterday. But where should we go? The founder's apartments would be safest, but that means crossing the atrium. Harry hesitated, torn between security and his growing curiosity about what was calling to him from below. The ring pulsed again, seemingly guiding his decision. I think we need to go down, he said finally. To level 9. Whatever's happening there is connected to all this somehow. I can feel it. Amelia and Kingsley exchanged concerned glances. It could be a trap, Kingsley warned. Or it could be information we desperately need, Amelia countered. She studied Harry for a moment. The ministry's magic seems to be guiding you, and that magic is ancient and powerful. I'm inclined to trust it, and you. Her faith bolstered Harry's confidence. Then let's go. The ministry will protect us. As they descended the stairwell, bypassing sealed doors on each level with Harry's touch, he tried to process everything that had happened in the past 24 hours. Yesterday morning, he'd been a neglected child in a cupboard. Now he was the owner of a magical government building, the target of assassins, and being guided by centuries-old magic towards some unknown revelation. The steps ended at level 9, a plain black door that hummed with powerful protective enchantments. Unlike the others, this one didn't immediately respond to Harry's touch. The Department of Mysteries has its own security, Amelia explained. Even the minister doesn't have unrestricted access. Harry pressed the signet ring against the door, concentrating harder. The ring glowed brighter than before, and slowly, reluctantly, the door's enchantments yielded. It swung open to reveal a circular room with identical black doors all around. As they entered, the wall began to rotate, the doors blurring into a continuous black band. Anti-intruder measure, Kingsley explained. Prevents unauthorized visitors from finding their way. When the spinning stopped, they faced a dozen identical doors. Harry felt momentarily overwhelmed until the ring pulsed again, subtly guiding his attention to one door in particular. That one, he said, pointing. The door opened into a vast, cathedral-like room filled with towering shelves holding small glass orbs. Each orb emitted a faint, silvery light. The room stretched farther than Harry could see, the shelves numbered and organized in some complex system. The Hall of Prophecy, Amelia whispered. Every prophecy ever made and recorded by the Ministry is stored here. Prophecies? Like, predictions about the future? Yes, but true prophecies are rare and often cryptic. They're stored here for study and safekeeping. As they moved cautiously through the hall, Harry felt the magical pull growing stronger. The ring guided him down row after row, deeper into the vast chamber, until they reached a shelf marked with a small plaque, 1980 to 1981. And there, on the shelf at exactly Harry's eye level, was a glass orb glowing brighter than the others. A yellowed label beneath it read, SPT to APWBD Dark Lord and Harry Potter, that's my name, Harry said unnecessarily, reaching toward the glowing orb. Wait. Amelia cautioned. Prophecies can only be retrieved by those they concern. Anyone else would be driven mad. But if this prophecy is about you. Harry's fingers closed around the glass sphere. Instead of the burning pain he half expected, the orb felt warm and somehow right in his hand. As he lifted it from the shelf, the glow intensified. A wispy figure formed above the orb, a thin woman with enormous glasses and a shawl, speaking in a harsh, raspy voice unlike her own, the one with the power to vanquish the Dark Lord approaches. Born to those who have thrice defied him, born as the 7th month dies. And the Dark Lord will mark him as his equal, but he will have power the Dark Lord knows not. And either must die at the hand of the other, for neither can live while the other survives. The one with the power to vanquish the Dark Lord will be born as the 7th month dies. The figure dissipated, leaving the three of them in stunned silence. A prophecy about you and Voldemort, Kingsley finally said. That explains a great deal. Harry stared at the orb, trying to comprehend the implications. This is why he came after me. Because of this prediction? It would appear so, Amelia confirmed, her expression grave. And it suggests. Harry, this prophecy implies Voldemort isn't truly gone. Neither can live while the other survives suggests a continuing conflict. But he died when he tried to kill me, Harry said. That's what you told me. His body was destroyed, Amelia clarified. But some have theorized that he found ways to prevent true death. Dark, forbidden magic. Harry looked back at the orb, the prophecy echoing in his mind. I'm supposed to defeat him. I'm 6. Prophecies often unfold over time, Kingsley said gently. This may not come to pass for many years. But people know about it, Harry realized. That's why my parents were targeted. That's why someone tried to kill me today. They know about this prophecy. Before either adult could respond, a cold voice spoke from behind them. How astute, Mr. Potter. Perhaps you're more like your troublesome father than appearances suggest. They spun to find Lucius Malfoy standing at the end of the row, wand drawn and pointed directly at Harry. Behind him stood two masked figures in black robes. Death Eaters, Kingsley hissed, his own wand already raised. Such an inflammatory term, Malfoy drawled. I prefer to think of us as, traditionalists. Preserving the proper order of our world. Amelia pushed Harry behind her. This is a remarkably poor decision, Lucius. Attacking a child in the Department of Mysteries, during a ministry lockdown. Even your gold won't shield you from Azkaban this time. Attacking? My dear Madam Bones, you misunderstand. We're simply retrieving a dangerous magical artifact that the boy took without authorization. If accidents occur in the process. He shrugged elegantly. The Department of Mysteries is notoriously hazardous. Harry clutched the prophecy orb tightly, mind racing. This was the man who had tried to become his guardian hours ago, now openly threatening to kill him. The contrast was jarring, even to Harry's 6-year-old understanding of duplicity. The prophecy only concerns me and Voldemort, Harry said, his voice steadier than he expected. What do you care about it? Malfoy's eyes narrowed dangerously. You know nothing of what you speak, boy. That prophecy has implications far beyond your comprehension. Now, hand it over, and perhaps we'll make your death painless. Kingsley and Amelia moved into defensive positions, creating a human shield between Harry and the Death Eaters. You're outnumbered, Lucius, Kingsley stated calmly. And outmatched. Am I? Malfoy's thin smile sent chills down Harry's spine. I think not. More black-robed figures emerged from between the shelves, encircling them. Harry counted at least 8 Death Eaters in total. Your master is gone, Amelia said coldly. Why continue his crusade? Gone. Perhaps. Perhaps not. Either way, we have our orders. Malfoy's gaze fixed on Harry. The Potter bloodline ends today. The ministry returns to its proper stewards. And the prophecy will be destroyed, or delivered to those who understand its true value. The tension built as both sides held their positions, wands ready. Harry felt the ministry's magic stirring around him, responding to his fear and determination. The ring on his finger grew hot. The ministry protects its owner, he said, remembering the golden words from yesterday. And I am the rightful owner. As if in response, the very floor beneath them trembled. The glass orbs on nearby shelves rattled ominously. Malfoy's confident expression faltered slightly. What are you doing, boy? Harry wasn't entirely sure himself. He was acting on instinct, reaching out through his connection to the building itself. The prophecy orb in his hand glowed brighter, resonating with the ministry's magic. I think, Harry said slowly, that you're trespassing. And the ministry doesn't like trespassers. The trembling intensified. Cracks appeared in the floor around the Death Eater's feet, while the area around Harry, Amelia, and Kingsley remained stable. Kill them now. Malfoy shouted, raising his wand. Avada! Before he could complete the deadly curse, the floor beneath the Death Eaters gave way entirely. The shelves around them toppled, hundreds of prophecy orbs crashing down. The air filled with swirling, ghostly figures all speaking at once, their predictions creating a cacophony of overlapping voices. The Death Eaters screamed as they fell into the rapidly expanding chasm. Run! Amelia shouted, grabbing Harry's arm. They sprinted back toward the entrance as the destruction spread behind them. The entire Hall of Prophecy seemed to be rearranging itself, shelves sliding to block pursuing Death Eaters, doors appearing and disappearing in the walls. The ministry is protecting us, Harry gasped as they ran. It's protecting you, Kingsley corrected. We're just fortunate to be with you. They burst back into the circular room, which immediately began spinning. When it stopped, one door glowed with the same golden light as Harry's ring. That way. Harry pointed. The door opened onto an ascending staircase they hadn't seen before, a direct route upward that bypassed the normal ministry layout. They climbed rapidly, the sounds of chaos fading behind them. Where is this taking us? Amelia asked, not slowing her pace. Home, Harry replied with certainty. "It's taking us to the Founder's apartments." Sure enough, the staircase deposited them directly into the entrance hall of Harry's new quarters. As they stumbled in, the doorway behind them sealed itself seamlessly into the wall, leaving no trace of its existence. Amelia and Kingsley stood panting, wands still drawn, while Harry collapsed into a nearby chair, the prophecy orb still clutched tightly in his hand. "That," Kingsley finally said, "was not the tour I expected when I woke up this morning." Despite everything, Harry found himself laughing, a slightly hysterical release of tension that soon had all three of them chuckling. When they'd calmed, Amelia grew serious again. "What happened in the Hall of Prophecy will have serious repercussions, Harry. Lucius Malfoy openly revealed himself as a Death Eater still loyal to Voldemort's cause. The prophecy you retrieved confirms that Voldemort may not be truly defeated. And the Ministry itself just demonstrated extraordinary magical capabilities in your defense. Will the Death Eaters be arrested?" Harry asked. Kingsley and Amelia exchanged looks. "If they survived," Kingsley said carefully. "The Department of Mysteries contains many dangerous magical phenomena. That chasm may have led somewhere unpleasant. But even if they escaped, we have witnesses," Amelia added. "This will force an investigation into Malfoy and his associates. Their public standing will never be the same." Harry looked down at the prophecy orb, its glow now subdued. "What do I do with this?" "Keep it safe," Amelia advised. "It's yours by right, and clearly important. But perhaps we shouldn't advertise that you have it." Harry nodded, then yawned enormously. The adrenaline was wearing off, leaving him exhausted. It was easy to forget he was only 6 years old. This day would have overwhelmed most adults. Noticing his fatigue, Amelia smiled gently. "I think that's quite enough adventure for one day. Why don't you rest while Kingsley and I handle the fallout from today's events?" Harry didn't argue. He placed the prophecy orb carefully on a side table and sank deeper into his chair. "Will you come back later and tell me what happens?" "Of course," Amelia promised. "And tomorrow, we'll need to discuss security arrangements. After today's events, it's clear we need better protections." As they prepared to leave, Harry had a sudden thought. "Mr. Shacklebolt, would you consider being in charge of my security? I trust you." Kingsley looked surprised, then honored. "I would be privileged, Mr. Potter. Thank you for your confidence." After they departed, Harry remained in the chair, too tired to move to his bedroom. Mitzi appeared with a blanket and hot chocolate, fussing over him until he assured her he was unharmed. As he drifted toward sleep, Harry reflected on everything he'd learned. His parents had been murdered because of a prophecy. Voldemort might still exist in some form. Powerful people wanted Harry dead to prevent him from changing the Ministry. And somewhere beneath the Ministry, ancient magic was stirring, magic that recognized Harry as its rightful master. Just before sleep claimed him completely, Harry made a decision. He would learn everything he could about this magical world he'd been thrust into. He would discover the truth about his parents, about Voldemort, about the Ministry's forgotten history. And he would use his unexpected authority to make things right. The Ministry hummed around him in approval, its magic settling like a protective blanket over its sleeping owner. In the depths below, something ancient shifted and stirred, awakening after centuries of dormancy. The heir of Potter had returned, and nothing would ever be the same. Chapter 3, Goblins and Gambits. Morning sunlight filtered through the enchanted windows of the Founder's apartments, casting warm patterns across Harry's bed. He'd slept deeply after yesterday's chaos, his dreams filled with swirling prophecies and golden magic. The signet ring remained on his finger, occasionally pulsing as if to remind him of his new reality. The door creaked open. Harry expected Mitzi but instead found Amelia Bones, already dressed in formal robes, her expression serious but kind. "Good morning, Harry. I hope you slept well." Harry nodded, reaching for his glasses. "What happened with Malfoy and the Death Eaters?" Amelia sighed, taking a seat at the edge of his bed. They escaped, I'm afraid. By the time additional Aurors reached the Department of Mysteries, they had fled through emergency exits. However, their actions were witnessed by Ministry personnel, including myself and Kingsley. Lucius Malfoy's position in Wizarding Society is significantly compromised. But he won't go to Azkaban. Harry had learned about the Wizarding prison during his orientation. Not yet. He's already claiming he was under the Imperius curse again, forced to act against his will. Amelia's tone made her skepticism clear. But his public standing is damaged. That's something, at least. Harry frowned, remembering Malfoy's cold eyes and threats. He'll try again, won't he? Eventually. But he'll be more cautious now. Amelia checked her watch. We have a busy day ahead. Minister Fudge has called an emergency session of the Wisengamot to address your situation. Before that, however, we have an appointment at Gringotts. The Wizarding Bank? Harry perked up. Why? As the last Potter, you have inherited more than just the ministry. Your family vault should contain important documents, heirlooms, and funds that rightfully belong to you. As your guardian, I believe it's prudent to secure those assets immediately, before anyone attempts to interfere. Harry dressed quickly in new robes Mitzi had prepared, deep green with subtle gold embroidery at the collar and cuffs. The Potter crest was embroidered over the heart, matching his signet ring. How will we get to Gringotts? Harry asked, remembering the squeezing sensation of his first magical transportation. Flow network, Amelia explained. The Founder's apartments have a private connection. It's more comfortable than apparition and safer, given yesterday's events. After a quick breakfast, Amelia led Harry to an elegant fireplace in the main sitting room. She explained the process of flow travel, throwing powder, stating your destination clearly, and keeping your elbows tucked in. Harry followed her instructions carefully, stepping into the emerald flames with only slight trepidation. Gringotts Bank, private entrance, he called. The world spun wildly around him. Flashes of other fireplaces whizzed past until he was suddenly ejected into a small, elegant room with marble floors and golden fixtures. Amelia stepped out gracefully behind him as he straightened his glasses. Well done, she praised. Many wizards end up sprawled on the floor their first time. A goblin in a scarlet uniform awaited them, his expression shifting from bored to intensely interested as he spotted Harry's signet ring. Mr. Potter, the goblin said, bowing deeply, a gesture Harry would soon learn was extremely rare. Gringotts has anticipated your arrival. Director Ragnarok will see you personally. Amelia looked startled. The director? That's unexpected. The return of the ministry's true owner is a matter of highest importance to the nation, the goblin replied cryptically. This way, please. They followed the goblin through opulent corridors rather than the main bank hall. Harry glimpsed magnificent chandeliers, goblin guards in gleaming armor, and doors made of solid gold before they reached an imposing set of silver doors inscribed with runes. The doors swung open to reveal a vast office dominated by a massive desk carved from a single piece of black marble. Behind it sat an ancient goblin with steel-gray hair and penetrating black eyes. His fingers were adorned with heavy rings, and he wore robes of such fine material they seemed to shimmer. Herr Potter, the goblin said, standing as they entered, another unprecedented honor, according to Amelia's shocked expression. I am Ragnarok, director of Gringotts. The nation welcomes you on this historic day. Harry, sensing the moment's importance, bowed slightly. Thank you, Director. I'm honored by your welcome, though I'm still learning about my place in the wizarding world. A thin smile crossed Ragnarok's face. Refreshing honesty. Please, be seated. We have much to discuss. Once they were settled in chairs that adjusted to their heights, Ragnarok pressed a rune on his desk. A golden box emerged from the desktop. Before we proceed, I must verify your identity, though the Ministry's magic has already acknowledged you, and that carries significant weight with our kind. Ragnar opened the box, revealing a ceremonial knife and a shallow stone bowl. A drop of blood, if you would. Harry glanced at Amelia, who nodded reassuringly. He extended his hand, and Ragnar carefully pricked his finger, allowing a single drop of blood to fall into the bowl. The blood shimmered, then transformed into a golden liquid that formed the Potter crest before dissolving. Identity confirmed, Ragnar announced with satisfaction. Harry James Potter, son of James and Lily Potter, last of the Potter bloodline, and recognized owner of the Ministry of Magic. Harry's finger healed instantly as Ragnar set the bowl aside. Now, to business. The Potter accounts have been dormant since your parents' deaths, managed according to the instructions in their will. However, certain irregularities have prevented the will's full execution. Harry frowned. What kind of irregularities? Ragnar's expression darkened. The will was sealed by the chief warlock of the Wisengamot, Albus Dumbledore, hours after your parents' deaths. As a result, the specific guardianship arrangements and certain bequests were never implemented. Is that legal? Harry asked, looking between Ragnar and Amelia. It is highly unusual, Amelia said carefully. Wills can only be sealed by the Wisengamot under extraordinary circumstances, national security concerns, primarily. However, Ragnar added with a dangerous smile, your confirmation as ministry owner creates a unique situation. The Potter will falls under ministry jurisdiction, and as the owner, you have the authority to unseal it immediately. Harry sat straighter. I want to see my parents' will. Ragnar nodded approvingly and pressed another rune. A sealed parchment rose from the desk, the wax seal bearing both the Potter crest and an official ministry stamp. The seal glowed briefly as it detected Harry's ring, then broke itself. Ragnar unrolled the parchment and began to read, The Last Will and Testament of James Fleamont Potter and Lily Evans Potter, dated October 15, 1981. Being of sound mind and magic, we hereby declare the following. First, to our son Harry James Potter, we leave all Potter family assets, properties, investments, and heirlooms, to be held in trust until he reaches majority. Should we both perish before his coming of age, guardianship shall be arranged in the following order. 1. Sirius Black, Harry's godfather by magical oath. 2. Alice and Frank Longbottom. 3. Minerva McGonagall. 4. Amelia Bones. Under no circumstances is Harry to be placed with Petunia and Vernon Dursley. Harry's head snapped up at this, his eyes wide with shock. Amelia's expression had grown thunderous. Ragnar continued, the Potter family manager at Gringotts is to oversee all financial matters until Harry's majority, with quarterly reports to his guardian. To Remus Lupin, we leave the cottage in Wales and an annual stipend of 1,000 galleons. To Sirius Black, we leave guardianship of our son and the properties in London and Godric's Hollow. Should our deaths come at the hands of Lord Voldemort, we wish the following to be known. Our secret keeper was changed from Sirius Black to Peter Pettigrew 1 week before this will was written. If betrayal has occurred, Sirius is innocent. As Ragnar finished reading, a heavy silence filled the office. Sirius Black is in Azkaban, Amelia finally said, her voice tight. Convicted of betraying your parents and murdering Peter Pettigrew along with 12 muggles. But the will says he's innocent, Harry said, struggling to process this information. It suggests he may be innocent of betraying your parents, Amelia clarified. The other charges? I don't know. But a will statement alone isn't proof. What troubles me equally is that you were explicitly not to be placed with the Dursleys, yet Albus placed you there and sealed the will that would have prevented it. Ragnar watched them with calculating eyes. The irregularities extend beyond the will. The Potter accounts show unusual activity following your parents' deaths, specifically, regular withdrawals authorized by Albus Dumbledore as your magical guardian, a position he claimed despite the will's instructions. He took my money? Harry asked, incredulous. The funds were transferred to a vault designated for your care and protection, Ragnar explained. However, our records show no corresponding deposits to the Dursley household. The vault in question has been emptied monthly. Amelia looked increasingly disturbed. This raises serious questions about Albus's actions. As head of the DMLE, I should have been notified about the will's contents, especially regarding Sirius Black's potential innocence. Ragnock tapped his long fingers on the desk. Mr. Potter, as ministry owner, you have the authority to launch an immediate investigation into these matters. You could also reclaim all withdrawn funds with interest. Harry thought carefully, remembering Hardwin Potter's advice about trusting few. Dumbledore seemed to have deliberately ignored his parents' wishes, sealed their will, placed him with abusive relatives, and potentially misused his inheritance. Yet he was also one of the most powerful wizards in Britain, someone Harry would likely need to face at the Wisengamot meeting later. I want a complete accounting of all Potter assets and any withdrawals made since my parents' death, Harry decided. I want to visit my family vault today. And I want to look into Sirius Black's case, but carefully. If people went to such lengths to hide this information, they might go further to keep it hidden. Both Amelia and Ragnock nodded approvingly at his caution. Wise beyond your years, Ragnock commented. The Potter vaults await your inspection. But first, as recognized ministry owner, there is another vault you should visit, one even I have never seen. Harry tilted his head curiously. What vault? The Founder's Vault, Ragnock said with reverence. Created by Hardwin Potter at the ministry's founding, it contains treasures and secrets deemed too important for public knowledge. Its existence is mentioned only in the oldest Goblin records, and it can be accessed only by the true ministry owner. Excitement momentarily displaced Harry's concerns about his parents' will. Can we see it now? Indeed. It would be my honor to escort you personally. The journey deep beneath Gringotts was exhilarating. Their cart plunged through the bank's labyrinthine tunnels, past ordinary vaults, security dragons, and underground waterfalls, descending to depths Harry hadn't imagined possible. Finally, they reached a vast cavern where the tracks simply ended. Before them loomed a wall of solid bedrock with no visible door or entrance. Only a small indentation marked the otherwise smooth surface. The Founder's Vault, Ragnock announced. No key exists. Only Potter blood and the ministry's signet will grant access. Harry approached the wall, guided by instinct. He placed his hand with the signet ring against the indentation. A prick of pain told him the rock had sampled his blood. Golden light spread from his palm, tracing ancient runes across the rock face. With a deep, reverberating rumble, the seemingly solid wall dissolved, revealing a vast chamber beyond. By the Goldmaker, Ragnock whispered, using what Harry suspected was a goblin oath. The vault was unlike any Harry had imagined. Instead of mere piles of gold or valuables, it appeared to be a perfectly preserved study from centuries past. Bookshelves lined the walls, filled with ancient tomes. A massive desk dominated the center, covered with maps and documents. Display cases contained artifacts that hummed with magical energy, orbs, wands, weapons, and devices Harry couldn't identify. But most impressive was the magical model of the ministry itself, floating above a circular table. Every detail was perfect, a miniature replica showing all levels, offices, and chambers, with tiny moving figures representing the building's occupants. The Founder's Sanctum, Ragnock breathed. We knew it existed, but no goblin has ever set eyes upon it. Harry approached the floating model, fascinated. As he neared, the miniature ministry seemed to recognize him, glowing brighter. Certain areas pulsed with colored light, gold for the Founder's apartments, blue for the Department of Mysteries, red for what appeared to be structural weak points. It's a control center, Amelia realized. A way to monitor and perhaps even manipulate the ministry's magic. Harry's attention shifted to the desk, where a leather-bound journal sat prominently. The cover bore Hardwin Potter's name. When Harry touched it, the pages flipped open to reveal elegant handwriting. To my heir who finds this sanctum, the ministry was built not merely as a seat of government, but as a magical entity unto itself, a living fortress designed to protect our world in times of greatest need. Its foundations rest upon ancient magic freely given by magical beings of all kinds, wizard, goblin, centaur, elf, and others now forgotten. This cooperation, unprecedented before or since, created power greater than any single magical tradition could achieve. But power attracts those who would misuse it. 3 generations after the founding, certain factions sought to harness the ministry's core magic for domination rather than protection. To prevent this, I created a failsafe, the ownership covenant that has brought you here. The ministry has chosen you because danger approaches once more. In the deepest level, the ancient power stirs. Learn to control it, or others will use it to devastating ends. This sanctum contains the tools you will need, the journals of our ancestors, the maps of hidden passages, the artifacts of control, and most importantly, the ministry model. Through it, you can monitor, direct, and if necessary, command the ministry's magic. Trust your instincts. The Potter blood carries the memory of this responsibility. Hardwin Potter Harry looked up from the journal, momentarily overwhelmed. Amelia placed a steadying hand on his shoulder. This explains much about the ministry's behavior since your arrival, she said gently. It truly is a magical entity, responding to you as its chosen protector. Ragnarok was examining the model with professional admiration. Extraordinary magical craftsmanship. The goblins who helped create this were master artificers. Harry turned slowly, taking in the chamber's contents with new understanding. We should bring some of these journals back with us. I need to learn everything I can before the Wisengamot meeting. A prudent decision, Ragnarok agreed. Now, shall we continue to the Potter family vault? I suspect you'll find items of more personal significance there. The Potter family vault was located at a more conventional depth, though still among the oldest and most secure in Gringotts. A massive door bearing the Potter crest swung open at Harry's touch, revealing generations of accumulated wealth and treasures. Mountains of gold, silver, and bronze coins filled much of the vault. Jewels and precious metals glittered from open chests. Furniture, artwork, and armaments from various eras stood in carefully preserved displays. But what caught Harry's eye were the more personal items: photo albums, letters, his father's Quidditch gear, his mother's school awards. Take your time, Amelia suggested, seeing Harry's emotional reaction. These are your family's memories. Harry nodded gratefully, moving deeper into the vault. Among the treasures, he discovered items that seemed to call to him, a delicate invisibility cloak that Ragnarok identified as an extraordinarily rare family heirloom, a set of communication mirrors labeled prongs and Padfoot, journals written by his parents during their Hogwarts years, and a wooden box containing wands from Potter ancestors. The wands of our forebears often respond to their descendants, Ragnarok explained when Harry examined the box. You might find one that serves you until you receive your own at 11. Harry carefully tried each wand, finding that a slender rowan wand with a griffin feather core, once belonging to his grandmother, produced a shower of golden sparks when he waved it. A match, Ragnarok observed. Not perfect, but serviceable for basic learning. In addition to these personal treasures, Amelia helped Harry select key documents, the complete Potter family tree, property deeds, investment portfolios, and political records showing the family's historical influence in the Wisengamot. The Potter family held 3 seats on the Wisengamot, she explained. They've been dormant since your parents' deaths, but as the heir, you can claim them, or designate a proxy to vote on your behalf until you come of age. By the time they prepared to leave, Harry had filled a magical briefcase, expanded on the inside, with essential items, the family journals, legal documents, the invisibility cloak, his grandmother's wand, and several photo albums. He'd also instructed Ragnarok to prepare a comprehensive financial report and begin the process of investigating the unauthorized withdrawals, discreetly, for now. One final matter before we depart, Ragnarok said, presenting Harry with a small golden key. This will allow your guardian access to your trust vault, separate from the main family vault, for your daily expenses. I've also taken the liberty of preparing appropriate formal attire for this afternoon's Wisengamot session. He gestured to an elegant set of dress robes in Potter colors. First impressions before the full Wizengamot will be crucial. Harry thanked the Goblin Director sincerely. You've been more helpful than I could have imagined, Director Ragnarok. The Goblin Nation has long memories, Mr. Potter, Ragnarok replied. Your ancestor Hardwin was among the few wizards who treated us as equals. The Ministry's original charter, which you now control, contains the most favorable Goblin Relations Agreement in magical Britain's history, before it was amended by subsequent administrations. Amended? Harry asked. Restrictions on Goblin wand use, property ownership, business operations, all added after the Potter family's influence waned. Ragnarok's smile showed too many teeth. Perhaps one day, the original agreements might be rediscovered. Harry understood the implication. I'd be interested to learn about those original agreements when time permits. Ragnarok's eyes gleamed with approval. We shall prepare the records for your review. And now, Mr. Potter, I believe you have a Wizengamot to attend, and quite possibly, to surprise. They returned to the Ministry through a secure fluke connection, arriving directly in Amelia's office rather than the public atrium. Harry changed into the formal robes Ragnarok had provided, deep blue with silver and gold accents, the Potter crest prominently displayed, and specially tailored to make even a 6-year-old look imposing. You look every inch the heir of an ancient house, Amelia commented, helping him adjust the formal cloak. Remember, the Wizengamot will try to intimidate you with their traditions and formality. Don't let them. Harry nodded, clutching his grandmother's wand, not to use, but for the confidence it gave him. What should I expect? Minister Fudge has called this emergency session ostensibly to clarify the legal status of the Ministry ownership claim. In reality, he's hoping to find a legal loophole to invalidate or minimize your authority. Amelia straightened her own formal robes. As your guardian, I'll be permitted to stand with you, but I cannot speak for you unless directly questioned. Will Dumbledore be there? Yes. As Chief Warlock, he presides over the Wizengamot. This will be your first meeting with him. She hesitated. Given what we've learned about his role in your placement with the Dursleys and the sealed will, I advise caution. Albus is politically powerful and widely respected. Challenging him directly would be unwise until we have a stronger position. Harry considered this advice. I won't mention the will or the withdrawals yet. But I won't pretend to trust him either. A balanced approach, Amelia approved. Now, we should review the Wizengamot protocol. For the next hour, Amelia briefed Harry on wizarding political customs, how to address the assembly, the order of proceedings, and most importantly, his rights as the Potter heir. Just as they were finishing, Arthur Weasley arrived to escort them to the chambers. Quite the crowd gathering, Arthur informed them. Word has spread about the emergency session. The public galleries are packed. Who's attending? Amelia asked. All the usual suspects. The old families are out in force, Malfoy, Nott, Parkinson, Greengrass, Zabini from the traditionalist faction. Longbottom, Abbott, Macmillan, and Bones representing the moderates. Dumbledore arrived early with McGonagall. And Arthur hesitated. Lucius brought his son. Seems he wants young Draco to witness whatever he's planning. Harry raised an eyebrow. Malfoy brought his son. After trying to kill me yesterday? He's maintaining his imperious defense, Amelia explained grimly. Bringing his child projects innocence. What loving father would bring his son to a political meeting if he were plotting murder? Clever, Harry acknowledged, feeling a flicker of anxiety. He took a deep breath, remembering Hardwin's journal. Trust your instincts. The Potter blood carries the memory of this responsibility. I'm ready, he declared. The Wizengamot chambers were located on level 2, a grand circular room with tiered stone seating reminiscent of an ancient amphitheater. Members in plum-colored robes occupied the middle tiers, while ministry officials sat below them. The Chief Warlock's podium stood at the chamber's focus point, directly opposite the main doors. As they entered, conversations hushed. All eyes turned to the small boy in formal Potter robes, walking with remarkable composure between Amelia Bones and Arthur Weasley. Harry kept his gaze forward, ignoring the whispers that followed him across the chamber floor. For the first time, Harry saw Albus Dumbledore in person. The elderly wizard sat at the chief warlock's podium, resplendent in midnight blue robes embroidered with silver stars. His long white beard and half-moon spectacles matched the pictures Harry had seen on chocolate frog cards, but in person, his presence was far more imposing. Penetrating blue eyes studied Harry with intense interest as he approached. "Harry Potter," Dumbledore said, his voice carrying effortlessly through the chamber. "At last we meet. I am Albus Dumbledore, Chief Warlock of the Wizengamot." Harry gave the formal half-bow Amelia had taught him. "Chief Warlock. Thank you for convening this session." If Dumbledore was surprised by Harry's formal response, he didn't show it. "The circumstances are most unusual. Please take the witness position." He gestured to a chair in the center of the chamber floor. Harry moved to the indicated spot, Amelia standing supportively behind his right shoulder. From this position, he could see the entire chamber, the Wizengamot members in their plum robes, ministry officials including a nervous-looking Fudge, and in the public gallery, hundreds of spectators including reporters with floating quills. He also spotted Lucius Malfoy, sitting among the Wizengamot members, looking immaculate and completely untroubled by yesterday's events. Beside him sat a pointed-faced boy about Harry's age, watching proceedings with obvious boredom. Their eyes met briefly, the blond boy's expression shifting to curious assessment. Dumbledore called the session to order with a tap of his wand, producing a sonorous chime. "Witches and wizards of the Wizengamot, we convene today to address an extraordinary magical occurrence at the Ministry of Magic. 2 days ago, Mr. Harry Potter, age 6, came into possession of a document purporting to establish him as the rightful owner of this institution." Murmurs swept the chamber. Dumbledore continued, "Minister Fudge has requested this emergency session to determine the document's validity and its legal implications. Minister, you may proceed." Fudge stood, adjusting his lime-green bowler nervously. "Thank you, Chief Warlock. Members of the Wizengamot, we face an unprecedented situation. An ancient document, apparently created by Hardwin Potter at the Ministry's founding, has surfaced and magically recognized young Mr. Potter as the Ministry's owner." He paused for dramatic effect. "While the magical phenomenon was impressive, we must consider whether a centuries-old parchment can override our modern governance structures. More importantly, we must address the practical impossibility of a child, even one as famous as Mr. Potter, exercising ownership over a governmental institution." Several members nodded agreement. Fudge continued, gaining confidence, "I propose that while we acknowledge the historical curiosity of this document, we establish a trust to manage any legitimate property claims until Mr. Potter reaches majority. The Ministry's operations would continue unchanged under current leadership." Harry noticed how carefully Fudge avoided mentioning the magical phenomenon that had recognized him, the building itself acknowledging his claim. Typical political maneuvering, trying to diminish what had happened to a mere historical curiosity. Dumbledore nodded thoughtfully. "Thank you, Minister. Before opening to general discussion, I believe we should hear from Mr. Potter himself." His blue eyes fixed on Harry. "Young man, would you please explain how you came into possession of this document and your understanding of its significance?" Harry stood, the Potter signet ring gleaming on his finger. The chamber fell silent, clearly surprised that a 6-year-old would address them directly rather than deferring to his guardian. "Honored members of the Wizengamot," Harry began, his voice clear despite his youth. 3 days ago, I received a letter at my relative's home. When I touched the parchment inside, it activated ancient magic that identified me as the last Potter and rightful heir to the Ministry." He recounted the events at Privet Drive, his arrival at the Ministry, and the building's magical recognition of his claim. As he spoke, Harry noticed varying reactions among the assembly, skepticism from many, calculating interest from some, and deep concern from Dumbledore. "The document was not merely a deed or title," Harry explained. It was a magical covenant between Hardwin Potter and the Ministry itself, a living magical entity created through the cooperation of various magical peoples. When activated, this covenant reconnected the Ministry to its true purpose, serving and protecting the magical world under Potter's stewardship. Whispers erupted at this characterization. Harry continued before they could interrupt. I've since visited Gringotts and examined records confirming Hardwin Potter's role in the Ministry's founding. The original charter established a magical trust, with the Ministry buildings and core magic remaining Potter property while the governmental functions operated independently. He looked directly at Fudge. Minister, the document isn't overriding modern governance, it's revealing that our current understanding of the Ministry's nature has been incomplete. An elderly witch in the front row leaned forward. Mr. Potter, I am Augusta Longbottom. How do you respond to concerns that a child cannot possibly manage such responsibility? Harry turned to her respectfully. Madam Longbottom, I agree completely. I'm 6 years old. I have no intention of dictating policy or interfering with the Ministry's daily operations. This admission seemed to relax many worried faces, but Harry wasn't finished. However, the magical covenant doesn't require my active management, it requires my presence and occasional guidance. The Ministry itself handles much of the responsibility. Preposterous, came a voice from the traditionalist section. An elderly wizard with a walrus mustache stood. Buildings don't have opinions or make decisions. This is magical nonsense designed to place a child, and whoever controls that child, in a position of undue influence. Several members murmured agreement. Harry waited for the commotion to settle before responding. With respect, sir, you're mistaken. The Ministry is more than stone and mortar. It's one of the most complex magical constructs in Britain, created through the combined efforts of wizards, goblins, elves, and other magical beings. Its magic is semi-sentient, designed to protect our world in times of need. He gestured to the chamber around them. You all felt the magical surge when I arrived. You've seen how the building responds to me. This isn't about giving a child control, it's about reconnecting the Ministry to its original protective magic, which has been dormant for generations. Dumbledore's eyes had narrowed slightly during this explanation. Mr. Potter, your knowledge of magical theory is surprisingly sophisticated for one raised in the Muggle world. May I ask how you've acquired such understanding in just 3 days? The question was politely phrased but carried a subtle accusation, that someone else was coaching him. Harry met Dumbledore's gaze directly. The Ministry itself has been teaching me, Chief Warlock. The Founder's apartments contain portraits, records, and magical artifacts designed to educate the heir. And the Covenant's magic carries memories and knowledge that I can't quite explain, but I can access. Before Dumbledore could pursue this line of questioning, Lucius Malfoy rose smoothly to his feet. While Mr. Potter's education is certainly impressive, it does not address the fundamental concern: a child requires guardianship. Currently, Madame Bones has appointed herself to this role, but I question whether the head of magical law enforcement, with her numerous responsibilities, is the appropriate choice for such an important position. Harry tensed, recognizing the opening move in Malfoy's new strategy. Unable to eliminate Harry directly, he was now attempting to control him through legal means. The wizarding traditions are clear, Malfoy continued silkily. Orphaned heirs of ancient houses should be placed with suitable magical families of comparable status who can properly instruct them in their heritage and responsibilities. I hereby formally offer House Malfoy's guardianship services to young Mr. Potter. Gasps and murmurs filled the chamber. Arthur Weasley looked outraged, while Amelia remained stoically calm behind Harry. Harry himself felt a chill at the audacity of Malfoy's move. Less than 24 hours after trying to kill him, the man was publicly offering to become his guardian. Fudge nodded enthusiastically. An excellent suggestion. Lucius's experience with both Ministry operations and proper wizarding upbringing would be invaluable to the boy. Harry stepped forward, his patience wearing thin. Members of the Wisengamot, I must object. Mr. Malfoy and I had a significant disagreement, just yesterday regarding my status. I do not consent to his guardianship under any circumstances." Malfoy's expression remained pleasant, though his eyes hardened. "Children often fail to understand what's best for them, Mr. Potter. That's precisely why guardianship decisions rest with responsible adults." Augusta Longbottom rose again. "I must remind the Assembly that the Potter and Longbottom families have been allied for generations. If alternative guardianship is being considered, House Longbottom has a prior claim through historical alliance and my son and daughter-in-law's friendship with James and Lily Potter." The chamber erupted into competing claims and counterclaims. Several other families declared historical ties to the Potters, while others supported Malfoy's position. Through the chaos, Harry noticed Dumbledore watching silently, making no move to restore order immediately, as if he wanted to observe the political maneuvering. Finally, Dumbledore raised his wand, producing another sonorous chime that quieted the assembly. "It seems guardianship of Mr. Potter has become a matter of significant interest. Perhaps we should, if I may, Chief Warlock," Harry interrupted, stepping forward again. The chamber fell silent at his audacity in interrupting Dumbledore. "There's a relevant legal precedent I believe the Wisengamot should consider." Dumbledore's eyebrows rose in surprise. "Please proceed, Mr. Potter." Harry took a steadying breath. This was the gambit he and Amelia had prepared based on records from the Potter Vault. In 1819, a similar situation arose when Thaddeus Potter, aged 9, inherited both family assets and ministry responsibilities after his parents died in a dragon pox epidemic. The Wisengamot of that time established the Potter guardianship precedent, recognizing that standard guardianship laws were insufficient when ministry ownership was involved. Harry produced a document from his robes, a copy of the 1819 Wisengamot ruling. The precedent established that ministry ownership creates a unique legal category where the heir's preference for guardianship must be given primary consideration, as the ministry's magic itself participates in the selection process. He handed the document to a Wisengamot page, who delivered it to Dumbledore. The Chief Warlock examined it carefully, his expression unreadable. Furthermore, Harry continued, the precedent states that any guardian must be approved by both the heir and the ministry's magic. I have selected Madame Bones, and the ministry has confirmed this choice by creating guardian quarters within the founder's apartments, quarters that would not admit anyone else, according to magical tests conducted yesterday. Murmurs of surprise rippled through the chamber. Malfoy's pleasant mask slipped slightly, revealing momentary frustration before smoothing again. An obscure precedent from 2 centuries ago, he dismissed. Hardly relevant to modern governance. On the contrary, came a new voice. A tall, aristocratic wizard with silver-streaked dark hair stood from the neutral section. The Potter guardianship precedent was never overturned. As our laws operate on precedent, it remains valid. I am Cyrus Greengrass, and I move that the Wisengamot acknowledge this precedent and respect both Mr. Potter's choice and the ministry's magical confirmation. Harry recognized a potential ally, someone from the old families who nevertheless opposed Malfoy's faction. Several other members voiced agreement with Greengrass's position. Dumbledore studied the document for another moment before looking up. The precedent appears genuine and applicable to our current situation. Unless there are legal objections beyond personal preference, I am inclined to uphold it. Malfoy's face betrayed nothing, but his knuckles whitened around his walking stick. Chief Warlock, I withdraw my offer of guardianship. Clearly, Mr. Potter has strong opinions on the matter. Very well, Dumbledore said. The guardianship question is settled for now. Let us return to the primary matter, the legal status of Mr. Potter's claim to ministry ownership. Over the next hour, various Wisengamot members raised questions and concerns. Harry addressed each with surprising poise for his age, occasionally deferring to Amelia when legal technicalities exceeded his knowledge. Throughout the proceedings, he noticed Dumbledore watching him with increasing curiosity and concern, as if trying to reconcile the articulate child before him with whatever expectations he'd held previously. Finally, Dumbledore called for a formal position from the Department of Magical Law. An elderly wizard rose from the ministry section. After reviewing all available evidence, including the magical manifestation witnessed by dozens of ministry employees, the Department of Magical Law finds no legal basis to invalidate Mr. Potter's claim. The document appears genuine, the magic undeniable, and the historical precedent clear. While unusual, the ownership arrangement appears compatible with continued governmental function, particularly as Mr. Potter has expressed no intention to interfere with daily operations. Fudge looked distinctly unhappy with this assessment. Lucius Malfoy's expression had gone completely blank, a sure sign of fury, according to Amelia's whispered observation. Dumbledore nodded slowly. "Thank you for that assessment. Before we conclude, I would like to speak directly to Mr. Potter." He leaned forward, his blue eyes fixing on Harry with new intensity. "Harry, may I call you Harry?" "Of course, Chief Warlock," Harry replied politely. "Harry, I confess I am troubled by these developments. Not because I dispute your claim, the magic itself seems to have confirmed it beyond question, but because of the burden this places on you at such a young age. I have always sought to protect you from such pressures, to allow you a childhood free from the expectations of our world." The statement was delivered with genuine seeming concern, but Harry noted the careful wording. "I have always sought to protect you," an attempt to position himself as Harry's well-meaning protector, despite having placed him with the abusive Dursleys. "I appreciate your concern, Chief Warlock," Harry responded carefully. "But I've learned that sometimes what seems protective can actually cause harm. The Dursleys were." He paused, choosing his words deliberately, "not kind guardians. The ministry has been more of a home to me in 3 days than Privet Drive was in 5 years. A flicker of something, guilt. Surprise, crossed Dumbledore's face. "I see. That is, most distressing to hear. Perhaps we should discuss your living arrangements privately after these proceedings." "I'm quite comfortable in the Founder's apartments," Harry replied firmly. "And Madame Bones has been an excellent guardian." Dumbledore nodded slowly. "As you wish, for now. But I hope you will allow me to get to know you better, Harry. Your parents were dear friends of mine." Before Harry could respond to this emotionally laden statement, Augusta Longbottom interjected, "Chief Warlock, while Mr. Potter's living arrangements are important, I believe we should formalize the Wisengamot's position regarding his ministry ownership claim. The evidence and legal opinion are clear." "Quite right, Madame Longbottom." Dumbledore straightened in his chair. "Members of the Wisengamot, having heard testimony and legal assessment, I call for a vote on the following resolution, that this body recognizes Harry James Potter as the rightful owner of the Ministry of Magic through magical covenant and inheritance, with the understanding that governmental functions will continue under current leadership while Mr. Potter grows into his role." Wands raised throughout the chamber, a clear majority in favor, though Harry noted that Malfoy and his closest allies abstained rather than openly opposing. "The resolution passes," Dumbledore announced. "Mr. Potter's status is officially recognized. Minister Fudge, as this affects your administration directly, do you wish to address the Wisengamot?" Fudge rose, visibly struggling between his political instincts and his displeasure with the outcome. "The Ministry of Magic will respect the Wisengamot's decision. We welcome Mr. Potter's interest in his inheritance and will accommodate his position appropriately." The word seemed physically painful for him to pronounce. "Very well," Dumbledore concluded. "This emergency session is adjourned. Mr. Potter, if I might have a brief word before you depart." As the chamber began to empty, Harry exchanged glances with Amelia, who nodded slightly, a signal that she would remain close by during this conversation. Together, they approached the Chief Warlock's podium. Dumbledore descended to meet them, his tall frame stooping slightly to address Harry more directly. "Harry, I must confess I am both impressed and concerned by what I've witnessed today. You speak and carry yourself with a maturity far beyond your years, almost as if you were older than 6. The observation carried a subtle question. Harry maintained his composure. "The Ministry's magic has been helping me, sir. It's hard to explain, but when I need to understand something, knowledge sometimes just appears in my mind. It's not always complete, but it helps. Dumbledore's eyes sharpened with interest. Fascinating. Such magical mentorship is extremely rare. I would very much like to study this phenomenon, with your permission of course. Perhaps in the future, Chief Warlock, Amelia interjected smoothly. For now, Harry is still adjusting to his new circumstances. Of course, of course. Dumbledore smiled benignly, though Harry sensed frustration beneath the pleasant exterior. I merely wish to ensure Harry's well-being. The power he now commands could attract those with harmful intentions. Like whoever sealed my parents' will against their explicit wishes? Harry asked innocently. The direct question caught Dumbledore off guard. For a moment, the benevolent mask slipped, revealing calculation behind those twinkling blue eyes. Ah. You've visited Gringotts, I see. Dumbledore recovered quickly. The sealing of your parents' will was a regrettable necessity during those chaotic times. Voldemort's supporters were still at large, and your safety was paramount. I acted according to what I believed were your parents' deepest wishes, your protection above all else. By placing me with people they explicitly said should never have custody of me. Harry pressed, unable to entirely contain his emotions. Dumbledore sighed heavily. There were powerful protective magics I could invoke through your mother's blood connection, magics that required you to live with Petunia. The will's explicit instructions could not have anticipated this magical necessity. I see, Harry said, not seeing it all, but recognizing this wasn't the time for a full confrontation. Well, those protections are no longer necessary. The Ministry protects me now. Indeed. Dumbledore studied Harry for another long moment. I hope you will come to see me as an ally, Harry. Despite our disagreement about your past care, I have only ever acted with your best interests at heart. Harry nodded noncommittally. Thank you for convening the Wizengamot today, Chief Warlock. I appreciate the body's formal recognition of my position. Recognizing the polite dismissal, Dumbledore inclined his head. Until we meet again, Harry. Amelia. With a swirl of star-spangled robes, he departed. As they exited the chamber, Amelia squeezed Harry's shoulder. You handled that remarkably well. Albus rarely finds himself outmaneuvered, especially by someone he underestimates. He didn't tell the truth about why he sealed the will, Harry observed quietly. No, Amelia agreed. But confronting him directly would have been counterproductive. Dumbledore has decades of political capital and public goodwill. We need to build our position carefully before challenging him openly. As they walked through the corridor toward the elevators, a voice called out, Mr. Potter. They turned to find Cyrus Greengrass approaching with a young girl about Harry's age. Both had the same aristocratic features and deep blue eyes. Lord Greengrass, Amelia acknowledged with a respectful nod. Madam Bones. Greengrass bowed slightly before addressing Harry. Mr. Potter, I wanted to introduce myself properly. Cyrus Greengrass, head of House Greengrass. And this is my daughter, Daphne. The girl curtsied perfectly. Honored to meet you, Heir Potter. Harry returned the formal greeting Amelia had taught him. The honor is mine, Lord Greengrass, Miss Greengrass. Thank you for your support in the Wizengamot today. Greengrass smiled approvingly at Harry's manners. You conducted yourself admirably. House Greengrass has traditionally maintained neutrality in wizarding politics, but we value balance and proper procedure. Malfoy's attempt to seize guardianship was concerning. My father believes in backing the right horse, Daphne added with precocious political awareness. When her father raised an eyebrow, she amended, in supporting worthy allies, I mean. Harry found himself smiling at her directness. I appreciate honesty, Miss Greengrass. Please, call me Daphne. We'll be in the same year at Hogwarts, after all. Then I'm Harry. Cyrus watched this exchange with calculating approval. Mr. Potter, House Greengrass would be honored to host you for dinner soon. There are matters regarding the neutral family's position that might interest you, and Daphne could use more friends her age from prominent families. I'd like that, Harry replied, looking to Amelia for approval. We'll arrange it soon, she agreed. Harry has quite the schedule as he settles into his new role. As they said their goodbyes, Harry noticed the blonde boy from earlier, Malfoy's son, watching from a distance, his expression a mixture of curiosity and resentment. Their eyes met briefly before the boy was led away by his father, whose rigid posture betrayed his fury at the day's outcomes. You've made both allies and enemies today, Amelia observed as they continued toward the private elevators. The Greengrasses are influential among the neutral families. Their support will be valuable. Harry nodded thoughtfully. Lord Greengrass said he believes in backing the right horse. He thinks I'm going to win whatever game Malfoy and the others are playing. Perceptive observation. Cyrus didn't become wealthy by betting on losers. Amelia smiled slightly. Of course, he's hedging his bets by introducing you to Daphne. A potential alliance through friendship or more, years down the road. Harry made a face. I'm 6. And she's 7. But in pureblood politics, it's never too early to form connections. She laughed at his expression. Don't worry, no one's arranging marriages yet. Just be aware that in this world, even children's friendships can have political dimensions. As they reached the elevator, Harry felt the ring on his finger pulse warmly. The sensation had become familiar over the past days, the ministry communicating with him in its wordless way. Something's happening, he said quietly. The ministry is trying to tell me something. The elevator doors opened on their own, though no one had summoned it. Inside, the control panel glowed, a single button illuminated, level 9. The Department of Mysteries again, Amelia noted with concern. The disturbance from yesterday must be continuing. Harry stepped into the elevator, drawn by the ministry's silent summons. We should find out what's happening. Amelia followed, her hand resting casually near her wand. After yesterday's attack, we should inform Kingsley. He's coordinating your security detail. Harry nodded agreement. As the elevator descended, he closed his eyes, focusing on the magical sensations flowing through his connection to the building. Images flashed in his mind, the Hall of Prophecy where they'd been attacked yesterday, a strange archway draped with a tattered veil, and beneath it all, a sense of ancient power stirring. It's not just the prophecies, he murmured. There's something else down there, something old. Very old. And it's waking up. The elevator stopped at level 4, admitting Kingsley Shacklebolt, who looked surprised to find them. I was just coming to find you, he said. There's unusual magical activity in the Department of Mysteries. The Unspeakables have requested your presence, Mr. Potter. The ministry's already summoning us there, Harry explained, gesturing to the glowing button. Kingsley's eyebrows rose. I'll accompany you. After yesterday's events, I've implemented full security protocols for your movements within the ministry. The elevator continued its descent, eventually stopping at the now familiar black door of level 9. This time, it opened without resistance as Harry approached. The circular room beyond no longer spun, instead, one door stood open, emitting a soft blue glow. The Death Chamber, Kingsley murmured. That's unexpected. They followed the illuminated path into a vast stone amphitheater. At its center stood a raised stone dais, upon which rested an ancient stone archway. Hanging from the arch was a tattered black veil that moved slightly despite the still air. The entire structure radiated age and otherworldly power. What is that? Harry whispered, feeling both drawn to and repulsed by the archway. The veil between life and death, answered a hooded figure who emerged from the shadows. Or so we theorize. The figure lowered their hood, revealing a severe-looking witch with intelligent eyes. Unspeakable Croaker, Mr. Potter. We've been expecting you. Several other robed unspeakables worked around the chamber, measuring magical outputs and consulting ancient texts. All paused to observe Harry's arrival. The veil has been active since your claim to the ministry was recognized, Croker explained. It seems to be responding to your presence in the building. Harry approached the dais cautiously, feeling the ring on his finger grow warmer with each step. It's connected to the ministry's founding somehow. Yes, Croker confirmed. Our records indicate Hardwin Potter incorporated existing magical phenomena into the ministry's construction. This archway predates the ministry by thousands of years. It was already ancient when Merlin walked the earth. As Harry neared the dais, whispers emanated from beyond the veil, unintelligible murmurings that seemed to exist at the edge of hearing. The Potter signet ring glowed brightly now, resonating with the archway's magic. The ministry was built to contain and channel power, Harry said, the knowledge flowing into his mind from his connection to the building. To protect magical Britain in times of greatest need. Croker nodded sharply. That aligns with our most classified research. The ministry isn't merely a government building, it's a magical fortress, drawing power from various sources, including the boundary between worlds, Harry finished, the realization coming to him instinctively. The veil is a power source. He raised his hand with the signet ring, reaching toward, but not touching, the fluttering veil. The whispers intensified, and for a moment, Harry thought he heard familiar voices among them, his parents, perhaps. The ring flared with golden light that streamed toward the archway, connecting with the stone in pulsing threads. Ancient runes, invisible until now, illuminated across the archway's surface, matching symbols Harry had seen in Hardwin's journals. The entire chamber hummed with building magical energy. The unspeakables scrambled to record measurements and observations as the phenomenon intensified. It's recognizing you, Croker breathed. The control mechanism is responding to Potter magic after centuries of dormancy. Harry felt knowledge flowing into him, not in words, but in pure magical understanding. The ministry's deepest secret revealed itself. The building was constructed as a seal and channel for primordial magic that flowed between worlds. The veil was one anchor point of that seal, maintaining the boundary while allowing controlled access to the power beyond. The seal is weakening, Harry said aloud. That's why the Covenant activated. The ministry needs a Potter to strengthen the containment. Amelia stepped forward, concern evident. Containment of what, exactly? Harry turned to her, his green eyes reflecting the archway's glow. Power that could save or destroy our world. Magic older than wizard kind. The ministry doesn't just house our government, it protects the magical world from forces beyond our understanding. And it chose you to control this power? Kingsley asked, looking troubled. Not to control it, Harry corrected. To guard it. To ensure it's never misused. He looked back at the archway. That's why Hardwin created the ownership covenant. Not for political power, but because Potters were designated as guardians of the seal. Croker was furiously taking notes. This explains anomalies we've observed for decades. The ministry's core magic has been deteriorating gradually, subtle effects our instruments detected but couldn't explain. Because there was no Potter connected to the ministry, Harry concluded. The covenant was dormant, and the seal weakened without its guardian. As if confirming his words, the golden light spread from the archway throughout the chamber, tracing pathways in the stone that revealed an elaborate runic array, part of a larger pattern that extended throughout the entire ministry building. The ministry is a massive magical construct, Amelia realized. With the Department of Mysteries at its heart. And the veil at the heart of the department, Kingsley added, awed despite his usual stoicism. The light gradually subsided, the runes fading back to invisibility, though Harry could still sense them, would always be able to sense them now that his connection to the ministry was fully established. Croker approached Harry with newfound respect. Mr. Potter, the Department of Mysteries would be honored to work with you to understand and strengthen the ministry's foundational magic. This discovery represents a breakthrough in our understanding of magical architecture and dimensional boundaries. Harry nodded, feeling surprisingly calm despite the enormity of what he'd learned. I'd like that, unspeakable Croker. Hardwin's journals mention your department was originally created specifically to study and maintain these systems. That would explain much about our departmental charter, Croker acknowledged. Many of our founding documents contain phrases that have puzzled scholars for generations. As the unspeakables returned to their measurements and discussions, Amelia drew Harry aside. "Are you all right? This is an enormous responsibility to place on anyone, let alone a child." Harry considered the question seriously. "I think I am. It feels right, somehow. Like I was meant to find that will, to come here." He looked up at her. "I'm not alone, either. I have you, and Kingsley, and the ministry itself." Amelia squeezed his shoulder gently. "Yes, you do. And will ensure you have as normal a childhood as possible, despite these extraordinary circumstances." As they prepared to leave the chamber, Harry felt a final pulse from his connection to the ministry, not a warning this time, but a sense of rightness and completion. The covenant was fully activated, the bond between Potter and ministry restored. "I think," Harry said quietly, "it's time for my first official decree as ministry owner." Amelia raised an eyebrow. "What did you have in mind?" "Something that will make clear to everyone, Malfoy, Fudge, even Dumbledore, that while I may be young, I intend to take my responsibilities seriously." Harry straightened his shoulders. "Could you arrange a meeting with the department heads? Today, if possible." Kingsley looked impressed. "Setting a tone early. Smart strategy." 2 hours later, Harry sat at the head of the ministry's formal conference table, Amelia at his right hand. Around the table sat the heads of all major departments, Cornelius Fudge, still minister, though visibly uncomfortable, Bartemius Crouch Sr., International Magical Cooperation, Amelia herself, Magical Law Enforcement, Broderick Bode, representative from the Unspeakables, Ludo Bagman, Magical Games and Sports, and others. Noticeably absent was Lucius Malfoy, who, while not a department head, had grown accustomed to attending such high-level meetings as Fudge's special advisor. His exclusion was deliberate, Harry's first subtle power move. "Thank you all for coming on such short notice," Harry began, his young voice carrying surprising authority in the Grand Chamber. "I've called this meeting to establish clear expectations going forward." He paused, making eye contact with each department head. "The Wisendamat has formally recognized my position as owner of the Ministry of Magic. While I have no intention of interfering with governmental functions, you are the experts in your respective fields, there are certain principles I believe we should all commit to." Fudge shifted nervously. "What sort of principles did you have in mind, Mr. Potter?" "Transparency. Fairness. Accountability." Harry articulated each word clearly. "The ministry exists to serve and protect the magical community, all of the magical community. Not just the wealthy or well-connected." Several department heads exchanged glances, some approving, others wary. "To that end," Harry continued, "I am issuing my first formal decree as ministry owner, the establishment of a ministry ethics charter, binding on all departments and employees." Amelia distributed copies of a document they had prepared together, incorporating principles from both Hardwin's journals and modern governance concepts Amelia had suggested. "This charter establishes basic ethical guidelines. No employee may accept bribes or donations in exchange for political influence. All department budgets must be publicly accessible. Hiring and advancement must be based on merit rather than blood status or connections. Magical beings of all kinds must be treated with dignity and respect in all ministry dealings." Fudge looked increasingly alarmed. "Mr. Potter, while these are admirable sentiments, implementing such sweeping changes would require significant administrative adjustments and, Minister," Harry interrupted politely but firmly, "this isn't a request. The charter is now magically binding on the ministry building and all who work within it." As if to confirm his words, the document glowed gold, the now familiar sign of the ministry's magic acknowledging his decree. Each copy on the table transformed, the ministry seal appearing at the bottom alongside Harry's signature. "This charter doesn't dictate specific policies," Harry clarified. Those remain under your authority, Minister. It simply establishes ethical boundaries within which those policies must be formulated. And if we find these boundaries problematic? Crouch Sr. asked, his expression unreadable. The ministry will let you know, Harry said simply. I believe you'll find it responds negatively to attempts to circumvent the Charter's spirit. Several department heads looked skeptical until Bode, the unspeakable representative, cleared his throat. Based on our department's research into the ministry's foundational magic, Mr. Potter's assessment is accurate. The building itself can now enforce ethical compliance, much as it enforces security protocols. This statement, coming from the mysterious and respected Department of Mysteries, silenced further objections. Even Fudge seemed to recognize that direct opposition would be futile. Very well, the minister said tightly. We shall incorporate this charter into ministry operations. Excellent, Harry replied with a smile. I look forward to seeing the positive changes this brings to our government. Thank you all for your service to the magical community. The meeting concluded shortly afterward. As the department heads filed out, some looking thoughtful, others concerned, Amelia remained behind with Harry. You've made a bold opening move, she observed once they were alone. Targeting corruption strikes directly at Fudge's power base, his wealthy donors like Malfoy. Harry nodded. The Charter doesn't require anyone to admit they were corrupt before. It just prevents corruption going forward. That makes it harder to oppose openly without looking guilty. Amelia smiled. Precisely. And by making the ministry itself the enforcer rather than any particular person or department, you've created a system that continues even when you're not present. Which is important, since I'll need to attend primary school soon, and eventually Hogwarts, Harry pointed out practically. I can't monitor everything personally. As they walked back toward the Founder's apartments, Harry felt a deep satisfaction. In less than a week, he had gone from an unwanted, abused child living in a cupboard to the rightful owner of the ministry, with allies, resources, and a clear purpose. The ministry hummed around him approvingly, its magic flowing more smoothly now that the ancient connection had been restored. In the depths of the Department of Mysteries, the veil fluttered gently, the boundary between worlds secure once more, for now. Harry knew challenges remained. Lucius Malfoy would plot new schemes. Dumbledore would continue his careful maneuvering. The mystery of Sirius Black's imprisonment required investigation. And somewhere, perhaps, Voldemort still existed in some form, waiting to fulfill the prophecy's dark promise. But for the first time in his young life, Harry Potter wasn't facing these challenges alone or powerless. He had a home, protectors, and a legacy that connected him to generations of guardians before him. As he reached the Founder's apartments, Mitzi greeted him with a bow and news that dinner awaited. Thank you, Mitzi, Harry said with a genuine smile. It's good to be home. The Potter signet ring glowed warmly on his finger, completing the circle of magic that had begun with an unexpected letter arriving at number 4, Privet Drive. The ministry had found its master, and Harry Potter had found his purpose. Chapter 4, The Founder's Secret Sunrise at the Ministry of Magic was unlike anything Harry had ever experienced. From his bedroom window in the Founder's apartments, he watched as golden light illuminated London's skyline, a view that adjusted itself throughout the day to show what was happening outside, despite being hundreds of feet underground. The enchanted windows were just one of countless magical features he discovered during his first month as the ministry's owner. This particular morning, Harry woke earlier than usual. Today marked exactly 4 weeks since the activation of Hardwin Potter's will, and he developed a routine that balanced his unique responsibilities with the normal activities of a 6-year-old boy. Mornings were devoted to education, magical theory with tutors arranged by Amelia, standard primary school subjects with a squib teacher named Mrs. Hibbert, and what Harry privately called ministry lessons, where the building itself seemed to impart knowledge through his growing connection to it. Afternoons found him exploring the vast complex, getting to know the employees, and learning the functions of various departments. The ethics charter had caused quite the stir initially, but most workers had adapted quickly, many expressing quiet approval of changes that made merit matter more than connections. "Good morning, Master Harry." Mitzi appeared with a pop, carrying a breakfast tray. "You is up early today." "Morning, Mitzi." Harry smiled at the enthusiastic elf. "I couldn't sleep. The ministry feels different somehow." Mitzi's ears twitched nervously. "Mitzi is feeling it too, sir. The old magics are stirring. The walls are speaking more than usual." Harry nodded, unsurprised that the house elf could sense what he felt. The ministry elves, he'd learned, were deeply connected to the building's magic, perhaps even more than he was in some ways. "What are they saying?" he asked, accepting a cup of hot chocolate. Mitzi frowned, her large eyes troubled. "Not words exactly, Master Harry. More like humming. Like when a sleeping giant begins to wake." That matched Harry's own impressions. For weeks now, he'd felt the ministry's magic growing more active, especially in the deeper levels. The Department of Mysteries had recorded unprecedented energy readings around the Veil, and Harry's dreams had been filled with whispers and pathways he couldn't quite remember upon waking. After breakfast and his morning lessons, Harry met Kingsley Shacklebolt for what had become their daily security briefing. The tall Auror had taken his role as Harry's head of security seriously, implementing protocols that balanced protection with Harry's need for independence. "Good morning, Mr. Potter," Kingsley greeted him formally, though his eyes held a friendly glint. "Any unusual occurrences to report?" Harry described the heightened magical activity he'd sensed. Kingsley nodded thoughtfully, unsurprised. Croker mentioned similar observations from the Unspeakables. "They're monitoring the situation closely." He hesitated before adding, "There have also been some political developments you should be aware of." "Umbridge?" Harry guessed, having noticed the toad-like witch watching him with thinly veiled hostility whenever their paths crossed. "Indeed. She's formed what she calls the Ministry Preservation Committee, officially to preserve traditional ministry values and procedures." Kingsley's tone conveyed his skepticism. "In reality, it appears to be a gathering of officials who oppose your influence." "Can they do anything to interfere with the Covenant?" Harry asked, concerned but not surprised. Opposition had been inevitable. "Not directly. The magic binding you to the ministry is beyond their reach. But they're gathering support among employees who resent changes to the old system of favors and privileges." Kingsley's expression grew more serious. "More concerning is that they've scheduled a meeting in the old ritual chamber on level 10 today. Supposedly for administrative purposes, but that location is unusual." "Level 10. Harry frowned. "I don't think I've been there yet." "Few have. It's below even the Department of Mysteries, the oldest part of the ministry, containing the Wisengamot courtrooms and some rarely used ceremonial spaces. Dating back to the original construction." Harry felt a prickle of unease. His connection to the ministry had been growing steadily stronger over the past month, allowing him to sense the building's layout and magical currents with increasing clarity. Yet level 10 remained strangely muted in his awareness, like a blind spot in his mental map. "I think I should see this ritual chamber," he decided. Kingsley looked concerned. "Perhaps with additional security. If Umbridge has chosen that location specifically." "We'll be careful," Harry assured him. "But the ministry belongs to me. I should know all of it, especially the parts people want to hide." After arranging for Tonks to join them as additional security, they took the elevator to level 9 and then descended a narrow, torchlit staircase to the ministry's lowest level. Unlike the polished, modern upper floors, level 10 retained an ancient, almost medieval atmosphere. Rough stone walls bore traces of centuries-old spell damage. The air felt heavy with lingering magic. "The courtrooms are that way," Kingsley indicated a corridor branching to their right. "The ritual chamber is at the end of this main passage." As they walked, Harry noticed something strange. Golden threads, visible only to him through his connection to the ministry, ran through the stone floor and walls, forming intricate patterns. He'd seen similar manifestations elsewhere in the building, but here they were different, darker, strained, as if stretched too thin. "Something's wrong with the magic down here," he murmured, running his hand along the wall. "It's damaged somehow." Tonks, sporting vibrant purple hair today, looked around nervously. "Place gives me the creeps. Like it's watching us." "It probably is," Harry said absently, following a particularly bright thread with his eyes. It led away from the main corridor down a narrow side passage. "Wait, I need to check something." Before either Auror could object, Harry had turned down the unmarked corridor, drawn by an instinct he couldn't quite explain. The passage ended at what appeared to be a solid wall, but to Harry's enhanced perception, golden light seeped through cracks in the stone, forming the outline of a doorway. "There's a hidden room here," he said with certainty. Kingsley examined the wall carefully. No visible entrance mechanisms. "If there's a door, it must be magically concealed." Harry touched the wall where the outline glowed brightest. The stone felt warm beneath his fingers, and the Potter's signet ring pulsed in response. "I think it's keyed to the owner. Like the founder's apartments." Placing his palm flat against the wall, Harry concentrated on his connection to the ministry. "Show me what's hidden here," he commanded silently. The stone beneath his hand rippled like water, then simply melted away, revealing a circular chamber beyond. Unlike the rough corridors outside, this room was finished in smooth marble inlaid with gold. At its center stood a waist-high pedestal bearing a large crystal orb. The walls were covered in portraits, dozens of them, all depicting the same man at different ages, Hardwin Potter. "Merlin's beard," Kingsley breathed, wand drawn cautiously as they entered. "The founder's sanctum," Harry whispered, recognizing it from descriptions in Hardwin's journals. "This is where he controlled the ministry's core magic." The portraits stirred at their entrance, the painted figures of Hardwin Potter awakening one by one. The largest portrait, depicting Hardwin in his prime, spoke first. "The heir returns to the heart. At last." The voice echoed strangely, as if coming from all the portraits simultaneously. "You are younger than I expected." Harry approached the portrait respectfully. "I'm Harry Potter. The ministry recognized me as its owner." The portrait studied him intently. "Yes, I see James in you. And Lily in your eyes. I watched over them too, though they never found this chamber." "You knew my parents?" Harry asked, surprised. "I know all Potters," Hardwin's portrait answered. "Though few find their way here. The sanctum reveals itself only in times of need, when the seal weakens and the guardian must intervene." Harry glanced at the crystal orb. Unlike the ministry model in the Gringotts vault, this one showed no physical representation of the building. Instead, it contained swirling, multicolored light, currents of magic flowing in complex patterns. "What is this place, exactly?" he asked. "And what seal are you talking about?" Hardwin's portraits exchanged glances with each other, a silent communication passing between them. Finally, the prime portrait spoke again. "This chamber is the ministry's heart, the control center from which I govern the magical currents that sustain the building. The crystal allows visualization and manipulation of those currents." He gestured to the orb. "As for the seal, that is a longer tale, and one you must hear if you are to fulfill your duty as guardian." Kingsley and Tonks remained near the entrance, watchful but giving Harry space for this conversation. They could sense the historical importance of the moment. "The official history records that I founded the ministry in 1707 to establish centralized governance following the Statute of Secrecy," Hardwin began. "This is true, but incomplete. The greater purpose, the secret purpose, was to contain a power that threatened to overwhelm the magical world." Harry listened intently as the portrait continued. "In the years before the statute, a series of magical disturbances occurred throughout Britain. Places where the boundary between our world and others grew thin. Where magics older than wizard kind seeped through, causing chaos and destruction. The worst of these breaches occurred here, beneath what was then Potterland in London. What kind of power was coming through? Harry asked. Not evil, precisely, Hardwin clarified, but alien to our understanding. Raw, primordial magic from the spaces between worlds. Magic without purpose or morality, responding only to intent and emotion. In the wrong hands, it could reshape reality itself. Tonks whistled softly from her position by the door. That sounds apocalyptic. Indeed, young Auror. The breach threatened the statute itself. How could we hide from Muggles if reality warped unpredictably around us? Hardwin's portrait gestured expansively. I gathered the greatest magical minds of the age, wizards, goblins, centaurs, elves, and proposed a solution. We would build a structure to contain and channel the power. Not suppressing it entirely, which would be impossible, but directing it toward constructive purposes. The Ministry of Magic, Harry realized. It's built around the breach. Precisely. The foundation stones were laid in specific patterns, creating a complex magical circuit. The building doesn't just house our government, it regulates the flow of power from beyond, using it to sustain protective enchantments across Britain while preventing dangerous surges. Harry was beginning to understand the enormity of what his ancestor had created. So the ministry literally powers magical Britain's defenses? Yes. The statute of secrecy itself is partially maintained by energy channeled through this building. Muggle-repelling charms, detection systems for underage magic, the Fleur network, all draw power from what we contain here. Hardwin's expression grew grave. But there was complication. A betrayal that nearly destroyed everything. The portrait fell silent for a moment, as if collecting painful memories. When he continued, his voice had hardened. One of our founding council, Artemis Knott, became obsessed with accessing the raw power directly. He believed wizards should harness it to rule over all magical beings and Muggles alike. When the council rejected his vision, he sabotaged the sealing ritual. Harry felt a chill. What happened? Chaos. The power surged, threatening to destroy the partially completed structure and everyone inside. I had no choice but to modify the containment spell on the spot, to bind the breach not just with runes and stone, but with something stronger, a living consciousness to regulate the flow. Hardwin's expression reflected centuries-old regret. I bound a being from the other side, an entity composed of pure magical consciousness. It became part of the ministry itself, forever tied to the building's magic, controlling the breach from within. You imprisoned it? Harry asked, troubled by the ethical implications. Not exactly. It was not unwilling, these beings do not comprehend freedom or captivity as we do. But binding it created an imbalance. The entity requires a counterweight, a human consciousness connected to the ministry's magic. A guardian. Understanding dawned. A Potter. That's why you created the ownership covenant. Yes. While I lived, I maintained the balance myself. After death, my descendants would continue the guardianship, ensuring the entity remained stable and benevolent. Hardwin sighed, the sound echoing from all his portraits simultaneously. But Knott's family never abandoned their ambition. Over generations, they worked to obscure the truth, to weaken the Potter connection, hoping eventually to gain control of the entity themselves. That's why knowledge of Potter ownership disappeared from public record, Kingsley observed from the doorway. Indeed. They could not break the covenant, its magic was too powerful, but they could bury it, waiting for a time when no Potter remained to claim guardianship. Hardwin's gaze fixed intensely on Harry. When your parents died and you were taken from the wizarding world, they believed that time had finally come. Harry processed this revelation slowly. So this entity, it's been without a guardian for years? Yes. And now it stirs, sensing your return but also the machinations of those who would control it for their own ends. Hardwin gestured to the crystal orb, where the swirling currents had grown more turbulent. The preservation committee led by the Umbridge woman, they are unwitting pawns in a game begun centuries ago. Their ritual today will destabilize the binding further, believing they are merely cleansing Potter influence from the ministry. Alarm flooded through Harry. We have to stop them. Yes, but carefully. The entity is already awakening. Too much disruption could shatter the remaining barriers completely. Hardwin pointed to the crystal. Place your hands on the orb. As the recognized owner, it will respond to you, showing the currents as they truly are. Harry approached the pedestal cautiously. The crystal pulsed with inner light, seeming to brighten as he neared. When he placed his hands on its smooth surface, the sensation was immediate and overwhelming, like plunging into a river of pure magic. Inside his mind, the ministry suddenly appeared in its entirety, not as a physical structure but as a vast, interconnected web of magical currents. He could sense every floor, every room, every person within the building. More importantly, he could feel the entity bound at its core, ancient, powerful, and increasingly restless. I can see everything, he whispered, eyes wide with wonder. The entity, it's enormous. And it's curious about me. It recognizes the Potter magic, Hardwin explained. Establish contact. Remind it of the covenant. Harry concentrated, directing his thoughts toward the presence he sensed. I am Harry Potter, heir to Hardwin. I acknowledge the covenant between us. For a moment, nothing happened. Then a response came, not in words, but in impressions and emotions. Recognition. Relief. Urgency. Warning. Harry gasped as images flooded his mind, the ritual chamber on level 10, Umbridge and a dozen ministry officials arranging ceremonial objects, a circle of runes being activated. The ritual had already begun. They're doing something to the wards, he reported urgently. Trying to reset them, they think. But they don't understand what they're tampering with. Through the crystal's connection, Harry could feel the damage spreading, magical currents disrupted, the careful balance Hardwin had established unraveling strand by strand. We need to stop them immediately, Kingsley declared, moving toward the door. Wait. Harry called, still connected to the orb. It's not just the ritual. The entity is responding defensively. If we confront them directly, it might perceive a greater threat. Hardwin's portrait nodded approvingly. The boy understands. The entity has been without guidance for too long. It will interpret conflict as an attack on the ministry itself. So what do we do? Tonks asked, hair shifting anxiously from purple to a worried blue. Harry closed his eyes, focusing on the crystal connection. The entity's consciousness brushed against his own, alien yet somehow familiar, as if recognizing something of itself in him. Through their connection, he could sense its confusion and growing anger at the disruption. I need to calm it first, he decided. Show it I'm here to restore balance, not to fight. Maintaining contact with the orb, Harry directed his thoughts toward the entity. They don't understand what they're doing. Help me stop them without harm. We are guardians together, you and I. The response came as a flood of magical energy that surged through Harry's body. The Potter's signet ring blazed with golden light, and suddenly Harry could see pathways, shortcuts through the ministry's magical structure that would allow him to reach the ritual chamber in seconds. I know how to get there, he announced, removing his hands from the crystal. The entity will help us, but we must hurry. Hardwin's portrait spoke quickly. Remember, heir of Potter, the entity responds to intention more than action. Your purpose must remain clear in your mind, protection, not punishment. Balance, not control. Harry nodded his understanding. Thank you, Hardwin. I'll return when this is resolved. I will be waiting. The sanctum is yours now, a resource in times of need. The portrait settled back, watching as Harry led the Aurors from the chamber. Once outside, Harry turned not toward the main corridor but to an unmarked section of wall opposite the sanctum entrance. Placing his ring against the stone, he focused on the pathway he'd seen in his vision. Potter's shortcut, he explained to the confused Aurors as the wall dissolved, revealing a narrow passage glowing with golden light. The founders built secret ways to move through the ministry quickly in emergencies. They hurried through the passage, which seemed to bend space itself, turning corners that shouldn't have been possible given the ministry's layout. After what seemed like only moments, they emerged from behind a tapestry directly opposite the ritual chamber's massive bronze doors. The doors stood ajar, revealing a troubling scene within. Umbridge, dressed in ceremonial pink robes, stood at the center of an elaborate runic circle. Around her, a dozen ministry officials chanted in unison, their wands directing streams of purple light toward a central pillar inscribed with symbols that made Harry's eyes hurt to look at. "Cleanse this sacred institution of unauthorized influence," Umbridge was saying, her girlish voice at odds with the ominous words. "Return the ministry to its proper authorities and expel the Potter contamination." The runes flared brighter with each phrase, and Harry could feel the entity reacting violently deep within the building's foundation. The very stone beneath their feet began to tremble. "This stops now," Kingsley declared, stepping forward with his wand raised. "By authority of the Department of Magical Law Enforcement, cease this unauthorized ritual immediately." Umbridge turned, her face contorting with anger and surprise. "Auror Shacklebolt. You overstep your authority. This is an approved ministry procedure to reinforce the building's security." "Approved by whom?" Tonks challenged, her wand also drawn. "By the minister himself," Umbridge replied smugly. "We are simply restoring the ministry to its proper state, free from the interference of a child who cannot possibly understand its operations." Harry stepped forward, the signet ring glowing on his finger. "You don't know what you're doing, Madam Umbridge. This ritual isn't reinforcing security, it's destabilizing the core magic that sustains the entire building." As if confirming his words, a more violent tremor shook the chamber. Dust and small stones fell from the ceiling. Several of the participating officials exchanged worried glances. "Preposterous," Umbridge declared, though uncertainty flashed in her eyes. "These are ancient purification rites, designed to disrupt the Potter Covenant," Harry interrupted. "I know. But that covenant doesn't just establish ownership, it maintains the balance of powers that keep this building stable." Another tremor, stronger than before. A crack appeared in the central pillar, and several officials broke their positions, backing away in alarm. "Something's wrong," one wizard muttered. "This isn't what you described, Dolores." "Maintain the circle." Umbridge snapped. "It's merely resistance from the contamination we're purging." Harry could feel the entity's growing panic and rage through his connection to the ministry. The magical currents throughout the building were becoming dangerously chaotic. If the ritual continued much longer, the damage might become irreversible. He closed his eyes briefly, focusing on his link with the entity. "I need to show them the truth. Help me." The response was immediate. The Potter signet ring flared with blinding golden light that spread rapidly across the floor, neutralizing the purple glow of Umbridge's ritual. The runes flickered and died as a new pattern emerged, the true foundational magic of the ministry revealing itself. Throughout the chamber, ghostly images appeared, scenes from the ministry's creation. Hardwin Potter and the Founding Council. The breach pulsing with otherworldly energy. The binding ritual. The entity taking its place within the structure. "What is this?" Umbridge demanded, her voice rising with fear. "The truth," Harry answered simply. "The Ministry of Magic wasn't built just as a government headquarters. It's a containment and channeling system for primordial magic from beyond our world." The ghostly images shifted to show the current state of that containment, fracturing under the strain of Umbridge's ritual, the entity within growing increasingly unstable. "Your purification is breaking the seals," Harry continued urgently. "If they fail completely, the raw magic will flood this building and possibly beyond. Everyone inside is in danger." Even as he spoke, the tremors intensified. Larger chunks of stone began falling from the ceiling. The crack in the central pillar widened ominously, revealing a swirling, multicolored light within, raw magic from the breach bleeding through. "Evacuate the building," Kingsley ordered immediately, his Patronus links bursting from his wand to carry the message. "All personnel, emergency evacuation protocol." Umbridge supporters scattered in panic, fleeing the chamber. Only Umbridge herself remained, seemingly frozen between fear and stubborn denial. "This is some trick," she insisted, though her voice trembled. "Some Potter deception to maintain control." A massive tremor cut her off as the floor buckled beneath them. The central pillar shattered completely, releasing a blinding column of chaotic magic that shot upward through the ceiling, boring through level after level of the Ministry. "We need to leave now," Tonks shouted, grabbing Umbridge's arm and physically dragging her toward the exit. Harry remained where he stood, transfixed by the column of power. Through it, he could sense the entity more clearly than ever, its consciousness reaching out in confusion and pain. It had interpreted the ritual as an attack and was lashing out in self-defense, unaware of the destruction it was causing. "Harry, come on," Kingsley called from the doorway. "The building's becoming unstable." "I can't leave," Harry replied with sudden certainty. "I'm the Guardian. This is my responsibility." Before anyone could stop him, Harry stepped forward, directly into the column of swirling magic. The power engulfed him immediately, lifting him off the ground. Pain lanced through every nerve as raw, unfiltered magic flooded his 6-year-old body. But with the pain came clarity. Here, at the heart of the breach, he could communicate directly with the entity. Not with words, but with pure intention and emotion. "I am not your enemy," he projected. "I am the heir of Hardwin, here to restore balance. These people meant no harm, they acted in ignorance, not malice." The entity's consciousness surrounded him, vast, ancient, and utterly alien. It had no concept of time as humans understood it, no real comprehension of individual identity. It perceived patterns of magic, intention, and balance. And for too long, those patterns had been disrupted, causing it increasing distress. Harry showed it his memories, finding the will, connecting with the Ministry, discovering the sanctum. He shared his intention to restore proper guardianship, to maintain the balance Hardwin had established. "Let me help you," he pleaded. "Show me how to heal what has been broken." For an eternal moment, the entity seemed to consider his offer. Then knowledge flowed into Harry's mind, not conscious instruction but intuitive understanding of how the magical currents should flow, how the containment should function. With this knowledge came the ability to guide the energy, to redirect it from destruction to restoration. Harry extended his arms, the Potter's signet ring channeling his intent into magical action. The chaotic column began to stabilize, its wild fluctuations smoothing into rhythmic pulses. Throughout the Ministry, the golden threads of foundational magic strengthened and realigned, repairing the damage caused by centuries of neglect and Umbridge's misguided ritual. From the doorway, Kingsley and Tonks watched in awe as the 6-year-old boy floated within a column of the most powerful magic they had ever witnessed, somehow bringing it under control through sheer force of will and the ancient covenant that connected him to the Ministry. Gradually, the tremors subsided. The cracks in the floor and walls sealed themselves. The column of magic narrowed, condensing until it flowed only through Harry and the signet ring, no longer wild but purposefully directed. When Harry's feet finally touched the ground again, he staggered with exhaustion. Kingsley rushed forward to steady him. "I think," Harry managed with a weak smile, "we should probably cancel that evacuation order." Word of what happened in the ritual chamber spread quickly throughout the Ministry, transforming into something approaching legend by day's end. Employees spoke in hushed tones of how young Potter had stood within a pillar of raw magic, communing with the building itself to save everyone inside. Umbridge had been suspended pending investigation, her preservation committee disbanded immediately. Minister Fudge, realizing how close his administration had come to disaster, publicly reaffirmed his support for the special relationship between Mr. Potter and the Ministry, a complete reversal of his previous position. Harry, meanwhile, had been taken to St. Mungo's for examination after collapsing from magical exhaustion. The healers found no permanent damage but insisted on overnight observation. Amelia hadn't left his side since receiving Kingsley's Patronus message about the incident. "You took an extraordinary risk," she told him gently as he lay in the hospital bed. "Stepping into that column of magic could have killed you." Harry nodded tiredly. "I know. But it was the only way to communicate directly with the entity. It was confused and frightened, it needed to recognize me as the guardian." "And does it?" she asked. "Recognize you?" Harry smiled slightly. "Yes. We have an understanding now. It's hard to explain. The entity doesn't think like we do. It perceives patterns and balance, not specific thoughts or words. But it knows me now, and it knows I'm trying to help." Amelia brushed his hair back from his forehead. "Kingsley said you were extraordinary. That you redirected magic that should have been far beyond your capabilities." "It wasn't really me doing it," Harry admitted. "The entity showed me how. And the Potter magic helped channel it." He looked down at the signet ring, which had acquired new, intricate patterns in its metal after the event. I think that's what the Guardian is supposed to do. Not control the entity, but work with it. Be a bridge between its consciousness and our world." A knock at the door interrupted them. Kingsley entered, accompanied by a grim-faced unspeakable Croaker. "Mr. Potter," Croaker began without preamble, "we've completed our preliminary analysis of today's event. The magical surge registered on detection instruments across Britain. Nothing like it has been recorded since the founding of the ministry itself." "Is there damage?" Harry asked anxiously. "Quite the contrary," Croaker replied, looking slightly baffled. "The ministry's core magical systems are functioning more efficiently than our oldest records indicate they ever have. The containment seals are stronger, the energy flow more stable. Whatever you did in that chamber, it appears to have optimized the entire system." Harry nodded, unsurprised. "The entity helped me restore the proper patterns. It wants stability as much as we do." Croaker studied him with newfound respect. "You speak of it as a conscious being. It is. Not human consciousness, but awareness nonetheless. It's been trapped between worlds for centuries, doing its duty without guidance or recognition." Harry's voice softened. It was lonely. The adults exchanged glances, slightly unnerved by this perspective from a 6-year-old. "Well," Kingsley said finally, "whatever your connection to this entity, it seems to have prevented a catastrophe. The structural damage has completely repaired itself. By tomorrow, the ministry should be fully operational again." "There's something else you should know," Harry said, sitting up straighter despite his fatigue. "When I was connected to the entity, I could see all the magical currents throughout the ministry, including places where they've been tampered with." He described finding dark, corrupted threads of magic in several locations, most notably in the minister's office and around the Department of Mysteries. "Someone has been slowly inserting control points into the ministry's magic," he explained. "Subtle enough that the entity didn't recognize them as threats, but dangerous nonetheless. Points where someone could potentially hijack the power flow for their own purposes." Croaker's expression darkened. "Impossible. The foundational magic is sealed against interference." "Not if you're patient and know exactly what you're doing," Harry countered. "Someone has been working on this for years, maybe decades. Adding one tiny modification at a time." "Not," Amelia suggested, remembering Hardwin's account of the original betrayal. "Or his descendants." "Perhaps," Harry agreed. "Or someone else who discovered what the ministry really is. Either way, I've removed their access points for now, but we should investigate who was responsible." Croaker nodded grimly. "I'll assemble a specialized team immediately. If someone has been attempting to manipulate the foundational magic, it represents a threat beyond mere politics." After they departed, Amelia studied Harry with concern. "You should rest. You've done more than enough for one day." Harry leaned back against the pillows, suddenly aware of how exhausted he truly was. "I need to visit the sanctum again tomorrow. Hardwin's portrait can teach me more about maintaining the balance properly. Tomorrow, Amelia agreed firmly. For now, sleep. The ministry is stable, thanks to you. As Harry drifted toward sleep, he remained aware of the golden threads of magic connecting him to the ministry, stronger now, more defined. And within that connection, he could sense the entity's presence, no longer chaotic or distressed but peacefully maintaining the magical flows as it was meant to. For the first time since discovering his inheritance, Harry felt he truly understood what it meant to be the ministry's owner and guardian. Not controlling it, but working in partnership with the magic and consciousness that had sustained it for centuries. Tomorrow would bring new challenges, investigating the tampering, addressing the political fallout from Umbridge's failed ritual, continuing to build alliances within the wizarding world. But tonight, the ministry was at peace, and so was its young guardian. The following week brought significant changes to the Ministry of Magic. News of the Potter incident, as it came to be known, had spread throughout magical Britain, though the details remained classified. The official story simply stated that a magical anomaly had been successfully contained thanks to cooperation between young Mr. Potter and ministry specialists. What couldn't be hidden was the visible transformation of the ministry building itself. Employees reported that the entire structure seemed more vibrant somehow, enchantments functioning more smoothly, magical transportation systems more efficient, even the quality of light from the enchanted windows more natural and pleasing. For Harry, recovery from magical exhaustion had taken several days, during which he'd remained in the founder's apartments under Healer's supervision. Once cleared to resume normal activities, his first action had been to return to Hardwin's sanctum for a lengthy conversation with his ancestor's portrait. "You've accomplished something remarkable," Hardwin told him. "Not merely averting disaster, but establishing genuine communion with the entity. It took me years to achieve what you managed in moments." "I didn't really have a choice," Harry pointed out pragmatically. "It was that or let the ministry collapse." Hardwin chuckled. "Perhaps necessity is indeed the mother of invention. Regardless, you've restored the proper balance between guardian and entity sooner than I dared hope. The ministry is more stable now than it has been in generations." Under Hardwin's guidance, Harry began learning to properly monitor and maintain that balance. The crystal orb in the sanctum became a daily tool, allowing him to check the magical currents and communicate with the entity. These sessions rarely required more than a few minutes, just enough to maintain their connection and address any minor fluctuations. More challenging was navigating the political aftermath of Umbridge's failed coup attempt. Though suspended, she retained powerful allies who argued she had acted out of concern for ministry security rather than malicious intent. Fudge, ever the political weathervane, had distanced himself from the incident while avoiding outright condemnation of his former ally. "She'll be back," Amelia warned during one of their evening discussions. "Dolores is nothing if not persistent, and she genuinely believes the ministry should function according to her narrow vision of propriety." Harry nodded, having reached the same conclusion. "She's not the real threat, though. She was just a convenient tool for whoever's been tampering with the ministry's magic." The Unspeakables investigation had revealed troubling evidence of long-term, systematic manipulation of certain magical nexus points throughout the building. The modifications were sophisticated and showed intimate knowledge of the ministry's foundational magic, knowledge that should have been restricted to the Potter family and perhaps the original founding council. "Someone has been planning this for generations," Croker reported during a secured briefing in the founder's apartments. Each alteration individually was too small to trigger protective measures, but collectively they formed a secondary control network parallel to the main system. "What was their goal?" Amelia asked. "Control of the entity, we believe. The network was designed to gradually shift its allegiance away from the Potter Covenant toward something else." Croker hesitated. "We found traces of blood magic in the alterations, specifically, from the Knot lineage." Harry remembered Hardwin's account of the original betrayal. Artemis Knott's descendants, continuing his work. "Possibly, though the current Lord Knot claims no knowledge of such matters. We found nothing to directly implicate him." Croker's frustration was evident. Whoever orchestrated this covered their tracks meticulously. This mystery occupied much of Harry's attention as summer progressed. Between his daily education, ministry responsibilities, and ongoing investigation, he had little time for typical childhood activities. Recognizing this imbalance, Amelia arranged what she called mandatory fun, regular outings and playdates with children his own age. The most successful of these was his developing friendship with Daphne Greengrass. Lord Greengrass had made good on his invitation for dinner, and the two children had connected despite their different backgrounds. Where Harry was practical and sometimes too serious, Daphne possessed a dry wit that often made him laugh. Her political awareness, unusual for a 7-year-old, complemented his growing responsibility perfectly. "Father says you're changing everything," she informed him matter-of-factly during one visit to the founder's apartments. They sat in what had become a small play area, constructing an elaborate magical castle from enchanted building blocks. "The old families don't know whether to court you or fear you." Harry placed a tower carefully on their creation. "What does your father think?" "That you're exactly what the ministry needed." She adjusted a miniature drawbridge with critical precision. "The ethics charter has already forced 3 of his business competitors to stop bribing officials for permits." "Good," Harry said firmly. "The ministry should work fairly for everyone." Daphne studied him curiously. "You really believe that, don't you? Even though you could use your position to get whatever you want." "That's not why the ministry chose me as guardian," Harry replied simply. This candid statement, a child speaking of being chosen by a building, would have seemed absurd weeks earlier. Now, after witnessing the Potter incident, few who worked at the ministry would question it. Harry's connection to the building had become an accepted, if not fully understood, reality. This acceptance extended to unexpected quarters. One morning, Harry received a formal request for a meeting from Augusta Longbottom, who arrived at the founder's apartments accompanied by a round-faced boy Harry's age who introduced himself shyly as Neville. "Mr. Potter," Augusta began once they were seated in the formal sitting room, "I wish to discuss a matter of some historical significance. The Potter and Longbottom families have been allies for generations, a relationship that would have continued had circumstances not intervened." She explained that Neville's parents, Frank and Alice Longbottom, had been close friends of James and Lily Potter. They had fought alongside them against Voldemort and had been named as potential guardians in the Potter's will. "After your parents' murder, Frank and Alice suffered their own tragedy," Augusta continued, her stern expression softening slightly. "They were tortured into insanity by Death Eaters seeking information about Voldemort's defeat. They reside permanently in St. Mungo's now, unable to recognize even their own son." Harry looked at Neville with newfound understanding. Both boys had lost their parents to Voldemort's followers, though in different ways. "I'm very sorry," he said sincerely. Neville nodded silently, clearly uncomfortable but determined to endure the conversation. "I have come," Augusta continued, "to formally re-establish the alliance between our houses. As the last Potter and the heir to House Longbottom, you and Neville should continue the tradition of friendship and mutual support that served our families well for centuries." Harry recognized the political significance of this offer. The Longbottoms, though reduced in active membership, remained one of the most respected ancient and noble houses. Their public alignment with Harry would strengthen his position considerably. "I would be honored," he replied formally, before turning to Neville with a more genuine smile. "Maybe we could be actual friends too, not just political allies." Neville looked surprised, then cautiously pleased. "I'd like that. I don't have many friends." "Me neither," Harry admitted. "At least, not before coming here." Augusta watched this exchange with approval. "Excellent. I suggest regular visits to build your acquaintance. Perhaps Mr. Longbottom could join your educational sessions occasionally. I understand you have excellent tutors." Thus began another friendship that would prove significant in Harry's life. Where Daphne brought political insight and verbal sparring, Neville offered genuine kindness and a surprising knowledge of magical plants and their properties. His initial shyness gradually gave way to quiet confidence in Harry's presence, especially when they discovered a shared interest in exploring the Ministry's many hidden corners and passages. By mid-August, Harry had established a comfortable routine balancing his responsibilities as the Ministry's guardian with the educational and social needs of a 6-year-old boy. The initial crisis had passed, Umbridge remained suspended though not fired, and Minister Fudge had settled into an uneasy accommodation with the reality of Potter ownership. But Harry knew the peace was temporary. The tampering with the Ministry's magic remained only partially understood, the perpetrators unidentified. Dumbledore had maintained a polite distance since their Wizengamot encounter, but Harry sensed the powerful wizard was merely biding his time. And always, there was the prophecy to consider, the foretelling that linked his fate to Voldemort's, suggesting the Dark Lord would return. These concerns occupied his thoughts late one evening as he sat in Hardwin's sanctum, hands resting lightly on the crystal orb. Through it, he monitored the magical currents flowing throughout the Ministry, now stable and harmonious after the disruption of Umbridge's ritual. Within the crystal, he could sense the entity's consciousness, alien yet increasingly familiar. They had developed a wordless communication over the weeks, sharing impressions and intentions rather than specific thoughts. Tonight, however, Harry detected something new in their exchange, a warning. Focusing more deeply, he perceived distant magical disturbances, originating not within the Ministry but from somewhere in Britain. The entity, with its connection to magical flows across the country, sensed danger approaching, a darkness gathering strength, preparing to challenge the restored balance. "Show me," Harry requested silently. Images formed in his mind, a forest in Albania, a disembodied presence feeding on magical creatures, growing stronger. Whispered conversations between hooded figures, planning and plotting. A name repeated with fear and anticipation, Lord Voldemort. Harry withdrew from the crystal, his heart racing. The prophecy was true, Voldemort wasn't gone, merely diminished and disembodied. And according to the entity's perceptions, he was finding ways to regain his strength. "He's coming back," Harry whispered to Hardwin's portrait. "The dark wizard who killed my parents." "Then you must be prepared," Hardwin replied gravely. "Not just as Harry Potter, but as the Ministry's guardian. For if this Dark Lord returns, he will surely seek the power contained here, power that could make him truly unstoppable." Harry nodded, determination replacing fear. He had months, perhaps years before Voldemort regained enough strength to return. Time to learn, to build alliances, to strengthen both himself and the Ministry against the coming conflict. "I'll be ready," he promised, both to Hardwin and to himself. The entity pulsed in agreement, its consciousness resonating with his resolve. Beyond the hidden sanctum, the Ministry of Magic continued its nightly operations, workers completing late shifts, security wizards patrolling corridors, magical maintenance adjusting enchantments. Most were unaware of the young boy at the building's heart, communing with ancient magic and preparing for a threat they couldn't yet imagine. But throughout the vast structure, golden threads of foundational magic pulsed with renewed vitality, spreading protective enchantments that hadn't functioned properly in generations. The Ministry was awakening to its true purpose once more, not merely as a seat of government, but as magical Britain's greatest defense against the darkness to come. And at its center, guided by the last Potter, the ancient entity continued its vigil, watching, waiting, and gathering strength for the battles that lay ahead. Chapter 5. The true Minister. Morning light streamed through the enchanted windows of the Founder's apartments, illuminating a bedroom that had evolved substantially over 5 years. No longer furnished for a small child, the space now reflected the interests and growth of a boy approaching his 11th birthday. Bookshelves lined one wall, filled with magical texts and Muggle novels alike. A large desk stood by the window, covered with parchment maps of the Ministry's magical architecture. On the opposite wall hung a calendar with July 31st circled prominently, Harry Potter's birthday, now just 3 weeks away. Harry himself stood before a full-length mirror, adjusting formal robes that had been tailored for today's Wizengamot session. At nearly 11, he had grown from the tiny, malnourished child who had first discovered Hardwin Potter's will into a still slender but healthy boy with his father's untamable hair and his mother's piercing green eyes. 5 years of proper nutrition, magical education, and the ministry's subtle influence had transformed him. The dark blue or the emerald green, he asked, holding both sets of formal robes against himself. The blue, came Amelia Bone's voice from the doorway. It projects authority without seeming too Slytherin today. Harry grinned. Trying not to antagonize the traditionalists before I've even spoken. Precisely. Amelia entered, looking distinguished in her formal Wisengamot attire. After 5 years as Harry's guardian, she had become something between a mentor and an aunt to him. Today's vote on the Magical Beings Employment Act is already controversial enough. No need to inflame passions with color symbolism. Harry nodded, donning the blue robes. The act in question, which would remove hiring restrictions on werewolves, part goblins, and other magical beings, represented months of careful political maneuvering. As his 11th birthday approached, Harry had grown increasingly determined to implement lasting reforms before departing for Hogwarts. "How's our vote count looking?" he asked, slipping the Potter's signet ring onto his finger. The ring had grown more intricate over the years, golden threads of ministry magic permanently woven into its design. 53 committed votes, 7 leaning our way, 15 opposed, and 5 undecided, Amelia reported. Lord Greengrass confirmed his faction's support last night, which should put us over the threshold even if Fudge rallies additional opposition. And Malfoy? Still in France, thankfully. His proxy will vote against us, of course, but without his personal influence, several fence-sitters may break our way. Harry nodded, satisfied. Lucius Malfoy had become less openly antagonistic over the years, shifting to more subtle methods of undermining Harry's influence. His convenient, diplomatic mission to France during this crucial vote was typical of his approach, maintaining plausible deniability while working behind the scenes to protect pure-blood interests. A gentle knock interrupted them. "Master Harry?" Mitzi called. "Mr. Shacklebolt is here with your security briefing, and young Miss Greengrass has arrived for breakfast." "Thank you, Mitzi. Tell them I'll be right out." As they walked to the dining room, Amelia observed, "You seem quite calm for someone about to introduce the most progressive legislation since the Goblin Liaison Office was established." Harry smiled slightly. After facing down a rampaging ministry entity and surviving multiple assassination attempts, a Wisengamot vote seems relatively manageable. The dining room had become a sort of informal command center over the years. Maps of the ministry adorned the walls alongside charts tracking various political alliances. This morning, the long table was set for breakfast while also displaying parchments outlining the day's strategy. Kingsley Shacklebolt stood reviewing security reports, his tall frame still imposing despite the lines that 5 years of service as Harry's head of security had added to his face. Nearby, Daphne Greengrass, now a composed, politically astute almost 12-year-old, was annotating a list of Wisengamot members. "Not's going to vote against us," she announced without preamble as Harry entered. Father overheard him at the club last night, complaining about half-breeds taking proper wizard jobs. "Expected, but unfortunate," Harry replied, taking his seat. "Good morning to you too, Daphne." She flashed a quick smile. "Morning, Harry. Sorry, political gossip waits for no one." Their friendship had deepened considerably over 5 years, evolving from cautious political alliance into genuine trust. Daphne's analytical mind complemented Harry's more intuitive approach, making her an invaluable ally in navigating the complex world of wizarding politics. "Security status is green," Kingsley reported, joining them at the table. "The Wisengamot chamber has been swept for hexes, poison, and listening devices. Auror teams are positioned at all access points. Tonks is already inside disguised as a chamber aide." Harry nodded. "Any word from our friend in the Department of Mysteries?" "Croker confirms all monitoring systems are functioning normally. No unusual magical activity detected." Kingsley lowered his voice slightly. "However, he did mention that the entity has been more active over the past week. Nothing concerning, just increased energy readings around the veil." This information gave Harry pause. Over 5 years, he had developed a nuanced relationship with the entity bound within the Ministry's foundation. Their communication had evolved beyond wordless impressions into something approaching genuine dialogue, though still alien compared to human interaction. Increased activity usually indicated the entity was responding to something, either within the Ministry or in the broader magical world. "I'll check the sanctum before we leave," he decided. "Better to know if something's brewing." Breakfast proceeded with discussion of the day's strategy, interrupted only when Arthur Weasley arrived with last-minute intelligence from the minister's office. "Fudge called in favors all night," Arthur reported, accepting a cup of tea gratefully. "He's promising committee appointments and budget increases to anyone who opposes the bill." "Desperate," Daphne commented. "He must be truly worried about the vote." "Or about what comes after," Harry suggested. "The Employment Act is the cornerstone for the larger equality reforms we've been working toward. If it passes, the floodgates open." Arthur nodded. "Precisely. Speaking of which, my department received this morning." He placed an official ministry memo on the table. "Budget cuts. Again. Apparently, Muggle artifacts aren't a funding priority this quarter." Harry frowned. Despite 5 years of reform efforts, certain patterns of ministry corruption proved stubbornly resistant to change. The ethics charter had eliminated outright bribery, but Fudge had grown adept at using budgetary discretion to reward allies and punish those aligned with Harry. "We'll address it after the vote," Harry promised. "If we win today, we'll have leverage to revisit departmental funding across the board." After breakfast, Harry excused himself to visit the founder's sanctum. Over the years, the hidden chamber had become something of a sanctuary, a place where he could commune directly with the ministry's magic away from politics and daily responsibilities. The sanctum recognized him immediately, the stone door melting away at his approach. Inside, Hardwin's portrait stirred to wakefulness. "The heir returns on an important day," observed the primary portrait. After 5 years of regular conversations, Hardwin's painted consciousness had become a trusted advisor and link to Harry's family heritage. "The Wisengamot votes on your employment legislation." "Yes," Harry confirmed, approaching the crystal orb at the chamber's center. "But Kingsley mentioned increased activity from the entity. I wanted to check before proceeding." Placing his hands on the crystal, Harry closed his eyes and extended his consciousness into the ministry's magical network. The sensation was familiar now, like diving into a vast ocean of interconnected energies and intentions. At the center, he found the entity's presence, its alien consciousness recognizing him instantly. "Hello, old friend," Harry projected. "You seem restless today." The entity's response came as a series of impressions and magical currents rather than words. Harry had learned to interpret these communications over years of practice. Today, he sensed anticipation. Awareness of impending change. Not danger, precisely, but significant transition. "Is this about my birthday? About Hogwarts?" Harry asked, curious why his upcoming departure would concern the entity. The response was complex, confirmation but also something more. Images formed in Harry's mind, the ministry's magical foundation, connections spreading across Britain, nexus points of power at Hogwarts, Gringotts, and other ancient magical sites. The entity was showing him how these locations formed a network, with the ministry at its heart, a network that had been weakening for centuries until Harry's arrival had begun restoring proper flow. "You're concerned about maintaining the balance when I'm away," Harry realized. "About our connection being stretched." Affirmation flowed through the crystal. The entity had grown accustomed to Harry's regular presence, his conscious participation in maintaining magical equilibrium. His departure for school represented unknown territory. "We'll need to establish a different connection," Harry said aloud, both to the entity and to Hardwin's portrait. "Something that can maintain our bond across distance." "There are methods," Hardwin's portrait confirmed. "In my time, Potter Guardians often traveled while maintaining their duties. The founders' journals describe rituals for establishing remote connections through specially crafted focus objects. Harry nodded thoughtfully. I'll need to research this before leaving for Hogwarts. Perhaps Croaker can assist. The Unspeakables have been studying our connection for years. The entity sent a final impression, urgency but also trust. Whatever solution they found, it needed to be implemented soon. Harry withdrew from the crystal with renewed determination. Another complex problem to solve before September 1st. I'll return this evening, he promised both the entity and Hardwin's portrait. After the vote. As Harry left the sanctum, he reflected on how his relationship with the ministry had evolved. What had begun as a shocking discovery of ownership had transformed into genuine partnership and responsibility. The ministry was more than property to him now, it was a living magical ecosystem that he had sworn to protect and nurture. Returning to the founders' apartments, he found the others preparing to depart for the Wizengamot session. Neville Longbottom had arrived, dressed in formal robes bearing the Longbottom crest. Gran says to tell you she's confirmed 5 more votes, Neville reported, having grown from the shy boy Harry first met into a quietly determined ally. Though still struggling with confidence in some areas, Neville had become fiercely loyal to Harry and their shared reform efforts. The Abbott, Macmillan, and Marchbanks families are definitely with us. Excellent, Harry replied, genuinely pleased. That should secure our majority unless something unexpected happens. Daphne snorted elegantly. When does something unexpected not happen around you, Potter? Harry conceded the point with a grin. His 5 years at the ministry had rarely been uneventful. Between thwarting political machinations, investigating ancient magical mysteries, and occasionally facing outright attacks, life as the ministry's owner had proven consistently exciting. Just for that, you get to sit next to Madame Umbridge during the session, he teased. Daphne's eyes widened in mock horror. You wouldn't dare. I'd be trapped listening to her reminisce about educational decrees and proper hemline measurements for hours. Even after her failed ritual attempt years earlier, Dolores Umbridge had managed to salvage her career through political maneuvering. Though no longer in Fudge's inner circle, she maintained a position in the ministry's Educational Oversight Committee, where she regularly attempted to impose increasingly restrictive standards on Hogwarts curriculum. If we're quite finished with the banter, Amelia interjected, though her expression remained fond, we should depart. The session begins in 20 minutes. They traveled to the Wizengamot chamber via Harry's private elevator, a security measure Kingsley had insisted upon after the 3rd assassination attempt. As the doors opened onto level 2, Harry felt the familiar resonance of the ministry's magic acknowledging his presence. After 5 years, the building had become intimately attuned to him, responding to his emotions and intentions in ways that still occasionally surprised even longtime employees. The Wizengamot chamber buzzed with pre-session activity when they arrived. Witches and wizards in plum robes conversed in small groups, many falling silent as Harry entered. Despite years of his presence, the boy who lived's arrival still commanded attention, especially on days when significant legislation was being considered. Augusta Longbottom approached, her formidable presence parting the crowd. Mr. Potter, Madam Bones. The minister has been making last-minute appeals to the neutrals. Offering remarkably generous incentives, I might add. Desperation makes for open pocketbooks, Amelia observed dryly. Indeed. However, I believe our coalition remains intact. Augusta nodded toward the chamber entrance, where Cyrus Greengrass was leading in a contingent of traditionally neutral families, all pointedly avoiding Fudge's attempts to catch their attention. Harry exchanged a brief smile with Lord Greengrass, acknowledging the political support without drawing undue attention to their alliance. Over years of careful relationship building, the neutrals had become Harry's most reliable voting bloc, not ideologically committed to either traditionalist or progressive agendas, but increasingly convinced that Harry's pragmatic reforms represented the future. At precisely 10 o'clock, Albus Dumbledore entered in his capacity as Chief Warlock. His relationship with Harry had evolved into something complex over 5 years, neither friendship nor enmity, but a careful dance of mutual respect tinged with wariness. They disagreed fundamentally on certain matters, particularly regarding Harry's guardianship and education, but had found common ground on progressive legislation. The 427th session of the Wizengamot is now in session, Dumbledore announced, his magically amplified voice filling the chamber. Today's primary agenda item is the second reading of the Magical Beings Employment Act, sponsored by Lord Potter and co-sponsored by Lords Greengrass, Longbottom, and Lady Bones. Harry's official title, bestowed when he had formally claimed the Potter-Wizengamot seats at age 8, still elicited mutters from some traditionalists who considered it inappropriate for a child to hold such status. Nevertheless, he had earned sufficient respect, or at least cautious acceptance, from most members through consistent demonstration of maturity and political acumen beyond his years. Minister Fudge entered last, his lime-green bowler clutched nervously in his hands. 5 years of working alongside Potter had not improved their relationship. If anything, the constant tension between ministry owner and minister for magic had only deepened, though it had evolved from open antagonism to carefully measured opposition. Before we proceed to the Employment Act, Fudge announced unexpectedly, I wish to address a matter of urgent ministerial concern. Dumbledore raised an eyebrow but nodded permission. The floor recognizes Minister Fudge for a statement of urgent business. Fudge straightened his robes importantly. Esteemed members of the Wizengamot, it is my solemn duty to bring to your attention disturbing developments regarding the security and stability of our government. Harry tensed, exchanging a quick glance with Amelia. This unscheduled statement carried all the hallmarks of a political ambush. For nearly 5 years, Fudge continued, we have accommodated the unusual arrangement regarding ministry ownership claimed by Mr. Potter. While this arrangement has certain historical precedent, recent events suggest it may present genuine dangers to magical Britain. Murmurs spread through the chamber. Harry maintained a neutral expression, though internally his mind raced. What recent events could Fudge possibly be referring to? My office has received concerning reports from the Department of Mysteries, Fudge declared, producing an official-looking document. Magical instabilities detected throughout the ministry building. Unexplained energy surges. Unpredictable behavior of long-established enchantments. Croaker, seated in the unspeakable section, looked genuinely confused. These claims directly contradicted his regular reports, which had consistently shown the ministry's magic functioning more harmoniously under Harry's stewardship than at any time in recorded history. Furthermore, Fudge continued, gaining confidence as he sensed the chamber's unease, with Mr. Potter approaching Hogwarts age, serious questions arise regarding continued ministry operations during his extended absence. The instabilities already observed will likely worsen without his daily presence, potentially endangering everyone who works within these walls. Now Harry understood, this was Fudge's desperate play before losing the Employment Act vote. By raising security concerns tied to Harry's impending departure for Hogwarts, he hoped to undermine confidence in the Potter guardianship altogether. I therefore propose, Fudge concluded dramatically, the establishment of a ministerial control commission to assume temporary ownership responsibilities during Mr. Potter's school terms, with phased transition to permanent ministry governance once he reaches majority. The chamber erupted in overlapping voices, some expressing outrage, others cautious support, many simply confused by these unexpected claims. Dumbledore rapped his wand for order. These are serious allegations, Minister, the chief warlock stated once silence had been restored. I believe Mr. Potter should have the opportunity to respond before further discussion. All eyes turned to Harry, who rose calmly from his seat. 5 years of political battles had taught him the value of measured response over emotional reaction. Thank you, Chief Warlock, he began, his voice steady despite his youth. I find it curious that Minister Fudge has discovered these alleged instabilities precisely on the day of a vote he opposes, yet neither I nor the Department of Mysteries, which reports directly to me on such matters, have been informed of any concerns. He turned to address the full chamber. Members of the Wizengamot, let me be clear, the ministry's magical foundation is more stable now than at any point in the past century. Director Croaker can confirm this with empirical measurements taken daily since my guardianship began. Croaker nodded emphatically from his seat, clearly annoyed at being dragged into political theater. As for my attendance at Hogwarts, Harry continued, preparations have been underway for months to ensure seamless maintenance of the Ministry Potter connection during my school terms. These preparations include the establishment of a Guardians Council comprising trusted officials from multiple departments who will maintain regular contact with me regarding any matters requiring owner attention. This was not entirely accurate. Harry and Croaker were still researching the most effective method for maintaining his connection to the entity during school terms, but the concept of a governing council was well developed. Minister Fudge's sudden concern appears politically motivated rather than factually supported, Harry concluded firmly. I welcome legitimate discussion about ministry operations during my school years, but I reject the premise that my guardianship has created instability. Quite the opposite, as 5 years of ministry records clearly demonstrate. Approving murmurs swept the progressive and neutral sections. Fudge's face had grown progressively redder during Harry's response. The boy is naturally defensive, Fudge blustered, abandoning political niceties in his frustration. But the fact remains that placing government operations at the mercy of a child's magical connection is fundamentally unsound. Particularly when that child will be hundreds of miles away focusing on turning teacups into toads or whatever Hogwarts teaches first years these days. This dismissive characterization of Harry's role backfired immediately. After 5 years witnessing Harry's measured leadership and genuine commitment to ministry improvement, many Wisengamot members, even those who opposed specific policies, had developed respect for his approach to governance. Point of order, Augusta Longbottom called sharply. The minister is making unsubstantiated claims that contradict official departmental reports. I move that Director Croaker present the actual findings regarding ministry magical stability before this conversation proceeds further. Dumbledore nodded agreement. A reasonable request. Director Croaker, would you please address the Wisengamot on this matter? Croaker approached the central podium, his grey unspeakable robes lending gravity to his presence. The Department of Mysteries conducts daily monitoring of the Ministry's foundational magic as part of our core responsibilities. I can state categorically that all stability metrics have shown consistent improvement since Mr. Potter assumed guardianship 5 years ago. He produced several charts showing magical energy readings over time. The trend is unmistakable. Prior to Mr. Potter's arrival, we recorded regular fluctuations indicating progressive degradation of core systems. After his connection was established, these fluctuations diminished significantly. For the past 3 years, readings have remained within optimal parameters with only minor variations. Fudge looked increasingly uncomfortable as Croaker dismantled his claims. But what about the recent surges? The reports my office received, I am unaware of any such reports, Minister, Croaker interrupted firmly. All departmental findings are submitted simultaneously to my office, your office, and Lord Potter as per established protocol. No anomalous activity has been recorded or reported. The implication was clear, Fudge had fabricated or grossly exaggerated his claims. Throughout the chamber, expressions ranged from disapproval to outright disgust at this transparent political maneuver. Perhaps, Dumbledore suggested delicately, the minister was given inaccurate information by an overzealous staff member. These misunderstandings do occur. It was a diplomatic lifeline, offering Fudge a way to retreat without admitting outright deception. After a moment's hesitation, the minister seized it. Yes, it seems I may have been provided with premature concerns rather than verified data, he muttered. Nevertheless, the question of ministry operations during Mr. Potter's school attendance remains valid. A question that Lord Potter has already addressed through his proposed Guardians' Council, Cyrus Greengrass observed smoothly, entering the debate for the first time. Perhaps we could return to the scheduled agenda. The Employment Act deserves our full attention. Recognizing defeat, Fudge nodded stiffly and returned to his seat. The chamber soon settled into the formal procedure of the second reading, with Harry presenting the Act's provisions and answering questions from various factions. The legislation itself was carefully crafted, progressive in expanding employment opportunities for magical beings while incorporating practical safeguards that addressed legitimate concerns. For werewolves, it included ministry-funded wolfsbane access and secure transformation facilities. For part goblins, it removed hiring restrictions while respecting certain cultural boundaries regarding financial institutions. After nearly 3 hours of debate, the vote proceeded. Harry watched intently as hands raised throughout the chamber, Wisengamot clerks tallying the count with glowing magical markers. The final vote stands at 62 in favor, 35 opposed, 3 abstentions, Dumbledore announced finally. The Magical Beings Employment Act passes its second reading and will proceed to final implementation review. A restrained wave of applause rippled through the chamber. For Harry, the victory represented more than just one piece of legislation. It validated 5 years of careful coalition building and demonstrated that meaningful reform was possible even within Wizarding Britain's tradition-bound governance system. As the session adjourned, Harry received congratulations from allies and reluctant acknowledgement from opponents. Fudge departed quickly, avoiding eye contact, while Dumbledore approached with a thoughtful expression. "Most impressive, Harry," the chief warlock said quietly. "Both the legislation itself and your handling of the minister's concerns. You continue to demonstrate remarkable political acumen for one so young." "Thank you, Professor," Harry replied, maintaining the formal address they typically used in public. "Though I suspect you recognize the Employment Act structure from similar proposals you supported decades ago." Dumbledore's eyes twinkled. "I noticed certain familiar elements, yes. Though your version contains pragmatic compromises I might not have considered in my more idealistic years. Sometimes half a loaf feeds more people than none at all," Harry observed. "Indeed. A lesson many never learn." Dumbledore hesitated, then added, "I wonder if we might speak privately sometime before your Hogwarts term begins. There are matters regarding your unique status that would benefit from discussion." Harry nodded, having anticipated this request. "I'd welcome that conversation, Professor. Perhaps next week. I believe we both have rather full schedules until then." With arrangements made for their meeting, Harry rejoined his core group. The celebratory mood was evident, Neville grinning broadly, Daphne allowing a rare public smile, Amelia looking satisfied with the professional triumph. "Dinner at the Founder's apartments?" Harry suggested. "We should properly celebrate before tackling the implementation details tomorrow." As they departed, Harry felt the Ministry's magic resonating with his own satisfaction, a harmonic hum of approval flowing through the building's very foundations. The entity, too, seemed pleased, sending a pulse of positive energy through their connection. Today represented progress toward the balanced, equitable magical society that served both the entity's interests and Harry's vision for reform. Yet beneath that satisfaction, Harry sensed something else, a subtle shift in the magical currents, a gathering of potential energy throughout the Ministry's systems. Not dangerous, precisely, but significant. Change was coming, beyond just his approaching Hogwarts attendance. The entity knew it. The Ministry felt it. And Harry himself could no longer ignore it. Something momentous was brewing in the magical foundations beneath them all. Unacceptable. Absolutely unacceptable. Cornelius Fudge's voice echoed through his private office as he paced furiously. Before him stood Dolores Umbridge, her toad-like face set in an expression of vindicated outrage. "I warned you this would happen," she reminded him, her girlish voice at odds with the venom in her words. "The Potter boy has systematically undermined proper ministry authority for 5 years. Today's vote is merely the latest example of his dangerous influence." Fudge collapsed into his chair, mopping his brow with a handkerchief. "The Employment Act will create chaos. Werewolves in public service. Goblins beyond Gringotts. Next they'll demand seats on the Wisengamot itself." "Precisely, Minister. And once the boy leaves for Hogwarts, he'll indoctrinate an entire generation of students with these progressive notions." Umbridge practically spat the word. "Unless decisive action is taken." Fudge looked up suspiciously. "What are you suggesting, Dolores?" "My attempt to establish the Control Commission failed spectacularly. The Wizengamot clearly won't support direct intervention. Umbridge's smile didn't reach her eyes. Not the Wizengamot, no. But there are other avenues available to those truly committed to preserving proper ministry governance. She placed a small, ancient-looking book on his desk. Its leather binding was cracked with age, the title barely legible, Ministerial Foundations, Emergency Protocols. Where did you get this? Fudge demanded, recognizing it as one of the restricted historical texts kept in the minister's private library, texts he himself had never bothered to study. Research, Minister. Extensive research into how we might address our Potter problem. Umbridge opened the book to a marked page. This describes an emergency severance procedure, designed to temporarily disconnect the ministry building from external magical influence during times of attack or corruption. Fudge scanned the page with growing interest. Severance from external magical influence, that would include Potter's ownership connection, wouldn't it? Precisely, Umbridge confirmed, her voice dropping conspiratorially. The procedure requires specific preparations, of course, and can only be initiated by the Minister for Magic during a certified emergency situation. But once activated, it would suspend all ownership claims until formally reset by ministerial decree. And Potter would have no authority to interfere, Fudge mused, warming to the idea. His connection would be temporarily severed. Temporarily, or perhaps indefinitely, depending on how the reset is handled. Umbridge's smile widened slightly. The text is ambiguous on certain procedural details, which allows for creative implementation. Fudge frowned, momentarily cautious. What about that entity Potter's connected to? The one that caused such havoc during your previous attempt to cleanse the ministry? A legitimate concern, Umbridge acknowledged. However, this procedure differs fundamentally from my earlier approach. Rather than attacking the entity directly, it simply isolates the ministry's magical core temporarily, like placing protective wards around a patient during delicate healing. This characterization appealed to Fudge's self-image as the ministry's protector against Potter's dangerous influence. And we would need an emergency situation to justify implementation. Yes, though the definition of emergency is quite broad in ministerial terms. Umbridge tapped another page significantly. A magical security breach, for instance, or evidence of compromised foundational structures. Either would qualify under the protocols. Evidence we don't actually have, Fudge pointed out, remembering his embarrassment during the Wizengamot session. Croaker contradicted every claim I made. Croaker reports to Potter, Umbridge dismissed. His loyalty is compromised. But there are others in the Department of Mysteries less enchanted with the current arrangement. Those who remember when the ministry functioned under proper ministerial authority. She placed another document on Fudge's desk, an internal report bearing an unspeakable seal, though not Croaker's. This suggests localized instabilities in the deepest levels. Minor fluctuations, easily overlooked unless one knows precisely what to monitor. Fudge studied the report with growing excitement. And these fluctuations could be interpreted as early warning signs of structural compromise? By a concerned minister exercising appropriate caution? Absolutely. Umbridge's expression turned earnest. The timing is perfect, Minister. With Potter departing for Hogwarts in just over a month, implementing the severance now would prevent him from establishing whatever alternative connection system he's planning. Once severed, his authority could be permanently supplanted by proper ministerial control. The plan's audacity both thrilled and frightened Fudge. Directly challenging Potter's ownership carried significant risks, political certainly, but potentially magical as well. Yet the opportunity to finally free the ministry from the boy's influence, to restore what Fudge considered proper governmental order, proved too tempting to reject outright. How soon could the procedure be prepared, he asked, committing himself halfway. 2 weeks for the necessary arrangements, Umbridge replied promptly. The most crucial elements are already in progress. We would need to select the precise timing carefully, ideally when Potter is away from the building, to minimize his ability to counter the severance magically. Fudge nodded slowly, imagining the political landscape after a successful implementation. He would be celebrated as the minister who restored proper authority, who protected the ministry from the whims of a child. The traditionalists would rally behind him. Even many moderates might accept the change as a reasonable correction to an admittedly unusual governance arrangement. Proceed with preparations, he decided. But maintain absolute secrecy. If Potter or his allies discover our intentions before implementation, they'll move against us immediately. Of course, Minister. Umbridge's satisfaction was barely contained. You won't regret this decision. History will remember you as the minister who restored proper order to magical governance. As Umbridge departed to begin arrangements, Fudge remained at his desk, contemplating the potential consequences of his decision. He was not, by nature, a brave man. But 5 years of watching his authority gradually eroded by Potter's reforms had fostered a resentment that now overrode his usual caution. The boy had humiliated him too many times. The Employment Act was simply the latest in a series of political defeats engineered by a child who should never have been allowed such influence. It was time to restore proper order, proper hierarchy. The ministry belonged under ministerial control, not Potter ownership. And soon, Fudge promised himself, that natural order would be restored, permanently. Harry's 11th birthday arrived with unusual fanfare, even by wizarding standards. The Daily Prophet ran a special edition chronicling his accomplishments since claiming ministry ownership. Magical communities throughout Britain held celebrations honoring both the boy who lived and his progressive reforms. Even international magical newspapers featured articles speculating about how Hogwarts might accommodate a student who legally owned the government. For Harry himself, however, the day began quietly in the founder's apartments, surrounded by those closest to him. Amelia had arranged a small breakfast celebration before the day's more formal events. Neville, who shared Harry's birthday, Daphne, Susan Bones, and the youngest Weasley children, Ron and Ginny, gathered around a table laden with presents and 2 elaborate cakes prepared by the ministry elves. 11 years old, Amelia mused, watching Harry unwrap a deluxe broom maintenance kit from the Bones family. I can scarcely believe 5 years have passed since you first arrived at the ministry. Sometimes it feels like yesterday, Harry admitted. Other times it feels like I've always been here. Ron Weasley, whose friendship with Harry had developed through his father's ministry position, gestured enthusiastically with a forkful of cake. Just think, in a month we'll be at Hogwarts. No more tutors or political meetings or boring ministry stuff. Harry exchanged an amused glance with Daphne. While he genuinely valued Ron's friendship and straightforward perspective, the redhead had never quite grasped that Harry's boring ministry stuff would continue regardless of his Hogwarts attendance. I expect Harry will still have quite a few political meetings, Neville observed diplomatically. Just via owl rather than in person. Speaking of owls, Amelia interjected, I believe a special delivery should be arriving momentarily. As if on cue, a handsome tawny owl swooped through the open window, bearing a distinctive parchment envelope sealed with the Hogwarts crest. Though expected, Harry had, after all, been on the school registry since birth. The arrival of his official acceptance letter still elicited genuine excitement. Harry broke the seal and read aloud, Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry Headmaster, Albus Dumbledore, Order of Merlin, First Class, Grand Source, CHF, Warlock, Supreme Mugwump, International Confide, of Wizards, Dear Mr. Potter, we are pleased to inform you that you have been accepted at Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. Please find enclosed a list of all necessary books and equipment. Term begins on September 1st. We await your owl by no later than July 31st. Yours sincerely, Minerva McGonagall Deputy Headmistress, Brilliant. Ron exclaimed. Now we can all go to Diagon Alley together for supplies. I've already prepared your acceptance response, Amelia noted, handing Harry a sealed letter. Unless you've had second thoughts about attending? The question was asked lightly, but it touched on serious discussions they'd had over the past year. Alternatives had been considered, continuing with private tutors while managing ministry responsibilities, attending one of the smaller European magical schools with more flexible attendance policies, or even studying at the Department of Mysteries under specialized instruction. No second thoughts, Harry confirmed, attaching his response to the waiting owl's leg. Hogwarts is where I belong, at least for my magical education. After breakfast and presents, Harry excused himself for what had become a birthday tradition, a private visit to Hardwin's sanctum. The ancient chamber had remained his most reliable source of connection to his Potter heritage, a place where he could speak freely with Hardwin's portraits about family legacy and responsibility. 11 years old, the primary portrait greeted him. The age of formal magical education begins. Your parents would be proud, young heir. Thank you, Hardwin. Harry approached the crystal orb, which pulsed with welcoming light. I've been working with Croaker on the connection maintenance during my Hogwarts terms. We think we found a viable solution. The solution in question involved creating a specialized focus object, a miniature version of the crystal orb, that would maintain a continuous magical link between Harry and the Ministry entity regardless of distance. Combined with a carefully selected Guardians Council to handle day-to-day matters, the arrangement should allow Harry to attend Hogwarts while fulfilling his ownership responsibilities. As he placed his hands on the crystal to share this plan with the entity, however, Harry immediately sensed something unusual. The magical currents swirled more rapidly than normal, carrying impressions of anticipation, expectation. The entity seemed unusually focused, its consciousness pressing against the boundaries of their connection with unprecedented intensity. What's happening? Harry asked silently. What are you trying to show me? The response came as a flood of images and sensations, the Ministry's deepest foundations glowing with accumulated power, the entity's consciousness expanding beyond its normal parameters, connections between the Ministry and other ancient magical sites strengthening. Something was building within the magical network, some potential that had been growing steadily for months, perhaps years. Is this dangerous? Harry questioned, concerned by the intensity. Negative impression. Not danger, transformation. Evolution. Fulfillment. Harry withdrew from the crystal, turning to Hardwin's portrait with concern. The entity is changing somehow. Expanding. It says it's not dangerous, but the energy buildup is significant. Hardwin's expression grew thoughtful. There are references in the oldest journals to cyclical phases in the entity's existence. Periods of dormancy followed by periods of greater activity. Perhaps your connection has accelerated such a cycle. Should I be worried? Should we take precautions? Monitor closely, but don't interfere unless absolutely necessary, Hardwin advised. The entity has existed for millennia. Its cycles likely serve essential purposes we don't fully comprehend. This answer didn't entirely satisfy Harry, but he recognized the wisdom in caution. Over 5 years, he had learned that the entity operated according to patterns and principles beyond human understanding. Attempting to control it too strictly often created more problems than it solved. I'll speak with Croaker, he decided. The unspeakables should increase monitoring during my birthday celebrations, in case the energy continues building. Leaving the sanctum, Harry found Kingsley waiting outside with an unusually serious expression. Security concern? Harry guessed immediately. Potential, Kingsley confirmed. One of our monitoring charms detected unauthorized access to the Minister's restricted archives last night, specifically, texts regarding Ministry foundational protocols. Harry frowned. Fudge himself? Unclear. The archives respond to ministerial authority, so the access wasn't technically unauthorized if Fudge approved it. But the timing is suspicious, coming so soon after his failed attempt to establish the Control Commission. Keep surveillance discreet but thorough, Harry instructed. If Fudge is researching foundational protocols, he's likely planning another move against my ownership. We need to know what he's considering before he implements anything. With this concerning development added to his awareness of the entity's unusual activity, Harry's birthday celebrations took on a slightly different character. While he genuinely enjoyed the formal reception held in the ministry atrium, complete with speeches from department heads and congratulations from magical diplomats, part of his attention remained focused on the building itself, monitoring subtle shifts in its magical currents. By evening, when the public celebrations concluded, Harry felt both emotionally and magically drained. The combination of social demands, political maneuvering, and heightened magical awareness had depleted his reserves. Returning to the founder's apartments, he found Amelia reviewing security reports with Kingsley. "Anything new?" he asked, collapsing into a comfortable armchair. "Nothing concrete," Kingsley replied. "But one of Tonk's sources reports unusual activity in the Department of Mysteries, specifically, the Experimental Magic Division. Requisitions for rare components used in temporal and spatial manipulation spells." Temporal manipulation. Harry's exhaustion receded slightly. That doesn't match Fudge's usual approach. He typically aims for direct power plays, not complex magical solutions. Unless he's being advised by someone with greater magical sophistication, Amelia suggested. Umbridge, perhaps. She's maintained connections with certain unspeakables since her suspension was lifted. Possible, Harry acknowledged. Though her previous attempt to manipulate ministry magic ended catastrophically. I'm surprised she'd risk another approach so similar. People rarely learn from failures they refuse to acknowledge, Kingsley observed wryly. Umbridge has spent 5 years convincing herself that your intervention caused the disaster, not her ritual. Harry rubbed his temples, processing these developments alongside what he'd sensed from the entity. Something's building, he said finally. Not just politically, but magically. The entity is experiencing some kind of cyclical phase shift, becoming more active, more present throughout the ministry's systems. Could Fudge be aware of this shift? Amelia asked. Perhaps attempting to exploit it somehow. If he has access to the oldest foundational texts, possibly, Harry conceded. Though understanding what those texts actually mean would require deeper magical knowledge than Fudge typically demonstrates. Umbridge again, Kingsley suggested. Or someone advising them both. Harry nodded thoughtfully. Increase security throughout the building, particularly around level 9 and below. I want to know immediately if anyone attempts unusual magical procedures, especially near the foundational access points. As Kingsley departed to implement these measures, Amelia studied Harry with concern. You should rest. Birthday celebrations aside, you're clearly sensing something significant through your connection to the ministry. Harry couldn't argue with this assessment. The magical resonance between himself and the building had been intensifying throughout the day, requiring greater concentration to manage comfortably. Tomorrow I'll speak with Croker about accelerating our connection maintenance solution, he decided. If something is building within the ministry's magic, I want secure communication with the entity established before leaving for Hogwarts. That night, Harry dreamed of golden threads stretching across Britain, connecting ancient sites of magical power, Hogwarts, Stonehenge, Gringotts, the ministry itself, pulsing with energy that flowed and ebbed like tides. At the center of this network, the entity's consciousness expanded, reaching through these connections towards some culmination that remained just beyond comprehension. He woke with absolute certainty, change was coming, and soon. The only question was whether they were prepared for its arrival. The week following Harry's birthday brought increased tension throughout the ministry. Though nothing specific had occurred, experienced employees sensed a subtle shift in the building's magical atmosphere. Enchantments functioned with greater intensity. Interdepartmental memos flew more rapidly. The golden elevators moved with unusual precision and speed. For those attuned to such things, the ministry itself seemed expectant, like an orchestra before the conductor's first downbeat. In the Department of Mysteries, Croker's team recorded unprecedented energy readings from the Veil and other foundational nexus points. The magical currents that Harry had learned to monitor through the crystal orb now showed distinct patterning, rhythmic pulses that suggested coordinated purpose rather than random fluctuation. It's almost like the building is preparing for something, Croker explained during their daily briefing in the founder's apartments. Gathering power, optimizing systems. Preparing for what, exactly? Amelia asked, reviewing the latest measurements with concern. That remains unclear, Croker admitted. But the pattern suggests a significant magical event rather than dangerous instability. The energy is focused, controlled, just more abundant than we've previously recorded. Harry nodded, having sensed this distinction himself. The entity doesn't perceive it as threatening. More like, a natural development. Something that should happen. Your portable connection focus is ready for testing, Croker continued, producing a small crystal sphere about the size of a snitch. This should maintain your link to the Ministry entity even from Hogwarts, allowing direct communication when necessary. Harry accepted the miniature orb carefully. Unlike the larger crystal in the sanctum, this one was designed to be carried, embedded with protective enchantments and keyed exclusively to his magical signature. How do I activate it? He asked, examining the craftsmanship. Simply hold it while focusing on your connection to the entity. The enchantments will establish the link automatically. Croker hesitated. However, I strongly recommend testing it under controlled conditions initially. Perhaps this afternoon in the sanctum, with monitoring equipment in place. Before Harry could respond, the door burst open, admitting a breathless Percy Weasley, recently appointed to the minister's administrative staff and one of Harry's carefully placed informants within Fudge's office. Lord Potter, Percy gasped, clutching a scroll of parchment. Minister Fudge has scheduled an emergency address to all ministry personnel for tomorrow morning. Mandatory attendance in the atrium at 9 o'clock. What's the announced topic? Amelia asked sharply. Essential security protocols and procedural updates, Percy quoted from memory. But that's not what's actually being prepared. I overheard Umbridge speaking with the minister about implementing something called severance procedures. They've been sequestered with unspeakable Rookwood all morning. Harry and Croker exchanged alarmed glances. Augustus Rookwood had been Croker's predecessor as head of the Experimental Magic Division before being reassigned to administrative duties, officially due to budget restructuring, unofficially because his research frequently skirted ethical boundaries. Severance procedures, Croker repeated, his expression grave. There are ancient protocols for temporarily isolating the Ministry's magical core during external attacks, severing all connections to outside influences, including ownership bonds. They haven't been implemented in centuries because of the risks involved. Risks? Harry prompted. Destabilization of foundational magic. Potential damage to long-established enchantments. Most critically, unpredictable response from any bound entities. Croker's meaning was clear, the entity connected to Harry might react catastrophically to forced isolation. This must be what they've been researching, Amelia concluded. Fudge is planning to use these emergency protocols to break Harry's connection to the Ministry permanently. Can he do that? Harry asked, his calm exterior masking genuine concern. After 5 years, his connection to the Ministry and the entity had become integral to his magical identity. Severing it forcefully could have consequences beyond mere political implications. Technically, the minister can implement emergency protocols, Croker acknowledged. But doing so under false pretenses, particularly with the entity in its current active phase, demonstrates dangerous ignorance of the magical systems involved. Harry considered their options quickly. We need more information before deciding how to respond. Percy, can you access the implementation plans? We need to know exactly what procedure they're following. I'll try, Percy promised. Though security around the minister's office has increased significantly. And I'll consult the oldest records in our archives, Croker added. There may be countermeasures or protective options we can implement if severance is attempted. As they departed to pursue these avenues, Amelia studied Harry thoughtfully. You're taking this threat rather calmly. I'm concerned, Harry admitted. But also, curious. The timing seems significant, Fudge moving to sever my connection precisely when the entity is entering an active phase. It feels like these events are somehow linked, though I can't yet see the pattern. You think the entity might have anticipated this move? Perhaps. Or it's responding to something larger that we don't yet understand. Harry touched the miniature crystal orb thoughtfully. I should test this immediately. If Fudge attempts severance tomorrow, having an alternative connection already established could prove crucial. In Hardwin's sanctum, Harry approached the primary crystal with the miniature version in hand. Hardwin's portrait watched with interest as Croker's team established monitoring equipment around the chamber. The concept is sound, Hardwin's portrait observed. Similar to methods I used during extended travel. However, the entity's current phase may complicate the process. How so? Harry asked. Enhanced sensitivity. Increased responsiveness. The entity may pour more of its consciousness into the connection than the portable focus was designed to contain. This warning proved prophetic. When Harry activated both crystals simultaneously, the results exceeded all expectations. Energy surged between the two foci, establishing not merely a communication channel but a fully realized connection that mirrored the primary bond. The miniature orb glowed with internal light that matched the larger crystal's pulsations perfectly. Remarkable affinity, Croker murmured, reviewing measurement readings. The entity appears to have actively participated in establishing the connection, enhancing the enchantments beyond our original design. Harry could feel the difference immediately. Through the portable orb, he sensed the entity's presence with almost the same clarity as through the primary crystal. More significantly, he could perceive the Ministry's magical currents throughout the building, maintaining situational awareness that should have been impossible through such a small focus object. It's reinforcing the connection, he realized. Ensuring we remain linked regardless of distance or interference. As if it anticipated potential disruption, Hardwin's portrait observed. The entity exists partially outside linear time. Perhaps it has perceived the coming severance attempt and taken preemptive measures. This possibility added another dimension to Harry's understanding of the situation. If the entity had indeed foreseen Fudge's plan, its current phase shift might represent deliberate preparation rather than coincidental timing. Throughout the remainder of the day, Harry and his allies prepared for multiple contingencies. The Guardians' Council, comprised of trusted department representatives including Arthur Weasley, Amelia, and Kingsley, was formally established through magical contract, ensuring continuity of oversight regardless of political developments. Security was discreetly enhanced around critical access points, particularly those leading to foundational systems. Most importantly, Harry spent hours in communion with the entity through both crystals, establishing clear intentions and expectations should severance be attempted. Unlike their earlier interactions, which relied primarily on impressions and emotions, this communication approached genuine dialogue, the entity's alien consciousness finding new ways to express complex concepts as its active phase progressed. By evening, they had confirmed through Percy's intelligence that Fudge indeed planned to implement severance protocols during the morning assembly. The procedure would temporarily isolate the Ministry's magical core, theoretically allowing Fudge to reset ownership parameters to ministerial control before re-establishing external connections. It's a fundamentally flawed approach, Croker explained during their final strategy session. The severance was designed for genuine external threats, dark wizards attempting to corrupt the Ministry's magic, for instance. Using it against the legitimate owner, particularly when that owner maintains the covenant with the bound entity, risks catastrophic backlash. So we should prevent the severance entirely? Kingsley asked, reviewing security options. Harry shook his head slowly, an alternative strategy taking shape in his mind. No. I think we should let it proceed. This statement drew surprised looks from everyone present. Let Fudge sever your connection. Amelia repeated incredulously. After everything we've just discussed about potential risks? The risks are real, Harry acknowledged. But so is the opportunity. The entity is entering an active phase for a reason. Its consciousness is expanding, evolving. What if this confrontation is actually necessary for that process to complete? That's a significant gamble, Croker warned. The entity's response could be constructive or catastrophic, we simply don't have enough information to predict which. I've been in constant communion with it today, Harry countered. It's not afraid of the severance attempt. If anything, it seems expectant. As though Fudge's actions might catalyze something it has been working toward. The others exchanged uncertain glances, not entirely convinced by this reasoning. There's another factor to consider, Harry continued. Political resolution. For 5 years, we've managed an uneasy coexistence with Fudge and his faction. That tension has prevented certain reforms from advancing as they should. If we allow this confrontation to occur in the open, with witnesses throughout the ministry, the outcome will establish clear precedent one way or another. You're suggesting we use this as an opportunity to settle the ownership question permanently, Amelia realized. To remove any lingering doubts about your authority. Precisely. The portable connection is established. The Guardian's Council is formalized. All the protective measures we've been implementing for my Hogwarts attendance are actually perfect for this scenario as well. After considerable discussion, they reluctantly agreed to Harry's approach, though with significant security precautions. Aurors loyal to Amelia would be strategically positioned throughout the atrium. The portable crystal would remain with Harry at all times. And most importantly, Croaker's team would monitor foundational systems continuously, prepared to intervene if truly dangerous instability emerged. As the meeting concluded, Amelia held Harry back for a private word. Are you certain about this course of action? Your connection to the ministry has become integral to your magic over 5 years. Severance, even temporarily, could affect you personally in ways we can't predict. Harry appreciated her concern but remained resolute. The entity has prepared for this. I can feel it. Whatever happens tomorrow is part of something larger, something that needs to unfold. That night, as the ministry settled into relative quiet, Harry spent one final hour in Hardwin's sanctum. The crystal orb pulsed with unprecedented brilliance, magical currents flowing through it in complex, beautiful patterns. The confluence approaches, Hardwin's portrait observed. The moment when past preparation meets present necessity to create future possibility. You think I'm right to allow the severance attempt? Harry asked, seeking final confirmation. The entity has chosen its path, Hardwin replied cryptically. And you have chosen yours. Together, you guard not merely a building but a nexus of magical potential. Trust that connection, even when it appears threatened. With these words resonating in his mind, Harry returned to the Founder's apartments for what might be his final night as the universally recognized owner of the Ministry of Magic. Tomorrow would bring confrontation, revelation, and transformation, though the precise nature of that transformation remained to be seen. The Ministry atrium had never been so crowded. By 8:30 the following morning, employees from every department had gathered as instructed, their expressions ranging from curious to concerned. The mandatory assembly had disrupted normal operations completely, a rare occurrence that suggested truly significant announcements. Harry arrived with Amelia, Kingsley, and Croaker, the portable crystal secure in an inner pocket of his robes. He could feel the entity's presence through it, alert, attentive, but strangely calm despite the impending confrontation. Throughout the atrium, Harry sensed the golden threads of ministry magic pulsing with increased intensity, as if the building itself were holding its breath in anticipation. At precisely 9 o'clock, Minister Fudge emerged onto the temporary podium erected before the Fountain of Magical Brethren. He wore formal ministerial robes and an expression of grave determination. Flanking him stood Dolores Umbridge, Augustus Rookwood, and several senior officials known for their loyalty to Fudge's administration. Witches and wizards of the ministry, Fudge began, his magically amplified voice echoing throughout the atrium. I have called this assembly to address a matter of utmost importance to the security and continuity of our government. Harry remained near the back of the crowd, observing carefully as Fudge continued with practiced solemnity. For the past 5 years, we have accommodated an unprecedented governance arrangement, ownership of this building claimed by Mr. Harry Potter through ancient covenant. While we have respected this historical curiosity, recent developments have raised serious concerns about its sustainability and safety. Murmurs spread through the assembled employees. Many glanced around, searching for Harry among the crowd. Detailed analysis by our finest magical experts, Fudge continued, gesturing toward Rookwood, has confirmed dangerous instabilities within the Ministry's foundational systems, instabilities directly linked to the strain of maintaining connections to an owner who will soon depart for Hogwarts. This characterization drew skeptical looks from many employees, particularly those who worked directly with the Ministry's magical systems and had observed their improved functioning under Harry's stewardship. To ensure the continued safety of all who work within these walls, I am implementing Emergency Protocol 7, the foundational severance procedure. Fudge produced an ancient-looking scroll from his robes. This temporary measure will isolate the Ministry's core magic, allowing us to stabilize systems and establish more appropriate governance parameters before re-establishing external connections. As Fudge unrolled the scroll, Harry felt the portable crystal warm against his chest. The entity was fully alert now, its consciousness focused intently on the unfolding events. Yet still it projected not fear but anticipation, as though Fudge were unknowingly playing a role in something much larger than his political ambitions. I invoke ministerial authority under the Emergency Powers Act of 1707, Fudge declared, reading from the scroll. By right of office and responsibility, I initiate foundational severance, effective immediately. He tapped his wand against the scroll, which began to glow with deep purple light. Throughout the atrium, employees gasped as visible pulses of magic spread from the podium, traveling along the walls and floor in expanding ripples. The Ministry's normal ambient magic, golden threads that had become stronger and more harmonious during Harry's ownership, began to dim as Fudge's severance magic attempted to suppress external connections. Harry felt the impact instantly, a pulling sensation as the primary link between himself and the Ministry strained against the severance magic. Had he been relying solely on the traditional connection, this moment would have represented genuine crisis. Instead, he remained calm, aware of the portable crystal maintaining uninterrupted communion with the entity regardless of Fudge's procedure. The severance is proceeding as planned, Minister, Rookwood reported, consulting a magical monitoring device. External influences are being successfully suppressed. Fudge's expression shifted from determined to triumphant. Excellent. Once isolation is complete, we will proceed with the governance reset. The Ministry will return to proper ministerial control, as it should always have been. This naked political objective, stripped of the security justifications Fudge had initially presented, drew shocked reactions from many employees. Whatever their opinions regarding Harry's ownership, the minister's transparent power grab appeared increasingly inappropriate. Before anyone could voice objections, however, something unexpected occurred. The purple severance magic spreading throughout the atrium encountered what appeared to be resistance, not from Harry, but from the building itself. Golden threads of foundational magic began to reassert themselves, pushing back against the suppression attempts. What's happening? Fudge demanded, noticing the counteraction. Rookwood, explain this. The unspeakable studied his monitoring device with growing concern. The foundational magic is resisting the severance. This shouldn't be possible unless. He looked up sharply, scanning the crowd until he located Harry. Potter has established an alternative connection. He's maintaining contact with the entity despite our procedure. All eyes turned toward Harry, who remained calmly observing from his position near the back of the atrium. The portable crystal was now glowing visibly through his robes, golden light spreading outward to connect with the resurgent threads of ministry magic. Stop him! Umbridge shrieked. He's interfering with an official ministerial procedure. Several security wizards moved uncertainly toward Harry, clearly uncomfortable with the order but bound by chain of command. Before they could reach him, however, Amelia stepped forward. Minister Fudge, she called, her authoritative voice carrying clearly without magical amplification. You have implemented an emergency procedure under false pretenses. There are no foundational instabilities threatening the ministry, a fact confirmed by Department of Mysteries official reports. This constitutes abuse of emergency powers at minimum, and potentially criminal endangerment of ministry personnel. Her statement emboldened others. Arthur Weasley stepped forward from another section of the crowd. The minister has deliberately misrepresented the situation to justify a political power grab, he declared. As witnessed by hundreds of ministry employees present here today. Fudge's face flushed with anger and embarrassment. I am acting within my authority to protect this institution. Potter's imminent departure for Hogwarts creates genuine security concerns that, he was interrupted by a deep rumbling that seemed to emanate from the very foundations of the building. The floor trembled beneath their feet. The golden threads of ministry magic brightened dramatically, now clearly visible to everyone present rather than just those magically sensitive enough to perceive them normally. At the center of the atrium, the fountain of magical brethren began to glow with the same golden light. Water rose from its basin in spiraling columns that defied gravity, forming elaborate patterns in the air above. What now? Fudge demanded, clutching the podium for stability as the trembling intensified. Rookwood studied his monitoring device with increasing alarm. The entity is responding to the severance attempt, but not as expected. It's not fighting against the procedure, it's using it somehow, channeling the magical disruption into something else. Harry felt the shift through his connection with the entity. The severance attempt had indeed triggered a response, but not one of resistance or anger. Instead, the entity was using the surge of magical energy created by the conflict to complete its transition to a new phase of existence, the evolution Harry had sensed building for weeks. The portable crystal grew warmer against his chest, pulsing in harmony with the visible magic spreading throughout the atrium. Through their connection, Harry received not words but clear understanding. The entity was ready to manifest more directly, to establish a more tangible presence within the ministry it had sustained for centuries. Fudge's severance attempt had inadvertently provided the perfect catalyst for this transformation. Shall I allow it? Harry asked silently, aware that this development extended beyond their previous communications. The response came as a wave of certainty and reassurance. This manifestation represented not danger but fulfillment, the natural evolution of their partnership as guardian and entity. Then proceed, Harry consented. Show them who truly sustains this ministry. The golden light converged on the fountain, which now pulsed with magical energy visible even to the least sensitive observer. The water rose higher, coalescing into a humanoid figure nearly 12 feet tall, a being of pure magical energy given temporary form through the ministry's ambient water and light. Gasps and cries of astonishment filled the atrium as the manifestation solidified. Though generally humanoid, the entity's appearance incorporated elements from various magical beings, the dignity of wizards, the craftsmanship of goblins, the grace of centaurs, the loyalty of elves. It was both one and many, representing the diverse magical traditions that had contributed to the ministry's creation. Impossible, Rookwood whispered, his monitoring device forgotten as he stared at the manifestation. The bound entity was never supposed to achieve direct manifestation. The glowing figure turned toward the podium where Fudge stood frozen in shock and fear. When it spoke, its voice resonated throughout the atrium, not through air vibration but through magical resonance that each person present perceived according to their own understanding. Cornelius Fudge, the entity intoned, you seek to sever connections you do not comprehend. To claim authority over that which you cannot truly control. I am the Minister for Magic, Fudge stammered, his previous confidence entirely evaporated. This building houses the ministry government, which I lead by right of appointment. The ministry government occupies this structure by covenant, the entity corrected. A covenant established by Hardwin Potter and maintained through his bloodline. The guardian protects the balance. The entity maintains the power. The ministry serves the magical world. This is the threefold bond. The entity turned, its glowing gaze sweeping across the assembled employees before settling on Harry. With deliberate movement, it extended one hand toward him in clear invitation. Understanding what was required, Harry stepped forward, walking calmly through the parting crowd until he stood before the manifested entity. The portable crystal glowed brilliantly against his chest, resonating with the being's presence. The Potter Guardian has renewed the ancient bond, the entity declared. Restored balance after generations of decay. Through him, this ministry returns to its true purpose, not merely governance, but protection of all magical life within its domain. Harry felt the entity's consciousness brush against his own, familiar yet somehow expanded, as though its manifestation had unlocked new aspects of its being. Through their connection, he understood that this moment represented not just a response to Fudge's attempted severance, but the culmination of 5 years of restoration under his guardianship. The severance procedure, Harry addressed the entity directly, aware that the entire ministry was witnessing this unprecedented interaction. Minister Fudge intended it to break our connection permanently. Was this expected? All paths converged toward this moment, the entity confirmed. The attempt to sever provided necessary energy for manifestation. What was meant as ending becomes beginning instead. This cryptic statement confused many listeners, but Harry understood its meaning. The entity existed partially outside linear time, perceiving patterns and convergences beyond human comprehension. Fudge's attempted severance had been anticipated, perhaps even subtly encouraged, as the catalyst needed for the entity's evolution. Fudge himself appeared entirely overwhelmed by these developments. The severance scroll hung forgotten in his limp hand, its purple glow fading as the ministry's natural magic reasserted complete dominance. "This changes nothing legally," Umbridge insisted shrilly, attempting to salvage the situation. Magical manifestations, however impressive, do not supersede ministerial authority established by the Wisengamot. The entity turned its attention to her, its glowing countenance unreadable yet somehow conveying profound disappointment. "You misunderstand fundamental reality," it stated simply. "This structure exists because I maintain it. The magic you use daily flows through my consciousness. Without the covenant between entity and guardian, there would be no ministry to govern." To demonstrate this truth, the entity gestured broadly. Throughout the atrium, the golden magical threads briefly intensified to blinding brilliance, revealing the full extent of the interconnected system sustaining the ministry's operations, from the simplest administrative charm to the most complex departmental enchantments. "I believe," Amelia interjected carefully, "that we are witnessing the resolution of questions that have persisted since Harry Potter's claim 5 years ago. The ministry building and its foundational magic are indeed governed by the Potter Covenant, with the entity's cooperation. The wizarding government operates within this framework by historical agreement." The entity inclined its glowing head in affirmation. "Precisely. Governance and guardianship, separate but complementary responsibilities. Both necessary for proper function." This clarification appeared to resonate with many ministry employees, who had observed the improvements in both magical operations and governmental efficiency since Harry had assumed ownership. The balance Amelia described matched their lived experience over 5 years. "So what happens now?" Arthur Weasley asked pragmatically, voicing the question on many minds. "With Lord Potter departing for Hogwarts soon, how will this balance be maintained?" In response, the entity gestured toward the Guardians' Council members present throughout the atrium, Amelia, Kingsley, Arthur himself, and representatives from other departments who had formally accepted roles in maintaining ministry oversight during Harry's Hogwarts terms. "The Guardian has prepared wisely," the entity approved. "Establishing trusted extensions of his authority. The portable focus maintains our direct communion. The Council provides human oversight. The balance continues uninterrupted." Harry stepped forward again, addressing both the entity and the assembled ministry employees. "For 5 years, I've worked to understand and fulfill my responsibilities as ministry owner. That role continues even during my education at Hogwarts, but with adaptations appropriate to my circumstances." He gestured toward the Guardians' Council members. "These individuals have sworn magical oaths to uphold the ministry's true purpose, not personal political agendas, but service to the entire magical community. They will act as my representatives in daily matters, with direct communication maintained through magically secured means." The practical nature of these arrangements appeared to reassure many employees, who had genuinely worried about operational continuity during Harry's absence. The manifestation of the entity, while extraordinary, actually clarified rather than complicated their understanding of the ministry's fundamental nature. Fudge, however, remained fixated on his thwarted ambitions. This is outrageous. Some magical manifestation appears and suddenly my ministerial authority is questioned. I was appointed through proper governmental procedures. Your authority as Minister for Magic is not in question, Harry clarified calmly. The governance of magical Britain remains under ministerial and Wisengamot jurisdiction. What has been clarified today is the nature of the ministry building itself, the magical foundation upon which that government operates. A distinction that has practical implications, Amelia added. The minister cannot unilaterally alter foundational systems or ownership parameters. Those aspects are governed by the Potter Covenant, as has now been demonstrated beyond reasonable dispute. The entity's glowing form shifted slightly, turning its attention back to Fudge. Your position remains intact, Minister Fudge. Your attempted severance is forgiven as error rather than malice. But remember this truth, you govern within these walls by covenant agreement, not absolute right. This measured response, neither vindictive nor permissive, reflected the balanced approach Harry had cultivated over 5 years. Reform without revolution. Progress without purge. Even Fudge, despite his opposition, retained his position within the clarified parameters. Sensing the confrontation's resolution, the entity began to dissolve its manifestation. The glowing form gradually disaggregated, water returning to the fountain while golden light reintegrated with the ambient magic throughout the atrium. Before disappearing completely, however, it addressed Harry one final time, the Guardian departs for necessary growth. The entity remains in vigilant stewardship. When greater challenges arise, our bond will prove its true worth. With these cryptic words, the manifestation completely dissolved, leaving the atrium in momentary silence before conversation erupted in every corner. Employees discussed what they'd witnessed with varying degrees of understanding and acceptance. Some appeared completely transformed by the experience, while others seemed determined to rationalize it within familiar frameworks. Harry exchanged glances with Amelia and the other council members, who nodded in silent acknowledgement. The confrontation had resulted in the best possible outcome, clear establishment of the ministry's true nature, confirmation of the Guardian's Council's legitimacy, and maintenance of governmental continuity without unnecessary disruption. Fudge and his inner circle retreated from the podium, their expressions ranging from shell-shocked, Fudge himself, to calculating, Umbridge, to intellectually fascinated despite the political defeat, Rookwood. They had attempted a significant power grab and failed spectacularly, but the entity's measured response had prevented complete humiliation or removal from office. As the assembly dispersed, returning to departments with extraordinary news to process, Harry remained briefly in the atrium. The portable crystal had returned to a steady, warm glow against his chest, the entity's consciousness once again distributed throughout the ministry's systems rather than manifested in singular form. That, Kingsley observed quietly, joining Harry beside the now ordinary fountain, was not what any of us expected when we agreed to let the severance attempt proceed. Harry smiled slightly. Not in specific details, perhaps. But the general outcome, clarification rather than conflict, is what I hoped for. The entity was waiting for this moment, Croker realized, reviewing readings from monitoring devices that had captured the extraordinary magical event. Its active phase wasn't random evolution but purposeful preparation for manifestation. And it used Fudge's severance attempt as the final catalyst, Amelia added. Almost as if it planned this outcome all along, Harry confirmed. The entity exists partially outside our linear perception of time. It likely perceived this convergence of circumstances, my approaching departure for Hogwarts, Fudge's growing desperation, the 5 years of restored connection, as the perfect moment to demonstrate its true nature. This revelation left them momentarily silent, contemplating the implications of working with a consciousness that operated according to such different perceptual rules. What matters, Harry continued finally, is that we've established clarity before my departure for Hogwarts. The Guardian's Council has been publicly confirmed. The portable connection has proven effective. And most importantly, the ministry's employees now understand what they're actually working within, not merely a government building, but a living magical construct maintained through ancient covenant. In the days that followed, this understanding spread throughout Wizarding Britain. The Daily Prophet ran extensive coverage of the ministry manifestation, featuring interviews with dozens of witnesses. While opinions varied regarding implications, the basic reality could no longer be disputed. The Ministry of Magic operated through a complex partnership between governmental authority, Potter guardianship, and a mysterious entity bound within its foundations. For Harry, this public clarification represented the culmination of 5 years' work. Since discovering Hardwin's will at age 6, he had sought not domination but balance, reforming without destroying, improving without uprooting. The manifestation had demonstrated this approach on the grandest scale, confirming the Potter Covenant while preserving governmental continuity. 2 weeks later, Albus Dumbledore sat across from Harry in the Founder's apartments, studying the young wizard thoughtfully over half-moon spectacles. Their long-scheduled meeting had acquired new significance following the entity's manifestation and the very public clarification of ministry ownership. "I must admit," Dumbledore began, setting aside his teacup, "that when I first learned of your claim to the ministry 5 years ago, I had significant reservations. A 6-year-old child suddenly thrust into such extraordinary responsibility seemed a recipe for either manipulation or disaster." Harry nodded, appreciating the headmaster's candor. Their relationship had evolved considerably from those early days of mutual wariness. While fundamental disagreements remained, particularly regarding Dumbledore's initial placement of Harry with the Dursleys, they had developed a working respect for each other's positions and priorities. "And now?" Harry prompted. "And now I find myself both impressed and slightly abashed," Dumbledore admitted with a small smile. "Impressed by how you have grown into your responsibilities, balancing reform with stability in ways wizards 5 times your age rarely manage. Abashed because my concerns underestimated both your capacity and the wisdom of the Covenant itself." This acknowledgement, coming from arguably the most powerful and respected wizard in Britain, carried significant weight. Harry accepted it with a gracious nod. "Thank you, Professor. Though I've hardly managed alone. Amelia, Kingsley, Arthur, and many others have provided essential guidance and support." "Indeed. Your talent for gathering capable advisors rather than sycophants speaks well of your judgment." Dumbledore's expression grew more serious. "However, we must now address practical matters regarding your attendance at Hogwarts. The manifestation has clarified your ministry role beyond dispute, but it also raises questions about how that role intersects with your status as a student." This was the crux of their meeting, establishing parameters for Harry's dual responsibilities during his education. "The Guardians' Council will handle day-to-day ministry matters," Harry explained. "I'll maintain direct connection with the entity through the portable focus, with scheduled communication sessions each evening. For significant decisions requiring owner input, I'll be available via secure flow connection from your office, if that's acceptable." Dumbledore nodded thoughtfully. "A reasonable arrangement. However, I must emphasize that at Hogwarts, you will be a student first and ministry owner second. Your educational development, both magical and social, must take precedence over administrative responsibilities whenever possible." "I understand and agree," Harry assured him. "I've spent 5 years focused primarily on ministry matters. I genuinely want to experience Hogwarts as normally as security considerations allow." This statement appeared to please Dumbledore, who had consistently advocated for Harry's need to develop peer relationships and enjoy aspects of childhood despite his unusual responsibilities. "Regarding security," the headmaster continued, "I've consulted with Madame Bones about appropriate measures. While Hogwarts itself provides substantial protection, your unique status does create additional considerations." They discussed various security protocols, ultimately agreeing on arrangements that would protect Harry without isolating him from the regular student experience. Trusted staff would be briefed on potential threats, monitoring charms would be discreetly enhanced in common areas, and certain emergency response plans would be established. "There is one additional matter I believe we should address," Dumbledore said as their discussion wound toward conclusion. The prophecy. Harry tensed slightly. Though he had retrieved the prophecy sphere from the Department of Mysteries years ago, he and Dumbledore had never directly discussed its implications. "You believe Voldemort will return," Harry stated rather than asked. "I do." Dumbledore's expression grew grave. "The signs have been accumulating for some time: disturbing reports from Albania, unexplained disappearances, increased activity among former supporters who escaped justice. Your connection to the Ministry entity may have accelerated your personal development, Harry, but the confrontation foretold in the prophecy almost certainly still lies ahead." Harry nodded slowly. He had reached similar conclusions through the entity's occasional glimpses of distant magical disturbances. The entity perceives something gathering strength as well. Not clearly, but persistently. Then we must prepare accordingly, though without allowing that preparation to overshadow your education and development. Dumbledore studied Harry with newfound respect. "You have already demonstrated remarkable capability as Ministry Guardian. I suspect those skills will prove valuable in the challenges to come, though perhaps in ways neither of us yet anticipates." As their meeting concluded, Harry reflected on how different this conversation was from their early interactions. Where Dumbledore had once viewed Harry's ministry ownership with concern and skepticism, he now appeared to recognize it as potentially complementary to his educational development. Not competing priorities, but interconnected aspects of Harry's unique path. "I look forward to welcoming you officially to Hogwarts next month," Dumbledore said as he prepared to depart. "Though I suspect the castle itself may greet you with particular interest, given your connection to such ancient magic." This observation intrigued Harry. "You think Hogwarts might respond to me similarly to the Ministry?" "Perhaps not identically. The castle's magic has its own distinct nature and history. But magical constructs of such significance often recognize each other's guardians." Dumbledore's eyes twinkled mysteriously. "I believe your years at Hogwarts may prove educational for us all." With that cryptic statement, the headmaster departed, leaving Harry to contemplate the approaching transition. In less than 3 weeks, he would board the Hogwarts Express as a first-year student, albeit one with unprecedented responsibilities and experiences. The balance between these aspects of his life would require careful navigation, but the foundation had been properly established. The Ministry was secure, its true nature publicly acknowledged. The Guardians' Council was prepared to maintain oversight during his absence. And the entity itself had evolved to a new phase of existence, one that allowed more direct communion regardless of physical distance. As Harry's thoughts turned toward preparation for Hogwarts, the portable crystal pulsed warmly against his chest, the entity's way of expressing support and connection. Whatever challenges lay ahead, in education or prophecy fulfillment, he would face them with both ancient magical partnership and growing human alliance. Platform 9 3/4 bustled with the controlled chaos of departure day. Students of all ages navigated trunks and animal cages while parents delivered final instructions and goodbyes. Steam billowed from the Scarlet Hogwarts Express as it prepared for the journey northward. Harry stood slightly apart from the main crowd, accompanied by Amelia, Kingsley, and several members of the Guardians' Council who had come to see him off. His trunk, containing a carefully selected combination of standard first-year supplies and specialized items related to his ministry responsibilities, had already been loaded into a compartment. "Remember, weekly reports from the Council will arrive each Monday morning," Amelia reminded him, straightening his already perfect collar with what Harry recognized as nervous energy. After 5 years as his guardian, this separation represented a significant transition for her as well. "And the emergency communication mirror is in the secured pocket of your trunk," Kingsley added. "Activated by speaking my name or Amelia's, available day or night." Harry nodded, accepting these reminders with good humor despite having reviewed all procedures multiple times over the past weeks. "I've got it all. And the portable crystal hasn't left my person since the manifestation." Indeed, the small crystal orb remained his most important connection to ministry responsibilities. Worn on a specially enchanted chain beneath his clothing, it maintained continuous communion with the entity while monitoring the ministry's overall magical stability. Through it, Harry could both communicate directly and perceive general conditions regardless of distance. "It feels strange," he admitted quietly to Amelia. 5 years of daily immersion in ministry matters, and now. Now you get to experience something different, she completed for him. Something equally important for your development. Being a student. Making friends your own age. Learning magic formally rather than through necessity and crisis. Harry smiled at this characterization of his unconventional education thus far. From the moment he'd touched Hardwin's will at age 6, his magical development had indeed been driven more by immediate needs than structured curriculum. Hogwarts would provide something he genuinely wanted, systematic magical education alongside peers. "There's Neville," he noted, spotting his friend navigating the crowd with his imposing grandmother. "And I think that's the Greengrass family near the front carriage." "You already have friends waiting," Amelia observed approvingly. "Just remember, you're free to make new connections beyond political considerations. Your Hogwarts years needn't be extensions of ministry alliance building." This gentle reminder reflected their ongoing discussions about balancing Harry's dual identities at school. While certain friendships had indeed developed through ministry connections, Hogwarts offered opportunities for relationships based on shared interests rather than political alignment. As final boarding calls echoed across the platform, Harry exchanged goodbyes with each council member. These weren't permanent farewells, he would communicate regularly with all of them, but they marked the transition to a new phase in their working relationships. "The ministry is in good hands," he assured Arthur Weasley, who had become something of an uncle figure over 5 years. "And I'll see you at Christmas, if not before." "Indeed you will," Arthur confirmed. "Molly's already planning the family gathering, and she absolutely insists you attend." Finally, only Amelia remained for a more personal goodbye. Though not demonstrative by nature, she pulled Harry into a brief but heartfelt embrace. "I'm proud of you," she said simply. "Not just for what you've accomplished as ministry owner, but for who you've become as a person. Your parents would be proud too." These words meant more to Harry than any elaborate speech could have. Amelia had provided not just legal guardianship but genuine care and guidance during his most formative years. "Thank you," he replied with equal sincerity. "For everything." With final goodbyes completed, Harry boarded the train just as the whistle signaled imminent departure. He made his way to the compartment where he'd arranged to meet Neville, finding his friend already settled alongside Susan Bones and, surprisingly, Ron Weasley. "There you are!" Ron exclaimed. "Thought you might have changed your mind and fled directly to Hogsmeade or something fancy." Harry grinned, sliding into an empty seat. "And missed the train ride?" "Not a chance." As the Hogwarts Express pulled away from the platform, Harry caught a final glimpse of the Guardians' Council members standing together, the team that would maintain his life's work during his absence. A mixture of emotions swept through him: excitement for the adventure ahead, nostalgia for the ministry home he was temporarily leaving, and determination to excel in both his roles. The portable crystal pulsed warmly against his chest, the entity sending impressions of support and anticipation. Their connection remained strong despite increasing distance from the ministry building, exactly as designed. "So," Neville asked once they were properly underway, "what house do you think you'll be in?" "Gran expects me to follow the family tradition in Gryffindor, but I'm not sure I'm brave enough." This ordinary question about house placement, a universal concern among first years, grounded Harry firmly in his current reality. For all his extraordinary responsibilities and experiences, he was also an 11-year-old wizard beginning his formal magical education. "The Sorting Hat will see your courage, Neville," he assured his friend. "It's not about fearlessness but facing challenges despite fear." "What about you?" Susan asked. "Potter family traditionally Gryffindor too, isn't it?" Harry considered the question thoughtfully. "My parents were both Gryffindors, yes. But I think I could fit in various houses. Hardwin Potter was actually in Ravenclaw, according to the family records." The conversation continued with typical first-year speculation about houses, classes, and Hogwarts itself. As countryside replaced city views outside their window, Harry allowed himself to fully inhabit this moment, not as ministry owner, not as prophecy subject, but simply as Harry Potter, Hogwarts student. The train carried them northward, toward a castle nearly as magical and complex as the ministry itself. Toward formal education, new friendships, and experiences Harry had only read about in books or heard in other stories. Behind them, in London, the Ministry of Magic continued its operations under the Guardian Council's oversight. The entity maintained its vigilant stewardship, evolved and strengthened through 5 years of restored connection. The foundation established by a 6-year-old boy discovering a forgotten will had matured into a stable, balanced system capable of functioning during its owner's necessary absence. And within Harry himself, multiple identities coexisted in growing harmony: student and owner, child and guardian, heir of Potter legacy and forger of his own path. The journey ahead would challenge and expand each of these aspects, weaving them into the unique tapestry of his developing self. As the Hogwarts Express continued its journey north, Harry felt the portable crystal's subtle pulse synchronize with his heartbeat, a reminder that while new adventures awaited, the connection that had transformed his life remained unbroken. Distance could not weaken what magic, covenant, and 5 years of dedicated guardianship had forged. The true minister of magic was going to Hogwarts, and bringing with him possibilities even prophecy had not fully anticipated. The end. Thank you for watching this video. Please be sure to subscribe to our channel and like this video.